Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Mr. Gene Kelly in a suspense play that tells of fear and suspicion and dangerous adventure on the long highway from California to New York. And so, with Death Went Along for the Ride, and with the performance of Gene Kelly as a man named George Javery, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Front, boy. Front. You take Mr. Brown to 314?
Yes, sir.
I want a room.
The name, sir.
George Javery, but I haven't got reservations.
Oh? Well, I think we can fix you up, Mr. Javery, if you'll sign, please.
Sure.
Excuse me, friend.
Yes?
I couldn't help hearing your name, Javery, huh?
Well, that's right.
In relation to Frank Javery of Cincinnati?
Well, not that I know of.
Oh. That's kind of a funny name. No offense, you understand, but I just thought, you know.
Sure, I know.
Been doing quite a lot of traveling, haven't you, Mr. Javery?
Huh?
I see all them stickers on your bags.
Oh, yes, I've been out of the country.
Room 610, $450 a day. Will that be all right, Mr. Javery?
Sure.
You, gonna stay in Reno very long?
Just overnight.
Going east?
Uh-huh.
You driving?
Yeah. Say, what do you want to know?
Thought I'd tip you off to a good place to eat, see? You like steaks?
When I can get 'em.
Better stop at Harry's place, then. Best steaks between here and Chicago. Here's the address. I wrote it down for another fellow this morning, but he left before I could give it to him.
Oh, well, thanks.
You, driving back east alone?
Yes. Say, what did you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Brown. Steve Brown.
Well, look, Mr. Brown, if you want a free ride east, why don't you just...
Me? No. I'm heading up to Portland, see?
Oh, well, have a good trip, Mr. Brown.
Same to you, Mr. Javery.
Thanks.
Don't forget to stop at Harry's place, Mr. Javery. I think you'll find it a very interesting spot. Very interesting.
Mr. Javery,
What is it?
did you notice a fellow with only one arm?
Oh, no, where?
I didn't think you did. He said he was a friend of yours, but don't have nothing to do with him, Mr. Javery. He's no friend of yours. He's no friend of anybody. Don't have nothing to do with him.
Oh, here's your drink, Mr. Javery.
Thanks.
Oh, did your friend find you, Mr. Javery?
What friend?
One-armed fella. He was looking for you. He said I should keep my eye out for you.
A one-armed man, Mr. Javery? Why, no, there's no guest at the hotel that answers that description.
I tell you, I seen him coming out of your room, Mr. Javery. I don't know how he got in there, but I seen him coming out.
You heard me. I'm checking out.
If there's anything
Oh,
wrong...
no, there's nothing wrong. I'm just checking out, that's all.
But at 3 o'clock in the morning...
Look, I said I'm checking out. Now, please get my bags out to the car. Just put them in the back of the car.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, kid, for the last time, do you know?
I don't know nothing, Mr. Javery. Honest, I don't know nothing.
Okay, here.
Gee, look, here he comes now.
Hey, wait a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Javery.
You, going east, mister?
Oh, it's you, huh? Say, what's the big idea?
What big idea?
Now, listen to me, my one-armed friend.
I can't help having one arm, mister.
All right. But what's the idea of following me around? You've been following me ever since I got here.
Oh, but I'm sorry about that, mister.
So am I. Now, what about it?
Well, you see, I'm kind of down on my luck, so I'm hitchhiking. I gotta get east, and I heard you were going east, so...
Oh.
You are going east, ain't you, mister?
Well, yes. Yes, I am.
Do you mind if I come along a piece?
Oh, all right, hop in. Say, there's one thing you haven't explained to me yet.
What's that?
What were you doing in my room? Hitchhiking?
I was never in your room.
The bellboy said he saw you come out.
I don't know what he said, but I was never in your room.
Oh. It's kind of late to start driving, I guess.
I don't mind. I am used to night work.
Oh. Say, I don't think I got your name.
Jones. One-armed Jones, they call me mostly.
You traveling far, Mr. Jones?
As far as St. Louis.
Uh-huh. Have you been in San Francisco lately?
No, I came by way of San Diego. Why do you ask, Mr. Javery?
Oh, nothing. I thought I might have seen it.
What's the matter?
How did you know my name?
Your name? That's an old hitchhiker's gag. Hang around a hotel lobby and find out who's who and maybe where he's heading, see?
Yeah.
Say, there doesn't seem to be much traffic tonight, does there?
No. Are you looking for something?
Oh, just reaching for a cigar.
Get your hand out of your pocket.
I was
Get it out, I said.
You don't have to pull a gun out.
No? All right, Mr. Jones. Come on, let's have it. What's your game?
Game?
Yeah, your game. Come on, spill it.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. I suppose you haven't been tailing me ever since I checked into that hotel.
Well, I explained about the hitchhiker.
Get out.
Out of the car?
You heard me.
Okay. But, Mr. Javery...
What?
Don't be too surprised if you see me again sometime. Good night, Mr. Javery.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Mr. Gene Kelly, whom you have heard in the prologue to Death Went Along for the Ride by Henry Denker and Ralph Berkey. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
In this brief intermission in the play, let's imagine we're listening to a conversation taking place at the smart Coral Beach and Tennis Club in Bermuda. An American about to depart for the States thanks his Bermudian friend for the gracious hospitality shown him, and in particular for the especially enjoyable wine his friend served. He remarks how much he'd like to be able to get some of that same wine at home. The Bermudian chuckles as he says, "But my friend, that wine you enjoyed so much, it comes from the great wine districts of your own California. It is Roma wine." Yes, friends, many Americans are still not aware that Roma wines are so highly rated in many foreign lands that they are imported to be enjoyed as rare luxuries. But here in America, we can still enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily pleasure, well within reach of the most modest purse, with no high import duty, no expensive shipping costs included. That's why Roma wines cost you so little. Have you been overlooking the enjoyment these richly satisfying Roma wines offer? As a delectable beverage at any time, as the addition that can make any meal an occasion, as a sure-to-be-appreciated offering to your guests when you entertain. You get some idea of the great worth of these fine Roma wines when you learn Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Gene Kelly, as George Javery in Death Went Along for the Ride, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, put him up. Come on, get him up and step out in front of those headlights where I can see you. Come on before I let you...
Shoot, mister.
Well, what do you want?
Not to get shot right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe. Were you going into this joint here?
Well, I was.
Well, come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
I think I earned it at that.
Well, howdy, folks. Good to see somebody out kind of late, eh?
Yeah. Black coffee, huh? How about you?
The same, I guess.
Look, I'm sorry I frightened you. Say, what's your name?
Eileen Harrison. What's yours?
George Javery. Say, what are you doing walking along 1,000,000 miles from no place at this time of night?
I started driving east in a $50 jalopy yesterday like a fool. It just fell apart on me. I was coming in here to phone or something.
Well, how far east you going?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
I'm going to New York myself. You're welcome. I mean, if...
Well, I...
Oh, look, if you don't like me, you can always get out and start to walk again. What have you got to lose?
Well, all right. Thanks.
And I could use a little company right now.
Oh, here you are. Piece of pie? Piece of pie, bud?
Huh? Oh, no.
How about a hamburger? We got good hamburgers, you know. We got...
No. Just be quiet a minute, will you?
Be quiet.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Shh. Shut up now, the two of you.
Sure, anything you say.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I'm listening for something, that's all.
What?
There he comes.
Hey, where are you going?
That wasn't it.
You know, what's going on, bud? You hot or something?
No, there's a car out there. It's been following me for the last 200 miles.
Yeah? How'd you know?
I know it. I took a side road. He did, too. I tried to duck him, and he hung on. He kept following me. I'm sure that... Listen, that must be it now. He's not coming in. He's waiting.
For what?
Me. Look, Eileen, here are the keys to the car. Go out and drive it up the side entrance. I'll be waiting at the door.
All right.
No, go ahead. He won't hurt you. Hurry.
Okay.
Hey, mister, you ain't in trouble, are you? I don't want no trouble in my
keep your shirt on. You'll be all right. Here.
Don't you want your change?
No, keep it.
Hop in. I'll slide over.
Thanks. Look back now, baby. Seriously, that other car following us.
I don't think so. Say, look, pal, I don't want to be nosy, but...
Eileen, I wouldn't kid you. I don't know what it is. Is anyone following us?
No, I don't think so. Uh-oh.
Lights.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's someone following us.
No? How fast are we going now?
About 60.
All right, watch.
Hey, please, be careful, George.
I'll be careful. Is he coming?
Uh-huh. I think he's gaining on us.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, we'll see how much this guy wants to play.
He had a pretty big car, you know.
Yeah, I know. Is he still gaining?
It's closing up pretty fast.
Oh, I can't stand this much longer, and I'm going to do something about it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pull to one side, slam on the brakes, and see what happens.
Hey, George!
I'll force him into the ditch if I have to. It's what he's trying to do to us. Hang on.
George! He's passing! You're going to hit him!
I'm trying to. Come on, let's get out of here.
He must have been killed.
Yeah. Did you see him as we hit?
Just for a second.
You notice anything about him?
Not much.
Well, I did. He was a man with only one arm. Well, this is that Harry's place that guy told me about. You sure you like steak?
Who doesn't?
Well, this is the place for you, then. Finest steaks this side of Chicago, they tell me. Come on.
Table for two, sir?
Yeah, please.
Right this way.
The whole thing amounts to this.
Right here. Here's a nice table right by the window.
That's fine, thanks.
And, madame?
Thank you.
2 steaks, please. Both medium rare. All right?
Yes,
Right.
sir. Thank you, sir.
George, to get back to our little problem.
Our little problem?
All right, so it's your problem and I'm stuck with it. Are you sure you don't have any enemies?
Well, how could I? I've been out of the country for over a year. I didn't have any when I left.
Well, could there be any connection with that work you were doing with the Chinese government?
Oh, not a chance. Well, look, I don't know any secret plans, and I've no agent X9. Well, all that's out.
Well, maybe it's all just a coincidence.
Oh, sure. A one-armed guy tags me all over Reno, then says he's a poor hitchhiker. Then he acts like he's trying to pull a stick up, and then 100 miles beyond where I've dropped him, he shows up in a big Cadillac. Just a coincidence.
Call for Mr. Javery.
George.
Telephone for Mr. Javery. Call for George Javery.
Yeah. Another coincidence.
What do you suppose?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
George, don't.
Come on, we'll both go answer it.
Are you Mr. Javery?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. They've been trying to reach you all day.
All day?
Yes, this is about the 10th call we've had for you. The phone booth is right this way.
One little coincidence after another. Calling me all day at a joint I've never been in before in my life.
George, don't answer it.
Now, look, you just keep an eye out while I'm in the booth.
All right.
Oh, pardon me.
Why, of course.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can I help you, sir?
Why, yes, I had a call on this wire, but...
I'm sorry, but your party seems to have disconnected. Did you call them?
No, forget it.
What was it, George?
Come on, let's go out to the car.
Well, what was it?
I don't know. Whoever it was, as soon as I answered, they hung up. Come on, there's a guy following us. The guy I bumped into at the phone booth. Oh, that's what that phone call was for. Get in the car, quick.
Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Javery.
George, he's pointing something.
It's a camera.
Thanks, Mr. Javery.
Hey, what's the idea of taking pictures of me?
It's a hobby. I'll send you a print at the morgue.
George, have fun. This is one of the really bright spots of old Chicago.
Yeah, a little too bright.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present direct from 10 weeks run in New York, the world-famed sharpshooter, Professor Glittenheimer.
This is going to be all right, George. He's good. I saw his act in Hollywood. He's quite a comedian.
Well, that's swell. A little comedy would come in handy now.
Oh, George, you promised me. Come on, relax.
Okay.
He shoots at the light bulbs, and whether he hits them or not, they always break.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, blindfolded.
He didn't even aim at it.
Sure, that's the point. Later, he's going to shoot straight up, and the bulb in the back of him will break.
Nice, funny.
And now over my shoulder, the left shoulder. No, there's the right shoulder. That's harder, yeah.
It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
George, your glass, it's shattered.
Come on, Eileen, we're leaving.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please. The performance will continue. Keep your seats, please.
Oh, please wait, sir. Don't leave. I'm terribly sorry. Won't you stay and finish your dinner? Please, sir, our apologies. Most regrettable accident.
Yeah? Only it wasn't.
Wasn't?
Wasn't an accident. That comic up there shoots blank cartridges.
Well, of course, but...
Yes, and what broke my glass was a bullet. And it didn't come from the stage.
$1. Thank you.
Good old Bear Mountain Bridge. Well, we're almost there.
Yep. With any luck, we ought to be in New York by 10 o'clock.
And the way you've been driving, I don't see how anyone could have followed us.
Oh, why do you think I was driving that way?
Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moon.
Yeah. Let's stop a minute.
Why?
Oh, I don't know, just to look down at the water.
All right.
It's been a long time since I've seen the old Hudson River. I guess I better turn off the lights. I'm not sure I'm allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge.
Come over here by the rail, George. Gosh, isn't it lovely?
Yeah, it really is. Oh, look at that boat down there. It looks a little... I wonder how far it is down to that water from here. Oh, I guess about 150 feet or so.
I'm awfully glad you decided to come this way. Why did you?
Oh, it's less traffic and not as many cars as on the George Washington Bridge or the tunnel, and, well, there's less chance of being spotted.
You still thinking of that?
That's kind of hard to forget, isn't it?
Just the same, I wish you would. It's not doing...
Look.
What?
It's a car, and it looks like it's going to pull up behind us.
George, you don't think...
I don't know, but if some monkey's looking for trouble, he's going to get it because I've had enough.
What are you going to do?
Now, look, I'll crouch down in front of the car here where he can't see me. He'll pull up behind us so his headlights will be on us if he's up to anything funny. Now,
he's beginning to pull over now.
Now, look, okay. You talk to him. Stall him, then we'll see.
All right. But, George...
Don't you know you're not allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge?
Why? I just stopped a minute to look at the water.
You alone?
Why, yes.
Oh, I thought I saw a man standing here with you just now.
No?
The California plates on your car, ain't they?
Yes, I just drove through from the coast.
You pick up any hitchhikers on the way? Anybody that looks like this?
Like what?
Like the guy in this picture.
Well, that's the picture someone took at...
I thought so. All right, sister, where is he?
Right here, bud.
George, look out, he's got a gun.
Why, you...
Now let's see how good you are without a gun.
George, the railing, he's trying to throw you over. He's done.
Come on, kid, let's go. Well, we made it. Home at last.
Home? This is the Bancroft Hotel.
The only home I ever had in New York.
Boy, take these bags. Now, sir, if you leave the key, I'll have your car garage for you.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
George, I could go home, you know.
What? Travel out to Connecticut this time of night?
It isn't that far.
Come on, you get a good night's rest right here. Then you can catch an early train in the morning.
Well, all right.
Yes, sir. You'll wish a room then, sir?
2 rooms, please.
Yes, sir. Will you sign here, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. George Javery.
What about it?
Nothing, sir. Only we have your reservations.
Reservation? But I... Oh, I get it. Another coincidence.
Sir?
Skip it.
George.
Eileen, look, maybe you're right. You better go on home.
George, you're coming home with me.
I'm sorry, Eileen, but this is journey's end, and I'm going to see it through.
Well, then, so am I.
Eileen.
Please, George.
Okay, come on. Well, what do you know?
What?
Our friend sitting over there by that post.
The man who took the picture.
Yeah. Last act coming up. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
What room do I have?
706, sir.
It's fine. The lady?
Yes, sir. Room 614 for her. Front boy.
This way, Mr. Javery.
Going up?
6, please.
George, shouldn't you call the police or something?
Tell them what?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, look, honey, you get a good night's sleep, I'll be okay. I mean, after all, this is New York.
6 out.
Good night, darling.
Good night.
Servant?
It's right this way, sir, to the left. Here we are, sir.
Just put the bags over there, son.
Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, here.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, George Javery. Took you longer than I expected.
Brown, a man I met in Reno. What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. And the name ain't Brown, that's Javery.
Javery?
Yeah, George Javery. Javery, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me.
What I've done for you?
Sure. You've been a great help.
All right, let's have it.
Look, Javery, you've come to the end of the road. But I think you're entitled to know why. You don't know me, do you? I'm Bill Malone.
Oh, Scarface Malone.
Yeah, only I don't have scars anymore, see? That's the point. Took me 2 years and a lot of pain to get a new face. And I didn't get it just to look good in a coffin. Know what I mean?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
After a guy in my business has been away for a year or two, he's not always welcome back, see? And he generally finds out about it with a bullet in the back. That's why you struck me as a good idea.
Oh, I did I?
Yeah. I don't believe in taking chances, see? The boys thought I was coming east under the name of George Javery.
Oh, so the one-armed guy and all the rest...
No, he was one of my boys. And you were kind of rough with him, Mr. Javery.
Well, he wasn't exactly playing beanbag himself.
Jerry, he wouldn't hurt you. I just sent him to tell you so I'd have a line on where you were. After you dusted him off, it was just a break for me that you went to that steakhouse. Otherwise, I might have lost you.
You candid cameraman, too, I suppose.
Yeah. After I lost Jerry, I figured I wouldn't take any chances. Send a picture around to the boys. Like the guy that took a pot at you in Chicago. And the guy you tossed over the bridge. The boys that were out to get me, see? Only they didn't know all the time it was you. No chances. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Only I can't exactly say I'm glad to have been of service. So if you drop that gun, I'll go.
Not yet, Jabry. There's just one thing more you can do.
Yeah?
Stand over by that window.
What for?
Stand over there and drop your hands. The boys wouldn't quite understand it if you had your hands up.
The boys?
Yeah. The ones I've been telling you about. When I pull up that shade, they're going to take a pot shot at me through that window. When they do, they'll get me. Only it'll be you. They'll never know the difference. Now, over to that window. They know you're already here, so move.
You don't mind if I sort of stroll, do you? After all, this is a surprise.
Come on. Over to that window.
And if I don't?
I'll plug you.
And if I do? You see, Malone, that's the trouble with your system. No incentive. You know what
Don't make a move.
George, is anything wrong? George!
Get over there in that corner.
Don't hurt her, Malone.
He's going to lock the door, that's all. Taking no chances, see?
Then here's some light so you can see what you're doing.
What are you...
George! Oh, George!
Oh, it's all right, Arlene. It's all right, darling. Oh. Well, there lies our nemesis. The late Mr. Scarface Malone. Otherwise known as the guy who never took chances.
But he's dead.
Yeah, smart guy. But he made just one mistake. He forgot that the door is right in line of fire with the window.
George, what are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police and explain this little drama to them. After all, I think it's about time people stop taking pot shots at your future husband. Don't you?
And so closes Death Went Along for the Ride, starring Gene Kelly. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Mr. Kelly appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The White Cliffs of Dover.
When entertaining guests at your home, are you able to go into your Roma wine cellar and say, which would you prefer, this delightful sherry or this sweeter, heavier port? Whichever of these or any others of the many equally fine Roma California wines you offered your guests, they would find you had poured a world of satisfaction into their glasses. If you are not one of the millions already enjoying these good Roma wines, don't put off this great treat another day. You'll be surprised at the tiny cost your Roma wine dealer will ask for such great enjoyment. Only pennies a glass by actual check. Now you can boast of your own private wine cellar, your private Roma wine cellar. And then, inspired by the great qualities of Roma wines, you'll add your voice to the swelling international chorus that says, Roma wines are truly magnificent. Let me repeat the name, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Gene Kelly. I hope you enjoyed our suspense show this evening. I always feel that it's a pleasure and privilege for me to appear here because most of us who act for a living consider this to be radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Next week, I know you will want to be listening when your star will be Mr. Orson Welles, who will appear in The Dark Tower, a play written by those two very distinguished gentlemen, Alexander Wolcott and George S. Kaufman. And now just one more word. Fellow Americans, the attack for victory is on. You help make the victory more certain and bring it sooner when you buy more war bonds.
Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Orson Welles in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
How are you this morning, Mr. Bumby?
Oh, Marshal. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Sam. Is, Kitty around?
Oh, don't know she's up yet, but if she is, she ought to be down soon.
I'll wait.
Nippy this morning.
Oh, feels good. It's a nice time of year, huh?
I don't know. I kind of like spring myself.
Sam, you better wash that glass over. Huh?
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Can I get you something? Beer, maybe?
Got any coffee?
Sure. Just made a pot.
Oh, that'll be fine. Her face is something wondrous.
That's pretty, Matt. You got a pretty voice.
Oh, it's good enough for calling the hogs, I guess. Yeah. You just got up?
A while ago. Why?
Oh, it just strikes me I haven't seen you close too early like this.
Uh-huh.
No, you look fine. I mean that you...
You better quit while you're ahead.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Where's Sam?
Oh, he's bringing in coffee.
Oh. Sam, cup for me, please.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
What's the occasion, Matt?
Kitty? There's a party tomorrow night, a dance. It's a benefit for the new school down at the hall, you know? And, every fellow's to bring a girl. You know?
It happens at dances. Go on.
Well, what I'm trying to... Will you go? With me?
I'd kind of like to, Matt, but no thanks.
Oh.
Well, I gotta work here. You know that. Besides...
Well, you ought to be able to get off.
Well, even if I could, ladies might not take kindly to it, Matt. I'm not rightly polite society.
What do you care about what...
Well, thanks anyway, Matt. That smells wonderful. Sammy, I think I'll marry you.
Me? Shucks. Me? Oh, shucks.
Listen, Kitty, about the dance, I've already bought the
You're
tickets.
sweet, Matt, and I thank you kindly for thinking of me, but you better ask someone else.
Well, it isn't... Sam, will you go and polish up your glasses, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Dillon. Sure.
Now, look, Kitty, I'm asking you to go with me. It's important to me that you go.
Are you making love to me, Matt? At this hour in the morning?
No, I mean it. I want you to go to the dance.
You want to be embarrassed. You want everyone to stare at us. You know what they'll say? My, the marshal really should have better sense than to bring that woman here. It ain't decent. It ain't proper.
Oh, Kitty.
Well, it's true. I'm a hostess at the Texas Trail, a saloon. You know what they think about me.
Well, will you go, Kitty?
No.
I'll call by for you at 7, huh?
I'll drink a bottle of whiskey and clout some old biddy on the head. Then you'll be sorry.
Oh, Kitty.
I haven't got anything to wear, Matt. I can't wear my working clothes.
You look just fine, like you are, Kitty. Just fine, just like you are.
Marshal.
Yeah.
I shouldn't, but I guess I'll go to the dance with you. I'll be ready at 7.
How do you talk about a woman like Kitty? The color of her hair, eyes, the shape of her leg, the way she spoke, thought. Well, that's a picture you had to get by looking and hearing. Otherwise, you'd never know it. And I felt real good about taking Kitty to the party. The first time we'd really be out in company. And I liked the idea.
Oh, morning, Mr. Dillon.
Good morning, Chester.
Nice day.
What is that?
That, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, all over my desk. That. Ink.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just cleaning it up, Mr. Dillon. Seems like a big bluebottle fly, last of his kind this fall, I guess. Big fool bluebottle fly was a setting on your desk, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, you're slopping it all over the floor, Chester.
Yes, sir, I see it. That lazy fool bluebottle fly was a stomping all over your desk, Mr. Dillon, and I took a whack at him with a paper I happened to have in my hand, and I got him.
Well, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dillon. If there's anything in this world I hate, it's a big, maggoty bluebottle fly.
Yeah, I know, Chester. The mail come in yet?
Yes, sir. A couple of minutes ago. It's right over there.
Oh, okay.
There. I think that should do it, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester.
Anything likely in the mail, Mr. Dillon?
No. Look, Chester, we better get these government circulars posted. Would you do that for me?
Yes, sir, I'll do that. Say, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
About the dance tomorrow.
Now, what about it?
Well, you're going, aren't you, sir? Doc's going. He's taking Ms. McNish. I'm going. Everybody's going. You are going, aren't you, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going.
Don't seem right, a man here standing not to go to a big social like we're... You are?
Yes.
Well, that's fine. Just fine. Doc and me, we were talking, and it just didn't seem right to us that a man like you didn't have no real nice, sweet girl to escort to a big social.
I got one, Chester. A real nice, sweet girl. I'm taking Kitty.
Miss Kitty?
I asked her before I came down, and she accepted.
Well, that's good. Miss Kitty.
That's right, Chester. I gotta get a couple of letters off to Washington, Chester. You want to go and see about posting those circulars, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, fine.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what is it, Chester?
Well, Mr. Dillon, it ain't none of my business, and I did not have no right to say it.
Say what?
Well, sir,
Yeah?
I was wondering if I might borrow one of them fancy ties off you for the party.
That's not your business. That's what you haven't got any right to say.
Yes, sir. No, that's right.
You're a liar, Chester. But you can borrow a tie.
I thank you kindly, Mr. Dillon.
You work for a long time with a man, and you share a lot of life and a lot of death. And after a while, you know him even better than yourself. Well, that's the way it is with Chester and with me. Now, he had something on his mind, and I figured after a while he'd get it off. Well, the morning went, and it was almost noon when Chester came back.
Gonna go have some dinner, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think I will. How about you?
Hungry as a raggle-bone possum.
Did you get the posters up?
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
I guess there's something you ought to know, sir. There's talk.
Yeah. All right, Chester, come on, get it out.
It's all over town about you taking Miss Kitty to the dance tomorrow night.
What do you mean, all over town? I only asked her this morning.
Yes, sir, I know. Best I can figure, Sam over at the Texas Trail must have heard you and let it slip. There's been a mighty fierce mess of gum clobbering up and down. All over.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Chester.
It ain't none of my business.
Yeah, I know. You said that before.
Yes, sir. I surely did.
Well, let's go get something to eat. It's hard to tell about people. Maybe it's hard to tell about yourself because you come under that same heading, people. And when they're mean and small, there's not an animal to touch them. Chester and I walked down the street, and it didn't take long to hear and see what was going on. Some of the drifters leaning against the wall on the corner came right out with it.
Morning, Marshal. I understand there's a gal in town's got herself a new beau.
What did you say?
Maybe you ought to look into it, Marshal. Folks are being downright rude.
Mister, you're gonna... Come on, Chester.
Ought to haul him in. Every one.
Yeah? What are you going to charge him with?
Pestilence, Mr. Dillon. Just plain pestilence.
I knew better what Kitty had meant about the ladies of the town when a couple came out of Olivet's dry goods store. They didn't see me until it was too late.
Complain to the dance committee. It's indecent, that's what it is. Why, she's common. Nothing but a common saloon woman. What's this city coming to when a United States Marshal... Ooh.
Morning, Miss Sprinkle. When a man's born, they say he's blessed or cursed with a lot of things already in him. Take pride, for instance. Sometimes pride can be a curse. Well, maybe I had more in my share. And maybe it would have been a sight kinder if I'd not taken Kitty to the dance. But I did.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, this hint for weekend driving. Whatever you do, be moderate. Be obedient to all traffic laws. Be careful. Use your head and don't take chances. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I picked up Kitty at the Texas Trail at 7 the next evening. She was waiting by the side door, and when I saw her, she kind of moved back in the shadows, almost as though she was ashamed for me to see her. Hi.
Hello, Matt.
Are you all set?
Well, I guess so. Matt, are you sure?
Hey, Kitty, you look fine. Yeah, you look just fine.
Do you like it?
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. We walked along the street down to the hall, and I kept looking at her like I say, you know, you had to know this, Kitty, to understand what I mean, and even then you get a surprise. She was like a 17-year-old on her first date, and she was like all the women you'd ever known and loved, soft and innocent. And something else, something that's female, and you can't figure out what. Something that makes you drunk without a drink inside you. It was snowing a little, and the flakes caught in her hair and melted into the black of her velvet cloak. And just before we went in, I looked at her again. And I didn't care. I was proud she was with me.
Oh, Evening, Marshal Dillon.
Evening, Miss Murphy. You know Miss Russell?
How do? You have your tickets, Marshal Dillon?
Oh, yeah. Here we are.
Fine. Go right in, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Murphy. Is there somewhere I can put my cloak?
Oh, yes, of course. The ladies' reception room is right through there. I didn't catch the name.
Catherine Russell, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait for you.
Thanks. You better.
I could see them through the big open doors in the hall. They were all there. Faces flushed, smiling, happy, dancing. And all the women seemed pretty and the men handsome. And Chester was up on the platform calling the dance, and Doc was fiddling. And I was waiting for my dancing partner, Miss Kitty Russell.
Now run away home and sing your own and leave my buffalo gal alone. Then promenade all and around you go.
Hi. What took you so long?
I'm sorry, Matt. I had a skirmish with one of the genteel females in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What says she? You know, I get the idea I'm not welcome around here.
Let's go in and get some punch, huh?
Sure.
How are you, John? Oh, that's a nice dress, Kitty.
Well, I haven't worn it since a few years back in New Orleans.
Hey, Marshal. Oh, Miss Kitty.
Oh, it's Doc.
Well, hiya.
Oh, fine, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
I say, we got a bottle of whiskey outside. You care to join us? Oh, this punch.
Not right now, thank you, Doc.
Oh, well, sure. Hey, Miss Kitty, I saw you come in. Best-looking woman in here. Oh, there's lots of scratching going on.
Thank you, Doc.
If you see Mrs. McNish, don't tell her where I am, will you? Man gets kind of dry fiddling.
Oh, well, so long.
So long, Doc.
Punch, Marshal Dillon?
Kitty?
I guess so.
Mr. Sprinkle, have you met Miss Catherine Russell?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
You got a short memory, Mr. Sprinkle.
Huh?
I could have swore it was you in the Texas Trail a couple of weeks back. Drunker than a hoot owl. Don't you remember I had to slap your face?
I think...
Edward? Edward?
Yes, dear.
You let somebody else take care of the punch. I want you to come with me.
Well, I promised. I'm on the committee.
Evening, Miss Sprinkle.
I have no wish to speak to you, Marshal Dillon, or this woman you've brought with you. I will not have my husband serving such people.
Aren't you being a trifle bad-mannered, Miss Sprinkle?
How dare you say that?
Well, aren't you?
I suggest that you leave, Marshal.
Emmy.
You're not wanted here. Not with that woman you've seen fit to bring.
Come on, Matt. I want to go.
No. This is a public dance, Miss Sprinkle. Right now, you're trying to make it private. If you can't behave like a lady, I'll thank you to leave this lady's presence.
Well, now, see here, Marshal. You can't talk like that to my wife.
Hey, Kitty! What do you say, Kitty?
Matt, please. I want to go.
We're not going anywhere. We're staying.
How about some music? All right now, folks. It'll be a waltz this time.
Thanks for the punch, Mr. Sprinkle. Come on, Kitty.
I warned you, Matt. Now, please, will you take me out of here before something happens?
Nothing's going to happen, Kitty. You and me are going to dance. Have a good time. That's all.
You're acting like a kid. Matt, it won't work. I've seen this kind of thing before.
May I have this dance, Miss Kitty?
Please, Matt. You're being pig-headed and you know it. Let's get out.
You refusing me, Miss Kitty?
Oh, Matt.
We danced. But it wasn't what I hoped it'd be. Kitty closed her eyes. I guess she was trying to blot it out, but I could see the other couples looking, whispering, and one by one dropping away over into a small group that got larger. And there were only about 6 of us left when the waltz ended. And that's when the stranger and a couple of his pals walked out onto the floor. They were drifters, probably been in town for a week. And they were having their fun before they moved on.
Marshal, I got a painful duty.
Yeah?
Folks in this town seem real upset about you bringing that woman in here.
What's your name?
I'm just a fella. I kind of made myself and my friends here a committee of 3, seeing as how everything's done by committees here, and we figured it would be best if you take your friend home.
Mister, I'm the marshal in
Matt,
Dodge City, and
I'm leaving.
You're staying here, Kitty.
She's smarter than you, Marshal.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine, Chester.
Now, this ain't a matter of law, you know, Marshal. It's decency and what's right. Yeah, and Marshal, this ain't right.
Mister, I'm taking this badge off. Chester, you stay here with Kitty.
Matt, don't you do it.
Now, come
Matt.
on outside. You. We're going to talk some more about this out there.
It's cold outside. Now, you be a good fella and get out of where you ain't wanted.
You know I won't hit you in here, don't you?
Were you thinking of doing that, Marshal? Now, that ain't lawful. I ain't done nothing.
Kitty. Kitty, wait.
Now there's a gal with sense.
All right, mister. No, I'm telling you. You and your pals are going to have to come out sooner or later, and when you do, you better start hightailing it out of Dodge before I catch up with you.
We'll think of that. We sure will. Marshal.
Just 3 no-good drifters, hating the law, finding pleasure in trouble. Kitty had gone, and I went out into the street. It had stopped snowing. Just cold. Much colder. I went up to the Texas Trail. There was only 2 people in there. Some guy dead drunk on a table, and someone else standing at the bar, looking into the mirror at me.
What do you have, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, sir.
Yeah. Well, I got some things to do in the back. Give me a call if anyone comes in, will you?
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Matt. Matt.
Oh, Kitty. Oh, it's all right. Sure, it's all right.
I'm so mad. I could...
Yeah, I know.
I should have known better.
No, it was me, not you. No, it wasn't that either. It was all those polite ladies and gentlemen.
Give me a kerchief, will you?
Yeah. Here.
Been a long time since I cried.
Yeah, sure.
It wasn't so much for me. For you. I wanted to cry right there in the hall, watching you and knowing there was nothing you could do.
Nice mess of people we got in Dodge.
No, it's not them, Matt. It's me. I've run into this before. The only difference was I didn't have you around. I wanted it to be right tonight because of you.
A lot of narrow-minded prayer spouting.
Yeah. They hurt your pride, didn't they?
No. No, it wasn't that.
No?
No, I wanted you to go with me.
That made me real happy. But maybe we're different, Matt. You and me figure life different to them. That's not their fault. There's a lot of folks there I know. I smile at them on the street. They talk to me. But tonight, well, that was different. I made them uncomfortable.
Yeah? Well, I didn't do a bad job with you.
Why, you can't look at it that way. And you can't go fighting the whole town either.
There's 3 fellas going to get hurt.
No, I don't want you to do that, Matt. You just let it go. Let it go, Matt. They don't mean nothing. You know what means something to me?
What?
That you asked me to go to the dance with you. I knew what was going to happen, but it was worth the chance. I thank you for it, Matt.
You're a funny one.
Am I?
But you sure showed them up, those women. The way you look.
Well, I'm glad. You know, you look pretty fine yourself.
Sam?
Yeah?
You got any champagne, Sam?
What? Have I got any what?
Champagne.
Well, yeah. I guess maybe. A bottle or two? Yeah, maybe. Sure.
Well, break it out.
All right.
Miss Kitty, I think the next dance is mine.
Oh, Matt. I'd be real pleased, Mr. Dillon.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, Bob Sweeney, Lawrence Dobkin, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNair is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In Hollywood this evening, our star is the young American actor who, within a single year, has become one of the most provocative of Hollywood's leading men, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly appears tonight as a gentleman named Art Kramer, a gentleman of most uncertain scruples, engaged with other gentlemen of similar disrespectability in distinctly unlawful practices. Our suspense play by Robert L. Richards is called Thieves Fall Out. And in it, in support of our star, you will hear Hans Conried as a racetrack devotee by name Kennelly, and William Johnstone as Sam Gross. And so, with Thieves Fall Out and with the performance of Gene Kelly as Art Kramer, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
ABC Enterprises. No, he's not in. No, I don't know where you can locate him. Yes, I'll tell him you called. ABC Enterprises, ABC Enterprises. Why does he give all these guys his phone number if he wants to keep this business so quiet?
Yeah, you know. Wants to do favors for people he meets in bars, brags, how he can get things for him. You know.
Sure, I know. And the next day I have to give him the brush off.
He's going to brag to the wrong guy someday. Hi, Yachty.
Hello.
Hello, Arthur.
Hiya, babe.
Where you been the last couple of days?
Ducking all the guys I owe money to. What time is Sam getting the boys together?
In about half an hour, down at the warehouse. You better start down there pretty soon.
What's the difference? I won't get enough out of it to buy a round trip to Coney Island. Any calls?
Yeah, Kennelly called a little while ago.
That punk. Another guy who wants dough I haven't got. Just stall him?
I tried, but he said he was coming up anyway.
Oh, what'd you let him do that for? You know I don't want to see that guy.
I couldn't help it. He knows the way here.
Okay. Anything else?
No. Arthur, if you're not going down right away, can I talk to you for a minute?
What about?
Oh, something. Joe, watch the switchboard for me, will you, while I talk to Arthur in the next room?
What's he got that I haven't got?
No cracks out of you. Please, Arthur?
All right, but make it snappy. Now what?
Oh, Arthur, what's the matter lately?
You know what's been the matter. Everything.
Me too?
Oh, don't start that again. Rita, it's no use. Look, you're a good kid, but it's no use.
You didn't used to say that.
All right. So now I owe nearly 10 grand around this town. And there's some plenty tough monkeys. If I don't get it up pretty soon, it's going to be too bad. Top of that, I had a loaded truck and a trailer hijacked last week, and there goes my take for the month and more. And you want to know what's the matter.
Oh, Arthur, honey, why don't you quit? Why don't you get out while you still can?
Why don't I quit? What are you talking about?
Oh, you used to have a decent business, Arthur.
Sure, and I didn't eat.
Well, what about now? It's making a wreck of you. It's dangerous. You know what's going to happen. This whole black market thing's going to crack pretty soon, and when it does,
don't be silly. Yeah?
Kennelly's outside to see Yachty.
That punk. All right, let him come in. What's one more?
Okay.
Better let me talk to him alone, baby.
All right. Think about what I said, will you?
Sure.
Hi, Artie. I thought I might catch you.
Yeah, I'll bet. Close the door.
Sure. Hey, listen, Art. I need that dough.
Well, I haven't got it. I told you that.
Now, look, I don't want there should be no trouble.
There's not going to be any trouble.
Take it easy. I didn't mean that. But I took them bets from you on my own, and now my boss is after me. If I don't get that dough by Monday, I'm going to be in trouble.
Well, I haven't got it, and I won't have it for another month.
Can't you get it from Sam?
No, I'm into him as far as I can be now.
What do you mean? Sam must have plenty sold it down in some safe deposit vault by now.
It isn't in a vault. It's up at his place in Connecticut. Anyway, he won't give me any more.
Connecticut, huh? I didn't know he had a place in Connecticut.
Near Riverside. It's a hideout, way away from everything.
Oh.
McPhail has one, too, about 5 miles away.
When's he go there?
He's hardly ever there. Nobody's there. What do you care? You're thinking of the days when you used to climb through second-story windows?
Oh, you should know to say that, Art. I don't even know where the joint is.
No, I was kidding. Anyway, listen, I'm sorry about the dough, but you'll have to wait.
Art, you don't know the spot I'm in.
You'll get it from me when I've got it. I'm leaving.
Art, listen.
You coming?
Where you going?
Down to the warehouse to watch my share of last month's take go down the drain.
Where is it?
Artie.
Okay. You late?
Yeah, I stopped in at the office. Hi, McPhail. Hi, Mo. You weren't waiting just for me to hand out the chips, were you?
You're right. We weren't.
I just wanted you to know how it worked out. It was a good month, Art. Except for you.
I know.
Come on, Sam. Come on. Pass around the sugar. Let's get it over with.
Well, here it is. In cash. Total take was 53 grand. 17 goes to you, McPhail. I got the figures all here if you want to see.
I know you wouldn't double-cross me, Sam.
I wouldn't double-cross anybody. And don't forget it. Here's your dough. Oh, yours is 6. You understand you didn't bring in as much business as McPhail.
I ain't complaining.
I get 21. Part of that is paying expenses. The rest is my percentage.
Don't I get anything?
What? Your cut would have been 9 grand. But there was that truck and trailer. Those things cost dough, you know. To say nothing of a whole load of prime meat.
You have to take it all out now?
I already have. I'll give you 500 to keep going on.
Oh, that's fine. 500. Listen, Sam, I need dough.
You always need dough and never have none.
Listen, you...
He's right, Art. You got to get yourself straightened out. If I give you any more, it'll just go to the bookies and gambling joints like the rest of us.
Listen, Sam, I tell you, I gotta have it. There's guys after me.
I think he's yellow, Sam.
You keep your big mouth out of this.
Yeah?
I was a respectable businessman when you were running a lousy clip joint on Sand Street.
Yeah, and you're starved. And you're still starving. Because you haven't the guts to keep a couple of mugs from hijacking your stuff.
Why, you...
Cut it out now. Cut it out. There's not going to be any trouble in this organization. There's plenty for everybody. Now, listen, Art.
Yeah?
Why don't you go up to my place in Connecticut for a few days? Take it easy. And let me talk to these guys who are looking for you. I know who they are.
They don't want any more talk. Anyway, I go nuts up there in the country.
Go on. Pick up my car at the station.
No, thanks.
Well, I'm going. I'm going out to the country and tend them a victory garden.
Your victory garden?
Yeah. I see you about Tuesday.
Okay.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
So long, Art.
So long. Say, Mac, I'm sorry I made any cracks.
Yeah, forget it.
Mac, you going up to the country?
Yeah, bet your life. Going down and get on the 520 right now.
Say, I think I'll take Mac up. Mac, I kind of need a rest. I think...
Yeah, you'll need something.
Do you mind if I ride up on the train with you?
Why not? Why not? It's a public train.
Mac, I was sorry about...
Say, Artie.
Yeah?
Don't mind me. I talk a lot. And I don't mean it.
Forget it, Mac. I know.
Say, you want to see my victory garden?
Are you kidding?
No, I got a garden. It's a beaut, too. Want to see it?
Sure I would. I always like gardens.
Well, in that case, you'll have to stop over at my place on your way to Sam's, huh?
It'll be a pleasure.
Come on in, Artie. I want to put this dough in the safe, and then I'll show you around.
Sure.
When the war is over and I'm legitimate, I'm going to build onto it. Have a lot of lawn, gardener, real country gentleman.
What's this, your office?
I do a little business here once in a while. Keep my dough in the safe there until I bank it. Know anything about safes?
No.
That's good. That's good. Not that I don't trust you, Artie. Yeah. There she is.
Put him up, Mac.
What?
You heard me. I'm not a move either.
A stick-up, huh? Why, you yellow little rat. You don't think you can pull this on me and live, do you?
It's not a stick-up, Mac. I just want you to do me a little favor, and I want to be sure you do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, get on that phone.
This had better be a gag.
It won't be unless you do exactly what I tell you.
What?
Call Rita in town. Ask her what Sam has lined up for Tuesday. Say you called me over at Sam's house just now and talked to me, but I didn't know. Go on, get going.
Atwater 35562. Listen, Art. I'm no guy to kid around with. And I don't like this.
Talk.
Rita, this is Mac. What's Sam got lined up for Tuesday? I just talked to Artie over at Sam's place. Yeah, up here in the country. He said he didn't know and to call you. Oh, I say.
Cut it short.
No, never mind. Okay. All right. Now what's the gag?
You never were very smart, were you, Mac? That's my alibi. You just told Rita you talked to me at Sam's place. You get it?
Why, you...
Neatly done, Art Kramer. Virtually a perfect alibi. And $17,000 in cold cash. But there was someone else who thought he had a perfect setup, too. Kennelly, the little bookie, whose former occupations were even less savory. It wasn't hard for Kennelly to find where Sam's place was in Connecticut, in New York's underground of petty crime, and find out anything. And it wasn't hard to jimmy a window Done that often enough. And then to find the money. There was a wad of money here at Sam's place somewhere. Art Kramer had said so. Probably in a safe. That wouldn't be any trouble either. Not in the living room, of course. Yes, maybe this room. An office, a desk and phone, and a safe there in the wall. And just as he'd thought, old-fashioned, easy to crack. First to drill a little hole, then the soup. There'd be a quick, neat little explosion, and the safe would fall apart in his hands. But wait, what's that? A car driving up, stopping. Who? Art Kramer had said nobody ever came up here. But it was leaving now, driving away. Probably just a mistake. No. Steps outside. Somebody coming in. What to do? Escape cut off. Hide. Here in the office, behind the door. Hide the bag of tools, quick. He's coming in here.
Well, operator. I want New York City. Atwater 35562. Yeah, that's right. Hello, Rita? Sam. Listen, Rita, get a hold of everybody. Artie, Mac, Mo, everybody you can. I've got a tip-off there's going to be a raid. Yeah, cops. Tell the boys to duck. Lay low until they hear from me. Find out where they're going to be and call me right back as soon as you contact everybody. Got it? Yeah? Oh, okay. I'll get hold of Mac myself as long as he's up here. Artie, too? Well, I'm calling from my place now. I don't see him anywhere. Well, he must have changed his mind. Well, I didn't look in the garage. He came by cab. He's probably around someplace, yeah. Well, I'll wait for your call, then. Okay, Rita. And make it snappy now. Hey, Connelly, what are you doing
listen,
here?
Sam, I just...
The safe. Why are you dirty?
Sam. Hit him too hard. He's dead.
Dead. Yes, hit him too hard. Murder. That's a lot different from housebreaking. Murder. The phone. Somebody calling Sam. Fear, blind, unreasoning fear. Smash it. Rip it out of the wall. As though whoever was on the other end could actually hear, actually see what was in this room. Murder and a murderer. There. Why, oh, why had he done that? Foolish. Just nerves. Don't get hold of yourself. Think. What now? The money. Yes, have to have the money now. Make a getaway. Mexico, South America. Maybe Sam. Yes, the body. He'd even touch him. But turn him over. There, the wallet. Empty. That's funny. Other pockets. No, nothing. The safe, then. Finish the job quick. Then get out. Find the drill again. Hurry. Again, somebody coming. Who? Never mind. Not going to be caught this time. Can't be. A murderer. Close the door. Lock it quick. Pocket the key. Hide. Maybe whoever it is will go away. Then come back and get the money later. Here he is. Hide quickly. Kitchen. Get out the back window again if you have to. But wait. He's not following. Wonder who it is. Just have a look through the crack of the door. Careful. There. Art Kramer. The suitcase must be going to stay. But wait, why not? Art wouldn't know anything. Couldn't with the office door locked. Give him a plausible story. Stay overnight and get the money when he's asleep. A chance, but have to take it. Have to have the money now. Why not tell Art he'd come looking for Sam to borrow? Then, looking through the house for him, call him. Yes, make it look natural. He can't answer now. Call him.
Sam? Hello, anybody here?
Hello? Who is it?
Who is it yourself? I'm looking for Mr. Gross, Sam Gross.
Well, what are you doing here?
Hello, Art. I was looking for Sam.
I thought you didn't know where this place was.
Oh, I found out.
Yeah? What made you think Sam was going to be up here?
Why, I heard a tip in town there might be some trouble. I figured he might come up here to duck out.
What kind of trouble?
Cops.
Yeah? I didn't hear anything.
I don't know, but I'd do something. You know, I need dough the worst way. I figured Sam might let me have a little. He paid off today, didn't he?
That's right.
Art, did you get any? Me? Well, if you did, I don't like to keep asking you, but I need it, Art.
Look, Kennelly.
Huh?
You know, I meant to get in touch with you about that. I wanted to talk to you this afternoon.
You mean you got something?
Come on inside, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure.
I got an idea.
An idea. It came like a flash to Art Kramer. Frame Kennelly for the murder of MacPhail. Plant some of MacPhail's money on him as evidence. And who would ever believe Kennelly's word, a man with a criminal record, against Art's? Why, Rita would swear that MacPhail himself had said Art was at Sam's place, simply denied that he'd ever seen Kennelly, and Kennelly would be MacPhail's murderer, and Art Kramer would be safe forever.
Now, about that money.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I did get some. Not much, understand.
Well, even a little would help.
How much do I owe you altogether?
Nearly 4,000, huh?
Well, suppose I gave you 2. I shouldn't give you that much, the way I'm fixed.
Well, it ain't what I need, but it'd help.
Okay, here's $2,000 on account, then. You know, it doesn't leave me with much.
I appreciate it, Art, really.
Say, you're really on the spot, huh?
Yeah.
How much more do you need?
Another 4 or 5, anyway.
Oh, well, you know, I just thought I know where you can get it if you work it right.
You do?
Yeah. You know MacPhail?
Oh, I know him. Not well.
Well, I do. He took in plenty this month.
What good does that do me?
I tell you, I know the guy. He's the softest touch in the world. He'd give the shirt off his back to anybody if they told him the right story.
Yeah? How come you don't put the bite on him?
He doesn't like me, but anyone else.
You mean, I just ask you?
Sure. You get anything you want. I'm not kidding. If you ask for 10, even 20, you'd get it if he had it.
No fooling.
Sure. He's up here in the country now, too. Right up this same back road, 4.5 miles.
Hey, how do I recognize the place?
It's a big place on the right. The only house for a mile. You can't miss it. Say, I'd run up there if I were you.
Maybe I will, huh? Maybe I will.
A break. The kind of break Kennelly had prayed for. Get the money from MacPhail. Yes, quicker and safer than trying to get back in that room with a dead body on the floor. Get it from MacPhail and have a good head start. Art won't find Sam's body in there for at least a day or 2. The door's locked, and Kennelly has the key. He can be on a plane with MacPhail's money and be out of the country by tomorrow. A break, the perfect break.
Well, thanks for the tip, Art. You're sure MacPhail's up there, huh?
Sure, he's always there, every weekend. He's got a garden, a victory garden.
That's a laugh. Well, I guess I better get going, huh?
Yeah, look around the grounds for him first. If
Sure.
he isn't outside, just walk right in. The door's always open. He's a simple guy. Trust anybody.
Okay. Thanks, Art.
Skip it. Maybe someday you can do the same for me.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe someday I can. Well, so long.
So long.
And now, Art has a job to finish. Phone the cops. From here? No, better not. They might trace it. The gas station at the crossroad. Plenty of time. Kennelly will be there 5 or 10 minutes before he finds what he'll find as the cops find him. How easy he fell for it. But never mind that now. The gas station. The phone.
Hello. I want the police. Hurry, please. Hello, Riverside Police? Listen, I was just driving down 9 Mile Road. I was going by the old MacPhail place. You know the place I mean? Yeah, that's the one. I was going slow and I heard something. It sounded like someone was being killed. Yes, a murder. There were shots and somebody screaming and more shots. A man's voice. Oh, it was terrible. You better get up there right away. Oh, never mind who I am. I don't want to get in any trouble. No, but get up there. Yes, murder.
Get your call all right, sir?
Yeah, thanks.
ABC Enterprises. Yes, did you locate him yet? Oh, well, keep trying and call me back. Joe, I'm worried.
Don't worry about him. If you can't find Mo, neither can the cops.
I'm not thinking about him. I'm worried about Sam and... And Arthur?
Maybe they went out.
Sam said he'd wait for my call. It isn't that. The phone's dead. I've got to get in touch with them somehow.
Can it wait?
You know it can't. Not with the cops raiding the warehouse and arresting everyone in sight.
Well, how about a telegram?
Too slow. I hate to send anyone around to the house, but Sam will understand this time.
What are you going to do?
Get the telephone company to help. Hello? I want the Riverside, Connecticut traffic operator, please. Yes. You know, it's funny about that phone. It rang 2 or 3 times, and then suddenly it went dead. Oh, hello, traffic operator? Have you a phone listed under the name of Gross? Samuel Gross. Well, there's something wrong with it, and it's very important that I get in touch with Mr. Gross right away. I'm his secretary. Will you send a man up right away? Thanks. And would you tell Mr. Gross that I've been trying to reach him? Thank you. See? When Sam finds out there's something wrong with his phone, he can phone me from outside.
You're a pretty smart girl sometimes, Rita.
Yeah.
Don't you believe me?
I just wish I was smart enough to get some sense across to that guy, Art Kramer, once in a while.
You kind of like him, don't you?
Cut it out.
Don't worry about Artie. He'll be all right.
Sure, I suppose. I suppose he'll be all right.
Mr. Gross, I'm from the telephone company.
Mr. Gross isn't here.
Oh. Well, we just got word from New York that his secretary's been trying to reach him, but his phone is out of order. I was sent up to look at it.
Sure, go right ahead. I'm a friend of Mr. Gross. I know he'd want you to fix it.
Okay. Where is it?
First door to your right. Well, looks like we've got more visitors.
Yeah, cops. Well, I better get after this phone here.
I'm sorry to trouble you. I wonder if we could use your phone.
It's out of order, I'm afraid. There's a man here fixing it now. What's the matter, officer? Trouble?
Yeah, a little killing up the road. We didn't want to handle the phone there. Might be fingerprints on it.
Murder?
That's right. Up at the old McPhail place. Caught the guy red-handed. Murder and robbery. We even found the dough on him.
Yeah? Who did it?
Says his name is Kennelly from New York. I wouldn't tell you all this, except it's an open and shut case. Couldn't explain what he was doing there or how he got the money or anything. Well, you'll read about it in the papers tomorrow.
You, have him outside now?
Yep. Well, we better be going.
Say, mister, that door you got, it's locked. You got a key?
Why, no.
Oh, what's the matter? You lost a key someplace?
Well, I must have. The room with the phone in it.
Oh, maybe I can help you out. I got a little gimmick here that might open it.
Thanks.
Yeah, we got to have things like that in this line of business, you know. This the door?
Yeah, that's it.
There you are.
Oh, thanks.
You don't need me in there for anything, do you?
No, sir.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Hey, say, officer.
Yeah?
You better come in here a minute.
Wait a second, will you, Jim?
Sure.
What's the matter?
Hey, mister. You been here all day?
That's right. Why?
Nobody else been here all afternoon?
No, sir. Oh, what's this? You find something wrong in there?
You said it, mister. Put up your hands.
Hey, what's the idea?
You don't know, huh? Jim, take a look at what we got here.
Yeah. Well.
Cover him, Jim.
Okay.
Oh, what is... Hey, let me see that.
Sure.
Sam. No.
Robbery, too. Been through his wallet and started on the safe. Just like the other guy. Let's frisk him.
No, I didn't do this, I tell you. I didn't do it, I tell you.
Here's the dough, all right. A roll big enough to choke a horse.
Look, you guys. I tell you, I didn't do this.
Yeah, kind of interrupted you, didn't we? Come on.
Look, I didn't do this, I tell you. I didn't. I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
And the story ends with a newspaper clipping. I'll read it to you. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Arthur Kramer and George Kennelly were executed here today within 10 minutes of each other to bring to a fitting conclusion one of the strangest series of coincidences in the criminal records of this state. Both men committed the same crime, murder and robbery, within a few miles of each other on the same day and at almost the same time. Both victims were operators in the New York black market. Kramer was convicted of the murder of Samuel Gross. Kennelly killed Edward McPhail. Both killers were caught on the scene of the crime, were arrested by the same officers, taken together in the same police car to the same jail. Both proclaimed their innocence, yet pleaded guilty in the face of the overwhelming evidence against them. A curious factor in the case was that though both men denied knowing the other, they tried repeatedly to attack each other in the prison yard, until guards were forced to keep them out of sight of each other at all times. Police have always believed there was some connection between the two crimes, but have never been able to find out what it was. And so closes Thieves Fall Out, starring Gene Kelly. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Appearing with Gene Kelly, who is to be seen currently in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Thousands Cheer, were Hans Conried as Kennelly and William Johnstone as Sam Gross. This is the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be Mr. Vincent Price. Mr. Price will be heard in a suspense play by E. Jack Newman, dealing with the Gestapo and called The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear, who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Marlowick, conductor and composer, and Robert L. Richards, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Don't miss Suspense when this series moves to a new day and time. The day, Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd. The time, 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. In the Mountain and Pacific time zones, listeners will hear Suspense on Mondays, beginning December the 6th at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter. There's music for you tomorrow evening with two of your favorite song stylists. First, it's the Dinah Shore Show, and then songs with Sinatra. There's laughter, too, in your Friday lineup with three comedy favorites. The Bob Hope Show with Bob's guest Jerry Colonna, the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This? It's a great Friday night program lineup, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered to the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
It was about 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening, and I was riding down the east trail that led from Kansas City over to Crown Ranch. Been a real warm day. A little breeze was coming up now, and things were cooling off, a nice, comfortable twilight. I hadn't seen any signs of habitation for the last few miles. The soil was pretty thin and sandy, probably wouldn't grow much. But a little further on, the ground turned brown, rich-looking. I noticed a frame house sitting back, 50 yards back from the trail. When I was almost even with the house, the front door opened and somebody came running out toward me.
Hey, mister! Would you hold up a minute, mister?
Young boy, it looked like, about 15, 16, wearing blue jeans and a checkered shirt and a little peaked cap pulled down over his ears. Whoa, Scar. Whoa, boy. Whoa, boy. Howdy, son. What can I do for you?
You come from town, mister?
That's right.
You didn't run across Friendly DeWitt on the trail, did you?
Friendly DeWitt?
You know him, don't you, mister? He runs the traveling mercantile.
How's that?
Oh, sure. We're too far out to get into town very much, so he brings around a wagon load of goods every once in a while. I just don't know what we'd do without him.
Well, don't stand out there all night jawing. Just find out about Friendly, like I told you.
The gentleman ain't seen him, ma'am.
Oh, shut up, Fern. You can wear something else if you have to. Oh. The supper dishes are waiting, Cindy Lou.
What was that she called you?
Cindy Lou?
But that's a girl's name. Oh, in this light here, and the way you were dressed, I sort of thought maybe you were...
It don't matter. Thanks again, mister. So long.
So long. Cindy Lou. Well, I gave Scar a little touch of my heel. Let go. Come on, boy. We started off. I figured I'd had about 8 miles to go before I'd reach the Crown Ranch. I hadn't been through this part of the country in quite a spell. But I was pretty certain Floyd Prince would remember me from the old days. He'd sign me on for the summer if he had an opening. Come on, Scar. Come on. It was about 15 minutes later, and I came to the fork in the trail. I saw a wagon rolling along from the south. It was some wagon, too. Almost twice the size of anything I'd ever run into before. And the way the canvas bulged out, it looked like it was loaded to the brim. Well, it stood to reason that this was the traveling mercantile that Cindy Lou had mentioned. Whoa, Scar. Whoa.
Whoa, Peggy. Whoa, Peggy. Easy now. Easy there. Howdy, friend.
Good evening. You're Mr. DeWitt, I take it.
You take it right, sir, except for that Mr. part. Just call me Friendly, like the rest of the folks. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Something you needin', mister?
No.
Shoelaces, chewing tobacco, flour, salt, kitchen utensils, ammunition, yardage, zone equipment, anything at all. Just you name it, I got it, here in my wagon.
Yeah, it sounds like quite an assortment there.
Oh, that's only a part of it. I didn't even touch on my medical supplies.
Oh.
Old Doc Barstow's painkiller, Seth's simple all-purpose salve, Miss Jenny's bunion plasters and corn removers. You got any corns that's troubling you, mister? They're just the thing.
No, I don't do too much walking.
Oh. Some liniment, then?
No, thanks, just the same. I'm in pretty good health.
Well, what about wearing apparel? I got a full line of Levi's shirts, bandanas, cotton and wool socks.
No, I'm just not in the market for anything friendly. The only reason I stopped was to tell you that those folks down the trail were getting kind of anxious about you.
Folks down the trail?
Uh-huh. You know, the farmhouse a couple miles back there.
Well, I just can't imagine who you're talking about, mister. I ain't even headed that way. I'm making a delivery over the Davis Ranch near Evergreen. Davis girl's getting married tomorrow morning. I'm bringing all the paraphernalia for the wedding. You sure somebody in this neighborhood's looking for me?
They seem to be. I don't know the family's name exactly. The girl I bumped into is called Cindy Lou.
Well, that must be Cindy Lou Ames. But why would... Great yellow pumpkins. Hattie Ames. That dress she ordered for her daughter Fern. What time you make it out to be, mister? I ain't unpacked my shipment of alarm clocks yet.
Oh, it must be 7:30.
Well, maybe I can get there before they leave. If I don't, Hattie Ames will skin me alive. Giddy up, Teddy. Come on now. Come on, Francis. Come on. I knew there was something else. And I was working on that dress only this morning, too. Shortening the hem. So long, mister. Hope you enjoy the square dance.
Dance? What do you... Come on, Scar. Come on. Dance? What are you talking about?
Well, that's where you're heading, ain't it? The Crown Ranch?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it is. But I didn't know about any dance or anything. I was going to ask Floyd Prince for a job.
Oh, you mean tell me you ain't heard about the celebration tonight?
No, not a word.
Well, it's account of Floyd Prince's son. He just come home from schooling back east.
Well, you mean Monty Prince?
Yeah, that's the boy's name. You know him, mister?
Oh, I used to. He was just a little shaver then. He's all grown up, huh?
Well, he must be 20 or so, somewhere along in there. I guess he'll be taking over the crown one of these days.
I see. Well, I reckon better put off my job hunting until some other time. I wouldn't want to bother Floyd with giving a party. I'll ride along with you for a spell, friendly.
Well, if you're an acquaintance of Floyd Prince's, I imagine you'll be more than welcome at his party. Practically everybody in the neighborhood's been invited.
Maybe so. But fact is, I'm not too good at square dancing. I don't know, but there's just something about my legs. A little too much of them, I reckon.
Well, I just hope you're the only absentee.
What do you mean?
Well, Hattie's daughter Fern. She was planning to wear this here dress her ma ordered from me.
Oh.
Yeah, like as not, she's having a tantrum right now. She sure takes after Hattie.
She does, huh?
Yes, sir. And mind not delivering her outfit on time, well, there'll be real catastrophe. You see, Hattie's aiming to marry her Fern off to this young Monty Prince. And she'll probably manage it, too. Hattie usually gets her own way. Uh-oh. Look over there, mister. Buggy coming up the trail. That'll be Hattie and Fern on the way to the Crown.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, it's too late to do anything about the dress now if they're started off. Yeah, the best thing for me to do is to stay out of sight. I'll get my wagon over here under these trees here. Easy, Francis, easy now.
But what do you... They're bound to see you sitting there.
Oh, you don't know Hattie Ames like I do.
What do you mean?
Why, she's as nearsighted as a buffalo. Can't see her hand in front of her face unless she's wearing her bifocals.
Oh.
And she won't be wearing them either. Not if she's heading for a shindig.
Well, what about the daughter?
Well, I told you, Fern takes after her mother. She's as blind as a bat without her spectacles.
I see.
Here they come. There. What did they tell you?
Oh, doggone. They never even glanced over toward us, did they?
No, not a glance. Well, I guess I might as well mosey over to the Davis Ranch. Nice meeting you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, friendly. I meant to introduce myself. My name's Ponset, Britt Ponset.
Oh, why, Mr. Ponset, I didn't recognize you.
Oh, no reason why you should, friendly. No reason you should.
Well, I heard so much about you. And that gun. Here, Mr. Ponset, here. I got me some samples of a new hair tonic. Smells real elegant, too. Maybe you'd like to try it. They say it'll grow fuzz on... Not that there's anything matter with your hair, you understand?
Well, my supply's kind of decreasing. A little tonic might be very handy.
All right, sir. Just a second now. I got it right back here. Yeah, here it is.
Ah, thanks, friendly.
My pleasure, Mr. Ponset. My pleasure. Well, I...
Say, I just happened to think, what happened to the other daughter? Well, that buggy that just went by, there were only 2 women in it. Now, the girl I met back at the farm, she wasn't
Oh, you mean Cindy Lou. Well, she wouldn't be going to Prince's dance.
She wouldn't have.
No. You see, Hattie ain't got much use for her. Cindy ain't Hattie's real kin. She's just a stepdaughter.
Oh.
Yeah, Hattie and Fern, well, they just seem to go out of their way to make things miserable for her. Like this here dance, for instance. Everybody knows that Monty Prince and Cindy Lou used to be real friendly when they was kids. Well, she'd probably give her eye tooth to go to that party tonight, see him again, but... Well,
it's too bad she can't.
Yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do about it. Why, she don't even have a dress to her name. You know, I've got a hunch she'd be real pretty if Hattie ever allowed her to fix herself up.
Well, she seemed a mighty nice-looking girl to me.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah.
What's the matter?
Why shouldn't Cindy Lou go to that dance tonight? With all the stuff in this wagon, I could fix her up so she'd be the prettiest girl there.
Well, maybe you could, friendly. Maybe you could.
It'd sure be a good trick to play on Hattie and Fern. Why, if they couldn't tell my wagon at 50 feet, they'd never know Cindy Lou when I got done with her. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Why?
Well, girl can't go to square dance all by herself. She's got to have an escort.
Oh, I suppose so. But, now, hold on, friendly. What, you don't mean me?
Well, you're a friend of the princess. You said so yourself.
Why, I'm old enough to be her...
If we don't hurry, Mr. Ponset, the square dance will be all over. Come on. Step lively there, Francis. Come on there, Peggy. Let's start traveling. Come on, Mr. Ponset.
Don't understand, Mr. DeWitt. You mean you want to loan me a dress?
And all the trimmings, Cindy Lou. Before I get done with you, you'll be so dooted up that your own stepmother won't recognize you.
And you want to take me to the dance, Mr. Ponset?
Yeah, sure. That is, if you want to go. Yeah.
Well, that's right kindly of you both, but the fact is, I don't have no interest in attending the doings at the Crown.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, in that case...
I don't know where you ever got such a notion, Mr. DeWitt. As if I cared anything about seeing Monty Prince again. Why, I haven't even thought of him since he went away to school. Not once.
Well, I reckon your stepsister Fern's done some thinking about him.
A lot of good it'll do her. Monty wouldn't look to... I mean, it's none of my business, one way or the other.
No, I guess it isn't. I'm sorry we bothered you.
Let's go, friendly.
Okay, Mr. Ponset. Night, Cindy Lou.
Mr. DeWitt.
Mm-hmm. Was there something you wanted, Cindy?
I guess maybe I'm acting kind of ungrateful. I mean, well, you both did put yourself out for me, and it was real generous of you to do it. I don't suppose it would do me no harm to go to that square dance. For a little while, anyway. If you really want me to.
Well, now, that's more like it. Let's see now. The first thing we got to do is find a dress. You come on out to my wagon, Cindy. We'll pick something that'll make you look like a princess. Yes, sir, a real princess.
Well, I want to tell you, Friendly wasn't very far wrong. That's just exactly how Cindy Lou looked when she came out of that bedroom about half an hour later. And for a minute, we just stood there, just not saying a word, just staring at her.
Is something wrong? Don't I look good enough to go to the dance?
Good enough? Why, Cindy Lou, you're as pretty as a picture. Ain't you, Britt?
Why, she sure is. Well, if you're all ready, Cindy. Well...
there's just one thing. We forgot the shoes.
Shoes?
I don't have any party slippers of my own.
Oh. Well, you see, Cindy Lou, that's about the only item I don't stock in my wagon. I guess you can make do with the shoes you're wearing, can't you?
Oh, I don't see how. I mean, well, look at them yourself.
Yeah. No. No, wait. I am carrying one pair of fancy slippers. They're part of the Davis girls' wedding outfit.
Well?
No. I couldn't loan them to Cindy, though. I got to leave for the Davis ranch as soon as you two start off for the dance. I promised I'd be there first thing in the morning, and it's a good 8 hours drive in that wagon of mine.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Well, it was real nice of you both, anyhow. I'll never forget what you tried to do for me and how I felt when I put on this dress. How wonderful.
Now, hold on, Cindy. Hold on.
It's all right.
Just let me do some figuring here. Let's see. If I was to leave here by midnight, I could be at the Davis place along about 8 a.m. That ought to be early enough. Well, there ain't no reason why you both couldn't be back here before 12 o'clock, is there?
No reason at all.
Well, then I guess the next thing to do is to find out whether them slippers will fit or not. I'll bring them right in.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Mr. Ponset. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. It all seems like something out of a storybook.
You know, Cindy, I was just thinking the same thing.
Well, here you are, Cindy. Try them on.
Gee, they sure do look small, don't they?
Yeah? You think you can make it?
I don't... Oh, there. Oh, it is kind of tight, but...
Well, try the other one. If you can get one on, the other ought to go, too.
There.
Good. Now, you going to be able to walk all right?
Oh, I'll be able to walk all right, Mr. DeWitt. The way I feel I could almost fly.
Well, then you better get started. You won't have too long to the dance, you know. And don't forget, Britt, you got to have her back here by midnight.
Don't worry, Friendly. I won't forget.
You are listening to James Stewart as the six-shooter, the story of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman whose name has become legend throughout the great Southwest. Now, Act 2 of the story called When the Shoe Doesn't Fit.
I hoisted Cindy Lou up on Scar, and she managed to seat herself in front of the saddle. I kind of held on to her to keep her from falling off, and we started off for the Crown Ranch. It took us about 45 minutes to get there, and that party was in full swing when we walked into the parlor.
Rope your cow and brand your calf. Bring your honey out hour and a half.
Floyd Prince came over to the door when he saw us and told me we're more than welcome. He's real nice, considering I'd invited myself. I sort of managed to avoid mentioning Cindy Lou's name, and what with all the hubdub, Floyd didn't seem to notice that I hadn't introduced her properly. But Floyd's son, Monty, well, he didn't wait for any introduction. He just took one look at Cindy, and that was the last I saw of her. As far as I could tell, the other girls at the party were just completely out of the picture from then on. I waited until there was an intermission and the dancing, and then I moseyed over to the punch bowl.
Oh, can I help you, Mr. Ponset?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Ames, Hattie Ames.
Oh, how do, Miss Ames?
Oh, Fern, over here, dear. I want you to meet somebody. This is my daughter, Fern, Mr. Ponset.
I'm pleased to meet you, Fern.
Well, speak up. Fern's sort of shy.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, that young lady that you brought to the party, she doesn't seem to be spending much time with you, does she? Oh, that's the trouble when a man brings a pretty girl to a dance. He's apt to find himself all alone. Fern, stop your fidgeting. Of course, now, some girls have character as well as looks.
All right,
I say.
Grab your partners for the next dance. And I'll tell everybody going in.
Oh, my goodness. They're starting another dance. Now, Mr. Ponset, don't think that you have to ask my permission to dance with Fern. You just go right ahead.
Yes. Fern? Like I said, I'm not much of a square dancer, but there just didn't seem to be any way of turning Fern down. Well, I guess I should say there wasn't any way of turning her mother down. So, we did our best. Whoop. Sorry, Fern. As the evening wore on, it didn't look like she had any other part lined up. And, well, I figured it was up to me to sort of fill in. Whoop. Oh, I sure didn't mean to kick you, Fern. There's one thing about her, though. She sure didn't talk a man to death. And somehow the time passed, and the next thing I knew, it was after 11 o'clock. Now, that meant Cindy and I had to be starting home, so I looked around for her, but she wasn't in sight. I excused myself from Fern and headed out the front porch. Yeah, Cindy was there all right, but the thing that surprised me was she was all alone. Looked like she'd been crying. Cindy.
Oh, Mr. Ponset.
What, are you all right?
Oh, I'm fine, just fine.
Where's Monty?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you'd better find him and say goodnight.
I never want to see him again. Not as long as I live.
Oh. Well, what happened? I thought you two were hitting off real good.
I thought so, too, at first. While we were inside dancing, everything was just wonderful. And then, all of a sudden, he started acting like he didn't care about me at all. Said he couldn't be spending all his time with one girl. He had to dance with some of the others.
Mm-hmm. Well, after all, the party is in his honor.
And that ain't all, Mr. Ponset. He didn't even know who I was.
Well, didn't you tell him?
Well, I thought sure he'd know. I never figured he'd forget me, not in just a few years.
Well, you've changed, Cindy, and the way you're all fixed up tonight.
Oh, that wouldn't matter. Not if Monty really liked me. I'd never forget him. I'd know him no matter how much he changed or how he dressed.
Well, all you had to do was just tell him who you were, you know.
No, I just couldn't. And you mustn't tell him either. You've got to promise me you won't. Now, please, Mr. Ponset.
Well, if that's what you want. Well, I think maybe we'd better leave.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready.
You got everything?
I guess so. Why?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd lost one of your slippers or...
My slippers? Whatever gave you that idea?
I don't know. I just sort of crossed my mind somehow. Never mind. I'll get Scar. Well, it just goes to show you that stories in real life don't work out the same way. Instead of falling in love, Cindy and Monty Prince were just far away as ever, and even farther. And there didn't seem to be any way of getting them together either. Leastways, he wasn't going to be able to do it by finding one of her slippers at the dance, that's for sure. As a matter of fact, she couldn't have lost a shoe at the dance if she'd wanted to. When we got her home, we found out she couldn't even get them off.
Doggone it, Cindy, you must not be trying. Well, you didn't have this much trouble getting them on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. DeWitt. I'm doing my best. My feet must have swelled up from the dancing or something. The slippers just...
Here, let me do it.
Oh, sure.
Why, they're just plain stuck fast.
I know. Maybe in the morning my feet will go back to normal. And then you...
Hey, look out the window there, friendly. Isn't that a buggy out there?
Holy smoke. Fern and Hattie. So long, Cindy. Bye, Britt.
Oh, wait a minute, friendly. I don't want them catching me here either.
But what about the slippers and the wedding tomorrow?
The bride's wearing a long dress, reaches clear down to the floor. She can get married in the bare feet if she has to.
Well, thanks for everything.
Good night, Cindy. I'm sorry things didn't work out better for you, but good night. Well, along about noontime the next day, I was in my hotel room washing up Sunday dinner. They were planning to serve fried chicken and corn fritters and apple pie. The Castle Hotel always put the food on family style, so I figured I'd better be real prompt or there wouldn't be any... Yeah? Yeah, come in. Oh, Monty. Oh, what are you doing in town?
I came to see you, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, is that so?
It's about that girl you brought out to the Crown last night.
Well, I sort of had the impression you weren't too interested in her.
Oh, I'm interested, all right. I wish I wasn't, but I am.
How's that?
Well, you see, Mr. Ponset, before I went back east, I was, I was real fond of another girl. Cindy Lou Ames, her name is.
Oh.
And we sort of promised that we'd wait for each other. But last night, that girl with you, well, she sort of made me forget Cindy.
She did, huh?
For a while, anyway. And then I remembered, and I felt real bad because it didn't seem like I was being fair to Cindy. So I went inside and I left the other girl to herself. But doggone it, all night long I kept thinking about both girls, and they sort of got mixed up in my mind. I couldn't even keep them straight.
Uh-huh. You've got quite a problem there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Good morning, Mr. Ponset. I finally managed to get... Oh.
Cindy Lou.
Hello, Monty.
Golly, it's good to see you. I was hoping you'd be at the dance last night.
Were you?
You know, you haven't changed a bit.
No, I guess I haven't. They're in this paper bag, Mr. Ponset. Those things I borrowed last night.
Oh.
I thought maybe you could return them to Mr. DeWitt for me.
Well, I'm not sure I'll be running into him again, Cindy.
Here, Mr. Ponset. Now be careful. Don't drop... Oh, Mr. Ponset.
Oh, doggone it, Cindy. I just sort of slipped out of my fingers. Well, here, I'll put these party shoes back in the sack. There.
Well, goodbye, and thanks. Goodbye, Monty.
Cindy, wait a minute. Where'd you get those shoes?
I don't know what you mean.
Why, they're the same ones. They're exactly the same. Cindy Lou, you were at the square dance last night. You and that other girl... Why, there wasn't any other girl. It was you. No wonder I couldn't get you straightened out in my...
What are you talking about?
Tell her, Mr. Ponset, what I told you just before she came in.
Well, I think maybe you better tell her yourself, Monty. As a matter of fact, I'm kind of anxious to get downstairs while there's still some fried chicken left, so...
Now, you listen to me,
really
Cindy. I've been in love with you ever since I can remember.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And it doesn't matter what kind of a dress you wear or how your hair is fixed or...
Well, there wasn't much point in my hanging around see if Cindy and Monty would finally get together. There's only one way a story like this can end. I guess you know as well as I do. They were just bound to live happily ever after.
The Six Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is written by Frank Burt and is based on a character created by him.
Radio 4. It's 8:30. Saturday Night Theatre.
Lord of the Dance, a play for radio by Michael Davis, with Jeremy Clyde as Stephen Gilvin and Denise Breyer as his wife, Frances. Lord of the Dance.
Mr. Preston to circulation, please. Mr. Preston to circulation.
Yes, all right, then, leave it. I'll get clearance for you by 2 o'clock and I'll call you back. Cheers. Features. Hold on. Peter G to you, Francis.
Thanks. Francis? No, not until Wednesday. Talk to Mavis. She has all the details. Yeah. Wednesday. Bye. This has to be downstairs in 15 minutes, Harry. Delete from his lone furrow, remarkable only for the size of its worms and the nastiness of its beasties, through to here. To change is to decline.
Yeah.
That brings it down to 3,500. Right away, okay?
Right away, Francis.
Sir Harry Rawson's office have penciled in 11:15 on the 17th, Miss Gilvin.
Ring it in red, Mavis, my love. Ring it in red.
Yes, Miss
Mr.
Gilvin.
Clark on 9, please. Mr. Clark on 9.
Yes?
Can you come in for a minute, Francis?
Right. Harry, when I'm through with the chief, I'm away till middle afternoon, okay? Sudden death, fire or flood, and you can reach me at Lambeth Palace.
Lambeth Palace, okay. Features. For you, Francis.
Francis.
Good morning, Francis.
Stephen!
How are you fixed? Can you manage a cup of coffee?
Darling, I've got the day stacked up like the sky above London Airport.
Cancel something. Create a little fog on your runways.
Francis, what the hell is keeping you?
I'm coming. Oh, quickly, Stephen, where?
Gino's in 15 minutes.
Right, but for 5 minutes only, mind. Bye. Harry, any calls, make notes. Not in your Swahili-type shorthand. Nice, clear, joined-up writing, okay?
I hear you, Master.
Brief and to the point. Okay, Chief, I've got an interview at Lambeth Palace and I'm late.
I'll tell you what's brief and to the point, Francis. You're going to get me into a lot of trouble. That's what's brief and to the point. Samantha Cat, Tiggy the Tiger, and Yum Yum the Bear are not members of Her Majesty's government.
I simply posed the question, if not, why not? Oh. If they were, there'd be a swing to play school of 90%. You want me to cut it?
No, leave it in. But if I wind up in prison, just don't come and visit me, that's all.
Hi, Francis. How are you doing?
Spinning like a top, but managing to maintain the vertical. What more can any top hope for? How are you?
Fine.
Ah, coffee in a sticky bun. Lovely. God, I'm starving. I've only got 5 minutes. Right, I'm interviewing a bishop at Lambeth Palace, and I'm late already. All right. What was it that kept you? Hong Kong with the lines down, locked in the boardroom, or sulking because you didn't get your laundry back? How long is it? 3 weeks?
I'm sorry, Francis.
Oh, I was beginning to view buff envelopes with concern.
I called the house how many times? 10, or was it 15? All I could get was Mrs. Harris displaying hysterical collapse symptoms with the kids screaming their heads off in the background. Where were you, for God's sake?
I told you, spinning. Anyway, that's precisely what she has done.
Suffered an hysterical collapse?
They carted her off in a gibbering heap last Saturday night. It was Lindsay's mumps that did it.
Lindsay has had mumps?
You're a great father. You don't even know when your son has mumps.
How could I know if you don't tell me?
You could try being there. Pop in once in a while. Stick 'em against the wall and measure them or something. They quarantined Kelly with him. She's been roaring around the house like a wounded hippo. Josie's going out of her mind.
And Josie's doing the babysitting.
She is, bless her cast-iron heart. She's out there now wearing earmuffs and an electric prod stick. I'm sponsoring her for the Nobel Prize for Guts. Okay, so you called the house and I wasn't there. Well, why didn't you call me at the office?
Now there I must admit to having let you down. I only called your office 7 times. The man who answers your telephone eventually said, Francis who? You're something of a moving target, my love. Do you know that?
I'm sorry. Am I forgiven?
Oh, forgiven?
How's the world of electronic component manufacture? Are we still hating the Japanese?
Well, there would be no need to hate anyone if those with papers to sign simply signed the damn things. We're having trouble over the licenses for the Picton-Gibbons Bahrain contract.
Can I be of any help?
Help, Francis? In what way?
You're married to the best hitman in the business. Captains of industry and peers of the realm tremble beneath my pointing barrel. Point out your area of frustration, and I'll blast you a new road to the Isles with a few well-chosen phrases in my column. What do you say?
Oh, well, let's hope I don't need anything so violent. The old man has fixed me up with a meeting with Gordon Clayton at 11:30 this morning.
God, how non-violent can you get? Gordon Clayton is so non-violent he'd bore the socks off an Epstein bronze.
Gordon's all right. You leave him alone. He might not have been a huge success as the company's personnel manager, but he's jolly useful to us as an MP.
Who just happens to be still on your company's payroll. Snivel, snivel, cringe, cringe.
Which is all properly declared in the MP's Register of Additional Income. You must try not to be tiny-minded, dear.
And that gives you a paid-up right to ask favours, is that it?
I ask favours of no one. I leave that to the old man. I'm just the poor bloody managing director running errands for the group chairman.
Why doesn't Lord God Almighty Glenn Gower run his own errands?
You're interfering again. It's one of our little problems, isn't it, Francis, dear? Your inability to mind your own business.
Sorry, nothing to do with me. You're having contract troubles and you're in London to see Gordon Clayton and not to see me. Having said that, we'll talk about something else, shall we? What shall we talk about?
Oh, Francis, you're priceless.
Priceless like the Koh-i-Noor diamond? Or priceless like the air you breathe?
Oh, which would you prefer to be?
The air you breathe. That way you'd need me more. Honestly, love, this absentee father bit isn't doing the children a damned bit of good. As a matter of fact, it's making things quite hairy.
Okay, pack it in. Bring them down to me.
You're the one who left London to go and manage some godforsaken factory in South Wales. I'm here doing what I've always done. Why should I be the one to pack it in?
Is a career in character assassination important enough to fragment your family for?
Is that how you see my daily outpouring of wit and wisdom? A career in character assassination?
Oh, what you do is fine, okay. You have a great talent for making people laugh and sending them off to work happy every morning. But I know how important it is, but I need you, Francis. I need you and I need the children. Oh, won't you see it my way, lover? Couldn't someone else write your column?
Couldn't someone else run your damned factory?
So, we reach the same old impasse, is that it?
It would seem so. Oh, well, is this your usual 100-mile-an-hour two-way flip up and down the M4? Or will you actually manage to see the children?
I'm staying the night, Francis.
Because if I tell them that you've been in London and that I've seen you, Kelly will simply detonate. You're staying the night?
That's right, I'm staying the night.
You mean my foolish, fluttering female heart can expect to see the colour of your pyjamas?
That is the general idea.
Toothbrushes in the same glass. Bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Only if you promise to see me away early enough to chair a meeting in Swansea at 11 a.m.
Don't worry, you'll be there. We'll set the alarm for 10:45.
All right. Now, how soon can you get away? Let's make a day of it.
Darling, you're going to hate me. Here you are, being wonderful and generous like an angel from heaven, and I have to be such a bitch. I'm interviewing Bishop Harrington in... Oh, my God, look at the time! I'm lunching in the East End with a man who can whistle through his ears, and there's an editorial meeting called for 3. Oh, why didn't you let me know you were coming?
I tried to. I left a string of messages with your assistant. Well, what's his name? Harry Gould.
I'll murder him. He did 16 weeks in night school doing shorthand, and it comes up looking like a dipsomaniac spider. Oh, look, why don't you take the children out this afternoon? I'll arrive home around 6 o'clock, and perhaps if I offer Josie £10,000, she'll stay with the children until 10, and we can go out for a meal. Oh, think about it. Think about it, darling. I've got a dash. I'm as late as hell for the bishop. Bye, love. I'll see you around 6. Thanks for the sticky bun, and if you don't get any help from Gordon Clayton, tell him I'll write something rude about him in the newspaper. Goodbye, darling.
Bye, Francis.
Taxi!
Morning, Miss Gilvin. Where to, miss?
Lambeth Palace, Fred, and step on it, I'm late.
Who've you got on the block this morning, miss? The Archbishop of Canterbury?
Et tu, Brute?
Come again, miss?
Nothing, Fred, nothing. Just drive the taxi.
Mr. Stephen Gilvin to see you, sir.
Stephen, my dear chap, how nice to see you. Do come along in.
Good morning, Gordon.
Coffee in 5 minutes, Miss Crawshaw?
Certainly, Mr. Clayton.
Do sit down, Stephen. Sorry
Thank
to
you.
have kept you waiting. I have this recurring nightmare. My in-basket topples over and my muffled cries for help are lost beneath a mountain of forms. Sorry about that.
Oh, no need to apologize, Gordon. I spent an entertaining half hour sitting in the public gallery listening to Ralph Bately, holding forth on an amendment to procedure bill. He was on a good script, I'll say that for him.
Sound chap, Bately. Full of histrionic claptrap, of course, but he means what he says. High praise, considering where we are.
You sound a bit off-put by it all, Gordon.
Oh, not really. I spent far too long on the fringe of politics to be disillusioned now. We who start late often finish sooner than the rest, Stephen. Perhaps Benja's food is the answer, I don't know.
Back to Francis non-violence.
Sorry, old chap.
Something that was said earlier on, Gordon, a private joke. I'm sorry. Please, do go on.
Yes, indeed. Jolly amusing young woman, your wife, Stephen. Read her column every morning, wouldn't miss it. Helps to keep the Commons in perspective, if you know what I mean.
Even when she knocks you sideways?
Even more when she knocks us sideways. Well, most of the time, anyway. Coffee. Thank you, Miss Crawshaw.
Thank you, sir.
Smells good.
Black or white, Mr. Gilvin?
Black, please. 1 sugar.
Has Frances any idea of the influence she wields, Stephen?
Well, let us say that she is aware of a certain shock ground wave, but I don't think she believes that anyone takes her very seriously.
Oh, it goes a good deal further than that. Thank you, Miss Crawshaw. No calls for the next few minutes.
Very good, sir.
Take this Harry Rawson interview she's doing on the 17th.
Chairman of BTI.
Oh, we all know what an unconscionable rogue Sir Harry is, of course, but is now the time for Francis to be telling the nation so? I think not, Stephen. If Francis is unaware of her weight of influence, then she should be told of its existence and its dimension straight away, before any harm is done. Mm-hmm. Don't you agree?
I really don't think anyone will take whatever she says very seriously, Gordon. As you say, Sir Harry Rawson is a well-known character. It'll be taken from where it comes, so to speak.
Then let me put you in the picture. An immense amount of harm could be done if Frances were to exercise her considerable literary skill upon Harry Rawson just now. If she's prepared to wait a couple of months until certain negotiations are completed, then she can say whatever she damn well pleases, but not just at the moment. You are seeing Frances before you return to South Wales, Stephen?
I am.
Mm-hmm. And then a word in her ear, dear boy. Tell her that the powers that be would be grateful if she were to sheathe her claws for a while. Better still if she were to drop the Harry Rawson interview altogether. Will you do that, Stephen?
But this isn't your idea, Gordon. You've been asked to do this.
I have.
May I ask by whom?
It's an odd thing about anonymity, Stephen. It allows a latitude of expression normally denied to us. It's only by allowing the faceless ones to remain faceless that the system functions at all.
Could this be why my Picton Gibbons license has been held back? To put pressure on Francis via me?
Good heavens, no, nothing so sinister. I just thought as an old friend and colleague it might be useful to you to know just how to put the department a little in your debt. They're far more likely to be forthcoming with this and future licenses in return for a small service rendered, don't you think? Let's face it, old chap, that's why you're here, isn't it? To head the queue into Bahrain with your electronic thingamies.
And if I am unable to do this, or refuse even to try, what then?
It's a case of he helps, he who helps, I'm afraid, Stephen. The deal mentioned centres around your own area of activity in the Middle East. It's very much in your own interest that nothing happens to upset the negotiations that are taking place. It really is a very small thing to ask, don't you think? One unimportant interview held back for a month or two. Not exactly a bone breaker, is it?
Why not simply get Harry Rawson to decline the privilege of being interviewed? Wouldn't that solve your problem?
And drive Francis wild with curiosity, thinking him afraid of being interviewed? Far better that it comes from you, Stephen. A little tact, some explanation. Shouldn't be too difficult. Do the best you can. Give me a ring tomorrow. Your license will be waiting on my desk, I promise.
Francis is her own man in this, Gordon. I have no influence over who she chooses to interview.
Will you tell her what I've said and let her decide?
I'll think about it.
Good man. I knew we could rely on you. And it goes without saying, of course, if Francis decides to ignore our request, then we won't hold it against you.
You realize, Gordon, that I have no choice other than to report this conversation to Lord Glengower. I can't imagine that he'll be wildly pleased with all this. And since it is he who ultimately approves your consultant's fee, Gordon, I wonder at the wisdom of it all.
No man can serve two masters, Stephen. My first concern must be for the national interest, regardless of how I might be affected personally. Surely Glengower will be most anxious that Francis should lubricate these particular wheels of industry. Isn't that exactly what we're all trying to do, to prevent your wife dropping a spanner in some very delicate works? Oh, why not do what you can to help? Remember, old chap, he helps, he who helps. It's not a bad maxim. Try your best and give me a ring in the morning.
I'll do that, Gordon. And don't be surprised if it's simply to say, Francis says go to hell. Don't bother to see me out. I know my way.
I'll have your license waiting for you here on my desk, Stephen. Miss Crawshaw, get me Geoffrey Teeting.
Teeting?
Good morning, Minister. I thought you'd be interested to know I've just had Stephen Gilvern with me. He left a moment ago.
Did you do as I asked?
I did, sir.
How did he take it?
Exactly as expected, sir. He's gone off with his breath in his fist to report the matter to Lord Glengower.
Good. Everything's moving along very nicely. Keep me posted, Clayton.
Certainly, Minister. Thank you, Minister.
Stephen, my boy.
Hello, sir.
Splendid. Well, you've come to tell me how you got on with friend Clayton this morning, eh? How is the old reprobate? As rotund and avuncular as ever, eh?
More so and less so. In my experience, Lord Glengower, Westminster broadens the seat and narrows the soul of those she calls her own. Clayton's eyes never dropped 1 inch below my hairline during our entire conversation.
Indeed. I seem to remember his line of vision as traditionally hovering between one's belly button and bow tie. The sight of one's teeth or the flash of one's eye was too much for him. Well, what did he have to say? Did he hand over your Bahrain export license as instructed?
He did not.
No? And why not?
It will be waiting for me on his desk tomorrow morning, provided certain conditions and promises have been obtained.
Conditions and promises? What the devil is the man on about? Getting a bit above himself, isn't he, our ex-personnel man? Go on, Stephen. I'm all ears, as they say.
I'm sorry to have to bother you with all this, sir. The whole thing is domestic and trivial and really not worthy of your time.
Clayton has withheld your export license. That fact alone is worthy of my time. Now, go on, Stephen.
Well, Francis is to interview Sir Harry Rawson. They would rather that she didn't. It's as simple as that.
They? Who the devil are they?
Well, presumably Clayton is obeying the instructions of the faceless ones who control our destinies. I am to suggest to Frances that she does a neat leapfrog over Harry Rawson and lands on the neck of someone not quite so precious.
Oh, and what about Frances? Have you put it to her yet?
No, not yet.
And how will she react, do you suppose?
Well, she might very easily tell me to go and jump in Richmond Pond. At least that is what I hope she tells me to do. I can't help feeling extremely angry at the bloody audacity of these people.
Yes, I quite agree. The freedom of the press isn't just an empty, meaningless phrase, you know. If this sort of maneuver is allowed to succeed, we've got a short kick in the pants from a police state.
I'm even prepared not to mention it to Frances. But why should she be made responsible for whether we get our license to export or not? I'm far more inclined to say to the wall with a lot of them.
Yes, on the other hand, of course, there is an awful lot of money involved here. Not only money, men's jobs are at stake. Principles are all very noble, Stephen, when martyrdom is yours alone. I'm not sure we have the right to involve the entire electronic section in defending Frances's right to interview whom she pleases. Are you? You take my point.
If the point wasn't there to be taken, Lord Glengar, I wouldn't have come to see you in the first place. I have no choice, have I?
It would seem not. I suggest you put the matter to Frances, and you can tell her that I shall make it my personal duty to find out just who put her in this unfortunate position, and that it'll never be allowed to happen again. In the meantime, I think you ought to pop over to Bahrain and see Ahmad Shabake. Time's running out on this one. Oh, Mrs. Sorensen, get Mr. Gilbert on the first available flight to Bahrain, will you?
Very good, sir.
I've arranged a meeting tomorrow with some NATO people as
Cancel it. I'll have to wait. I'll give my love to Frances. Tell her to be a good girl and do as she's told. And I will see to it that she gets the entire centre page by the end of the year. And Mrs. Sorensen will give you your tickets on the way out. Thank you for calling, Stephen. Oh, tell Anderson that I'm free now, Mrs. Sorensen.
Yes, sir.
We must have coffee sometime. Next time you're up in town, Stephen, bring Frances along. I'd enjoy that.
Thank you, Lord Glengar.
Silly, rotten rotter, because you're a silly idiot. You're a cheat and a liar. I'm not a cheat and a liar. You're a cheat and a liar. It was my prawn and you took it. You're a toad in the hole. Give me back my prawn, you old jack. I'll see what you've done. I'm going to tell Mummy. Give me back my prawn, you toad. I hate you.
All right. Who hit whom, with what, and what for?
He wrote his note, and it was in return. She called me a cheat and a liar. You are a cheat and a liar. You took my prawn.
Cease. Right we are. I'll clean up this mess and put away the chess things, and when you've done that, I'll show you how to play monasteries.
Monasteries? How do you play monasteries?
Lindsay's an abbot, and you, Kelly, you're an abbess. You belong to a silent order of monks and nuns, and the abbess wants to borrow the abbot's lawnmower. The first one to speak is a funky do. Oh, and that includes you, you hairy monster.
How can I borrow his lawnmower if I can't speak?
You make signs, dear. You make signs.
Someone's coming! Oh, Daddy! 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 Have you come to stay, Daddy? How long can you stay?
Just for a little while. How's my old wounded soldier, then? How all right again, are we?
Have you brought us a present?
Yes, a package for you, and a package for you. Now, off you go and open them in your room. Now, go along. Off you go. Hello, old chap. How are you, then? Anyone take any notice of you? Oh, never mind.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Josie. Sorry to drop in on you out of the blue. I haven't had a moment to call.
Oh, I've been expecting you. Frances rang to tell me you're staying the night. Aren't you afraid the roof will blow off the factory or something? Well, there's coffee in the kitchen.
Things have changed since then, I'm afraid, Josie.
You're not staying the night?
Well, I'm afraid not. I have to fly out to Bahrain tonight.
Does Frances know?
No, not yet. I haven't been able to get hold of her.
Oh, Stephen, you have to. Frances will be so disappointed. And the children, I've told them they're coming home with me to bunk up with my lot.
Great, don't change a thing. At least Frances and I will be able to go out for a meal together. Oh, thanks. God, what a day.
You look done in, Stephen. You having a hard time?
Fairly bloody just at the moment. You look fighting fit, Josie. Haven't carted you off in a gibbering heap like Mrs. Harris here.
Not yet, but there are forces at work on it.
I just bet there are. Lindsay seems all right. Is he over the mumps?
If he isn't, God help us when he is.
Look at that!
Oh, how nice, a Dracula outfit.
It isn't a Dracula outfit, it's a nurse's uniform. You're supposed to be dead, Josie. Why don't you fall over?
Why don't I indeed? Now, out. Out! Come on, out you go. I'm talking to your father.
Will you come and play with us, Daddy? Please, Daddy.
In a minute, when I finish my coffee. Now, off you go, upstairs. I'll be with you in a minute.
Well, come on.
Thanks, Josie.
What for?
For taking the children this evening. It really is important that I talk to Francis. There are things we have to get sorted out.
Oh, come on. Not that hoary old thing about Frances giving up her job to play the role of wife and mother amongst the pit ponies and bards of rural Wales. I'll tell you what, Stephen. Don't order any cheesecake. It'll go right off. Honestly, any fool can do that. An idiot like me can be a wife and mother. All it takes is a little lust and a lot of determination.
I promise not to turn the cheesecake sour by talking about Frances giving up her job, okay?
Inspire her. Tell her you think she ought to swap to the Sunday Times. It's a weekly. That way she could stay home and look after her own blooming kids. I mean, what's she got against being a wife and mother?
Josie, what would we do without you?
Live together and claw one another to pieces like any other happily married couple.
Have you finished your coffee, Daddy?
I'm coming. Once more into the breach, dear friend.
If you happen to be on your knees and you find a gold filling belonging to a front tooth, it's mine.
How did you make out with the bishop?
Oh, he was marvellous. He made me feel like something 10 years old come to vandalise the plumbing. I shall do a great job on the bishop.
And what about Sir Harry Rawson? Will you do a great job on him, too?
Mad Harry Rawson. Who told you I was interviewing him?
It was mentioned in passing somewhere along the line today.
His office only agreed to the interview this morning. I'm interested to know who's close enough to him to be able to tell you about it minutes after it was arranged. Can you tell me?
Friend of a friend, that sort of thing. How do you rate him? Is he the roaring boy of the boardrooms everyone imagines him to be?
More. Much more. Honest to God, he's got more fiddles going than the Halley Orchestra. I've got a dossier at home built up over the past few months that'll put Harry Rawson and several others into orbit without a spacesuit between them. Who told you about the interview? Oh, well, if you can't tell me, then I won't press you.
As a matter of fact, it was gutless old Gordon Clayton. Remember him? Snivel, snivel, cringe, cringe.
Gordon Clayton? Well, what do you know?
You find that interesting?
I find it fascinating.
What's going on, Francis? Are you able to tell me?
Does the name Zuki Oppenheimer mean anything to you?
Finance Corporation of America.
And Arnold Birch?
UPT Investments Limited.
They're up to their lily-white necks in a currency swindle involving Harry Rawson and the moving of sterling out of this country by the ton. Most of it is finding its way to the Middle East. They're manipulating the weak pound against the strong Middle East currencies. And between them, they are making a bomb. None of the profit is showing up back in the BTI books. So, where is the money going? That is what I'm trying to find out. What exactly did Gordon Clayton say to you? Can you remember?
Oh, not hard to remember, Francis. The message was quite straightforward. He said, tell Francis to lay off Harry Rawson.
He said what?
He tried to pressurize me into getting you to drop the Rawson interview.
Did he, by God? That does it. I shall stuff Harry Rawson, Zuki Oppenheimer, and Arnold Birch into my washing machine, and I'll close the bloody switch. Darling, if you'll let me print what you've just told me, I've got them. Oh, can I do that?
If you have to, Francis, yes.
You said pressurize you. What do you mean, pressurize you?
Let's just say that if you go ahead with your expose, they're not going to strain themselves issuing my Picton Gibbons export license. Okay?
My God, it gets better all the time. How important is that to you, not getting your export license?
Penalty clauses might be invoked for non-delivery of goods. Layoff might result because of snarled-up production lines. Or who knows what might happen.
Darling, if you'll give me the story as it stands, I promise you I'll have Gordon Clayton's head on a spike above Traitor's Gate before he knows where he is. Just say that I can do it, and I'll go back to the office right now and start the whole thing going. Oh, can I do it?
Francis, you can do it because it needs to be done. Now, okay? I just need a little time. You must give me a little time.
How much time do you need? 15 minutes? An hour?
Love, there's something I haven't told you. Because of all that happened this morning, I went to head office to talk to Glenn Gower. He suggested that I fly out to Bahrain tonight to talk to our purchasers. We simply have to get more time. Incidentally, he sends his love.
I trust you spat in his eye. In that case, we're not going home when we leave here.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you earlier because I didn't want to spoil our evening.
Can't it wait just a little while longer? Only until tomorrow. Please, darling.
Listen, it isn't all bad. My plane leaves at 3 a.m. I booked a room at the Skyways Hotel out at the airport. We'll manage half the night together, okay?
What are we doing here? Why aren't we out at the Skyways Hotel?
We'll finish our meal and be gone. Now, what do you fancy for afters?
The cheesecake looks interesting.
Then the cheesecake it shall be. Miss? Oh, miss?
Are you awake?
Yes, I'm awake.
It's all my fault, isn't it?
What's all your fault?
The mess you're in. Your snarled-up production lines and hundreds of men losing their jobs.
Thousands, darling. Thousands.
All because of me not minding my own stupid business.
That's what being a journalist means. Not minding your own business.
I know. I constantly feel like the dormitory sneak, blowing the gaff on Mavis Pringle for stealing jam in the kitchen. Why do I do it, Stephen?
Because your sense of right and fair play transcends all else. How's that?
Say it again. Reassure me.
Your sense of right and fair play transcends all else. Did you know your backbone has 98 vertebrae instead of 97?
I'm not a dinosaur. I demand a recount.
1, 2, 3.
I'll drop it if you like.
Your vertebrae, your 90, or the Harry Rawson interview?
Harry Rawson interview.
Oh, sure.
Not as a journalist. I couldn't do that. I know too much about him. Like the £3 million company service barge intended for the North Sea oil rigs that he's using as a private yacht off Casablanca, for one thing. And that's only one thing. No, I couldn't ignore that. Not as a journalist.
56, 57, 58.
But I could ignore it if I was simply a wife and mother somewhere in Wales. It wouldn't be any of my business then. Oh, would it? You'd get your export license and I could come to bed with you every night. Looks like a fair deal to me.
First Harry Rawson, then you can come to bed with me every night.
He's a condition of entry.
He is?
Poor old Sir Harry. He doesn't really stand much of a chance, does he?
Not really. No, sorry, you are normal. It is 97.
Oh, good, I'm so relieved. Perhaps you better check.
1, 2, 3, 4.
2 a.m., sir. Your flight leaves in 1 hour. You ordered 2.
Just a minute.
Tell him to go away. Tell him you've decided to go to Hong Kong instead, the day after tomorrow.
Thanks.
You are required to report to dispersal not later than 30 minutes before your flight leaves, sir.
Sure, I understand. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Well, there's something very sinful about tea at 2 in the morning. What is it, you suppose?
A revealing need for sustenance.
You're right. By George, you're right.
Will you let me come and see you off?
No.
Thank God for that.
Miss Jackson to reception, please. Miss Jackson to reception.
There's something wrong here, Francis. There's something wrong.
There's a hell of a lot wrong, Chief. And it's getting wronger all the time.
Can you come in for a minute, Bernie?
Be right with you.
We'll see what Vernon has to say. He's supposed to understand these things.
How did you make out with the bishop yesterday?
Oh, fine. I'm enrolled in the Bible class every other Wednesday.
Good, good. Keep taking the tablets. Come in, Bernard. Sit yourself down.
Thanks.
This Harry Rawson thing we've been researching, how up to date are you?
Bernie knows everything, except what happened yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
Someone tried to put the hex on Francis over the proposed interview.
Do we know who?
The mouthpiece was Gordon Clayton, government backbencher, speaking on behalf of God only knows who. Anything strike you as odd about that?
Depending on the hex, request, threat of violence, what form did it take?
Just a hint. Albeit a broad hint, but hint nevertheless. Well?
The surest way in the world to get a journalist to dig deep with an axe is to tell him to lay off, right?
Right. And that, Francis, is what's wrong with it.
The whole thing is a Judas kiss.
Yes, well, maybe they are frightened enough to try to stop you for themselves, but it is just possible that the opposite is what they're really after. Warn you off, so that you'll go a damn sight deeper than you might otherwise have done. If you ask me, they're out to get someone.
And it isn't simply Harry Rawson.
No.
The lamps are on him already. Someone in the government, perhaps.
Could very well be.
What do you want me to do?
What do you think, Bernie? Is now the time to crack this one? Kick in with journalists threatened in corruption probe, that sort of thing?
Before we know who the villains are.
And I haven't been threatened. It's Stephen they tried to reach.
Yes. All right. Carry on playing it the way you have been doing, only with both eyes open for the possible con. We'll wait for something more definite to happen. Yes?
Call for Francis on 7.
Francis? Oh, Josie. No. When was this? How bad is it? My house has been broken into.
Oh, no.
Yes, Josie? Yes. Yes, all right. Keep them there with you until I arrive. I'll be there as quickly as I can. Yes. Yes. I'm on my way. Chief, I have to go home.
Yes.
Josie brought the children home a few minutes ago to find the whole place ransacked.
We didn't have to wait too long for something more definite to happen, did we? How bad is it, Francis?
Apparently the place is torn apart.
Harry, get a car out front to take Francis home immediately.
Right.
Away you go, Francis. If you want any help, let me know.
Thanks.
Yeah. How come you didn't know about this, Francis? Weren't you there last night?
Stephen and I spent the night at Skyways Hotel out at Heathrow. The children were at Josie's place. The house was empty. I'll call you.
Well, now, Bernie, who the hell knew that, do you suppose?
Here, boy! Shift this revolting mess out of my sight. And bring me a cup of coffee. Coffee made with coffee beans. Not that fermented desert sand you were serving in here last night. Well, look alive, lad, look alive.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to eat that poisonous rubbish, are you, Teating?
Oh,
Have you no respect for your stomach, man?
well, I've hardly had a thing to eat since I left London yesterday, Sir Harry. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
That, my dear chap, is precisely what you're doing.
I left word at the desk for Gilvan and Ahmad Shabaki to join us here when they arrive. Is that all right? Or would you rather I dealt with them alone?
What about Oppenheimer and Birch? Where are they?
They're waiting for us at their hotel. I'm keeping them under wraps until we've got the preliminaries over.
What about Stephen Gilvan? Does he know I'm here?
No, Sir Harry. Gilvan doesn't know that you're here.
Well, he's in for a nice little shock then, isn't he? I suppose you know his blasted wife has set the dogs on me.
His wife, Sir Harry?
Frances Gilvan, the columnist woman who writes iconoclastic rubbish in the Daily What's-It. She's been raking around half a dozen of the boardrooms that I sit in, researching me for an interview I've agreed to do. It seems she's set herself the task of exorcising the fun out of making millions. God help us all.
Perhaps it's not the millions she reacts to, Sir Harry. Rather the way in which they're made.
Good God, man, I'm a business tycoon, not a self-employed painter and decorator. Of course I misbehave, who doesn't? It's all part of the romance and the glamour of the thing. Would these people give me so much as a sideways glance if it weren't for the fact that I'm known as a man willing to take a chance? They jolly well would not. Panache, dear boy. The vital charisma that produces success like rabbits from a hat. Why the blasted woman doesn't stick to knitting patterns and jam recipes and leave the world of high finance to those of us who understand it, I'll never know.
Was it wise to agree to the interview in the first place? Shouldn't you have refused?
Say no, and the dogs become wolves at the stroke of a pen. Though God knows her dog's a wolf-like enough already. She'd better mind her manners, Teating. I can always take over her husband's factory.
Your coffee, sir.
Yeah.
On the other hand, of course, it may be the opportunity you're looking for to vindicate yourself. God knows there are enough stories circulating about you to fill a book.
Anyone who's ever invested a quid in me has got 2 quid back. She wants to remember that. Only those who bid for 5 quid back get nothing. Greed is the tune we dance to, be it for money or for power. Greed. Ah, this coffee. It's pure camel dung. Boy!
Oh, Stephen Gilvin and Ahmad Shabaki are arriving now, Sir Harry. What's it to be? Alone or together?
Call them over, Teething. I'm about to purchase a little insurance.
Watch what you're doing, Sir Harry. Gilvin is no fool. Excuse me for one moment. Good morning, Stephen. How nice to see you, old chap. And you too, Mr. Shabaki. Do come and join us, won't you?
Mummy, I'm frightened.
Never mind, darling. No one's been hurt.
Who did it, Mummy?
I don't know, my love, but I'm certainly going to find out.
Will you bash them when you do find out?
I will, darling. I'll bash them flat like a beetle.
The fingerprint people are blowing dust all over your bedroom.
Josie, love, take the children to your place and keep them there till I get things sorted out here. Oh, God, look at the mess.
What were they after, do you suppose?
I've no idea. You two, run and put your coats on and collect your toothbrushes from the bathroom. You're going to stay with Josie for a while.
Yes, Mummy. Come on, Lindsay.
God.
Well, have you telephoned Stephen?
No, he'll only come herring home. I know he will, and it might upset his business deal.
To hell with his business deal. What are husbands for? Now pick up the phone and say, come home, I need you. Go along, do as I say.
Do you really think I ought to?
Give me the number. Is Bahrain on STD?
Well, what do you say, Gilvern? Do we have a deal?
Give me a few days to report back to my board of directors, Mr. Oppenheimer. You shall have your answer within the week.
No, I'm afraid that's of no use to us, Gilvern. We need your answer now. This thing has to get airborne.
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I must have time to consult my board of directors.
Is something bothering you, Gilvin?
Oh, not a thing, Sir Harry. I'm delighted that you've singled out my company, but I need time to talk to my production people. There's no earthly point in my taking on work that we cannot complete.
You have forward-loading problems, Mr. Gilvin?
Oh, nothing that a few days won't see sorted out, Mr. Birch. There is a small tangle over licenses for my deal with Mr. Shabaki, but we're managing to put that matter right.
Any problem over licensing, Stephen, I'm always available.
Oh, thank you, Minister. I may have to come to you yet.
Do so by all means, dear boy.
Having got that sorted out, sign the contract, Gilvin, and stop messing about.
Look, your company won't take kindly to you losing this deal because of some block you have about making a decision, Gilvern.
Oh, well, neither would they take kindly to being committed by me to something they might well regret, Mr. Oppenheimer.
Look, we're offering you this on a plate, Gilvern. No nonsense about tenders, no competition of any kind. Just sign the contract. The whole thing is yours. I mean, we won't even look at your prices. What more do you want?
Time to consider it, Mr. Oppenheimer, that's all.
The man's a fool. If I behaved as you're behaving, I would most certainly never have got where I am.
I cannot be blamed for not wanting to be where you are.
I'm warning you. If you let this one slide, Lord Glengower will have your eyeballs for glass marbles.
Gentlemen, the document on the table, if you please. Stephen, my advice to you as a friend and as a minister of Her Majesty's government is that you should accept this offer in good faith and sign the contract. Yes? Yes, he's here. A call for you from London, Stephen. They're putting it through to the annex.
Thank you, Minister. If you will excuse me for one moment, gentlemen.
Have you ever seen the like? If he has this much trouble making up his mind, it's a wonder he doesn't wet himself 3 times a day.
Stephen?
Francis?
Darling, the most awful thing has happened. The house has been broken into and ransacked.
Oh, what about the children? Are they all right?
Yes.
Are you all right?
Yes, we're all fine. I'm packing them off to Josie's until we can get things sorted out. Darling, I don't want you to come racing home. There's absolutely nothing you can do. It's just that I thought that you should know what's happened.
Now listen, I'm being ganged up on and generally pushed into a corner out here, so this is exactly the excuse I need to escape. I'm coming home right away. I'll be there this evening.
Well, if you're sure, Stephen, I really would be glad to have you here.
I'll be on the next flight out of Bahrain.
Right. I'll meet the plane. Bye, love.
Bye. See you soon.
quite sure it's all right for you to have come home like this. What about your delivery dates? Did you get that put right?
Everything's fine, just fine. All right. Tell me what happened.
Josie took the kids home first thing this morning to find the house turned upside down. We've spent the day putting it all back together again.
What about the children? Where are they now?
With Josie's sister.
And then the police? What did they say?
Very little. They were there most of the morning.
Well, what did we lose?
Nothing. They took only one thing.
What was that, for God's sake?
The Rawson dossier.
I see. So that was it. All right. How much of a setback is that?
Hardly anything at all. Most of it is etched on my memory. What names and dates and places I need can easily be dredged up again. There is one snag.
And what's that?
Someone tipped the evenings off about it, and they've gone into print with secret papers stolen in raid on home of journalists. It's here on the front page. See for yourself.
And they won't say where they got it from?
Anonymous tip. It means I've had to come on a bit strong with a piece for tomorrow morning. Not naming names or anything. Just hinting at international businessmen with a light garnish of MPs for extra flavouring. Now we've got to see it through to the bitter end, Stephen.
Ask me who I found waiting for me in Bahrain.
Who was waiting for you in Bahrain?
None other than the lad himself, Sir Harry Rawson.
Stephen!
Would you like to know who was out there with him?
Tell me, just tell me.
Zuki Oppenheimer and Arnold Birch.
You're putting me on.
Well, there is more, Francis, there is more. I found myself being hauled off to a meeting with this lot. The meeting I was attending when you telephoned me, and praise be to God that you did. And who was in the chair? Geoffrey Teating, Minister for Overseas Development.
Isn't it surprising what crawls out of the woodwork when you bang on the walls with a hammer?
Hang on, Francis. I've been thinking about this all the way home on the plane. If Teating knows what these boys are up to, would he openly align himself with them at a meeting with me? I think not.
Oh, and you know it. They're laying a trap for you, Stephen, and you're walking into it with both eyes wide open. Oh, don't be an idiot.
It isn't as simple as that, Francis. I have to put this up to my board of directors, and believe me, they won't be interested in your war with Harry Rawson.
And Oppenheimer, and Birch, and maybe even Geoffrey Teating. Sign this contract and you'll find yourself involved right up to your neck.
Oh, really?
Listen, you have my full permission to tell your board of directors everything that's been going on. You need leave them in no doubt whatsoever as to the kind of men they're dealing with. Will you do that, Stephen?
You write your column and I'll run my business, okay? This is the biggest single contract we've ever had, Francis. I have 3,000 men's jobs to think about. Ethics have to be on a sliding scale in order to survive.
There isn't a hell of a lot to choose between you, is there? You're like a lot of grubby little boys, stuffing marbles into leather bags, everyone frantic to get more than his fair share. You make me sick.
All right. What am I to say to my board of directors? Here is a £10 million contract, but I don't think we'll take it because my wife doesn't like the sound of it. Oh, come on, Francis, come on. There's nothing wrong with the contract. You can print the whole thing on the front page of the Christian Herald if you want to. If getting my company involved was an attempt to buy you off, then it didn't work. I cut and ran before they had time to put the screws on. You can blast Harry Rawson off the face of the earth for all I care. Well, go ahead. Do it, why don't you?
I'm going to have to, aren't I? I have no choice. Let's hope I don't have to blast you off the face of the earth right along with him. It stinks, Stephen. And you know it.
If I can find out who is behind all this, and you can get the whole thing cleared up, will that satisfy you? I can go ahead running my business without any further interference.
How do you propose to do that? I've been at it for months, and all I've managed to do is to get my house burgled and you into a hell of a lot of trouble.
When you think of it, everything that's happened so far has conspired to push this thing out into the open. Even right up to the tipping off of the evening papers about the break-in and the stolen dossier. So, what does that mean? Well, it means it can't be any of the men you've been dealing with. They've all got too much to lose and a hell of a lot to hide. So, it must be someone else. Someone who wants this lot busted. But who?
One man knows, and that's for sure.
And who's that?
Gordon Clayton, the man who started the whole thing going. How much does your company pay him as a consultant?
$5,000 a year. Hey, that's an idea.
Stop his money. Sack him for his performance towards you yesterday. Would it work?
Of course it'll work. Friend Clayton's a greedy, grasping little man. There's not much he won't do for money.
Then go to it, but he talks to me, all right? Don't let him give you any information, because I don't want to have to one day reveal you as my source of supply, okay?
Right. Come on, let's go and collect the kids.
Mr. Steele on 2, please. A call for Mr. Steele on 2.
Will you look at these Olga Stavros galleys, Francis? They're yelling for them downstairs.
You do them, Harry. I trust you, okay? Only watch out for Olga spelt with a V.
Features. Yes, she's here. For you, Francis.
Francis.
Miss Gilvin, it's Gordon Clayton.
Get this on tape, Harry.
Right.
Hello, Mr. Clayton.
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Gilvin. Can we meet?
Suggest a time and a place, Mr. Clayton, and I'll be there.
I'll be in the bar of the Bush Hotel in Brunswick Street at 9 o'clock this evening.
I'll be there, Mr. Clayton. Success, Harry! The enemy are offering terms of surrender.
Great.
Can you come in, Francis?
I'm on my way.
Sit down, Francis.
Something wrong, Chief?
The lark ascendeth, Francis. I just had the head of the Serious Crimes Division on. He read your article this morning on yesterday's robbery. He wants you in his office at 12 noon.
Great.
Yes. How ready are you to let this thing go?
Let's say I'll be a damned sight readier tomorrow. I'm meeting Gordon Clayton in the bar of the Bush Hotel in Brunswick Street at 9 o'clock this evening.
Mm-hmm.
He's yelling, I want to tell all.
Well, how did you manage that?
Stephen hit him where it hurts most, in his wallet.
Come in.
Ah, good. The two of you.
Yeah, I was about to call you, Bernie. The police are moving in on this Harry Rawson thing.
Fine, fine. That makes what I have to tell you even more interesting.
And that is?
After what happened to Stephen yesterday, I've been taking a look at Geoffrey Teating's background. He's a director-elect to the board of BTI.
Huh?
His sponsor is Harry Rawson.
You know something, fellas? I'm really beginning to enjoy myself.
What have you got on Teating so far, Francis? Does he feature in anything you've dug up?
Not a thing. No mention of Geoffrey Teating until he showed up chairing the meeting in Bahrain yesterday. I've just thought of something. Stephen is reporting to his board of directors right now. He should know about this. Do you mind if I call him?
Go right ahead.
You don't seem to be too enthusiastic about this project, Mr. Chairman. Am I mistaken, or would you care to explain?
You are not mistaken, Peter. I must admit to a certain disquiet over the personalities involved.
Mm-hmm.
The contract itself is sound enough. Our associates are perhaps not all that we would wish them to be.
Meaning, sir?
Don't press me for details, gentlemen, but I happen to know that a row is about to break in London. Within the space of the next few days, certain men will be accused of malpractice that cannot help but result in criminal charges being brought against them. Now, these same men are contributors to the government contract that we have before us. I genuinely believe that the two areas are in no way connected, and at no time have we behaved in anything other than the most proper manner. But it is a fact of life that unpleasantness is inevitable for those who knowingly associate with villains. If you please, gentlemen.
Ah, but damn it, Stephen, you can't leave it there. I mean, who are they? What the devil have they been up to?
Well, you'll find out who they are soon enough for yourselves. As to what they've been up to, or misappropriation of company funds, contravention of the currency laws, breaking and entering, theft of incriminating documents, bribery, extortion, I think that will do to be going on with. Excuse me. Yes?
Mrs. Gilvern is on the line, sir.
Ah, yes, I think I know what it is she wants. Tell her I'll call her the moment I'm free.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
But you found nothing wrong with the contract itself, Mr. Chairman.
This is a government contract offered to us, and in a much bigger way to others. Quite frankly, it's the others I'm worried about. But I can only quote Geoffrey Teating, Minister for Overseas Development, who said in the presence of Ahmad Shabaki, "As a friend and as a minister of Her Majesty's government, I advise you to accept this contract." Well, you must judge for yourself.
Well, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, damn it, Stephen, if we limit ourselves to dealing only with honest men, we'd be out of business in a fortnight.
The subtle difference being, Charlie, most dishonest men of our acquaintance manage to stay out of prison.
Ah, yes, point taken.
What do you advise us to do then, Mr. Chairman?
Ideally, we should play for time. We should wait until this thing breaks in London and then sign the contract. No previous involvement. If we do that, however, there is a risk that we will lose the offer.
How big a risk, Mr. Chairman?
Quite a substantial one, I'd say. The offer might easily be withdrawn. Even government ministers are capable of retributive pique. Teating has gone to considerable lengths to push this in our direction.
Well, to hell with what people will say. But 2 years continuous work for this factory involved here. We can't afford to let that go. Not simply on a matter of principle, anyway. Yes. I propose that we sign the contract.
You are putting that proposition to the meeting? Yes. That we accept the contract?
I am.
Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Godbeer. All in favour? Thank you, gentlemen. Since we are all agreed that it is a matter of considerable importance that we secure this promise of work, I will sign on your behalf. Yes?
Mrs. Gilvern is still on the line, sir. She says that it's very important that she speaks to you.
Ask her to hold on one moment longer, Miss Cruz. I'm coming through.
Yes, sir.
If there is no further business, gentlemen, I will declare this meeting closed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll take a phone call in my office. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, Stephen.
Francis? I'm sorry, my love. I was in a board meeting. You called to tell me Gordon Clayton telephoned you. Am I correct?
Yes, he has, but that's not why I called. Darling, don't sign that contract.
Why not?
Teating is in this right up to his neck. He's the director-elect of the board of BTI, and Harry Rawson is his sponsor. I've got a meeting with the head of the Serious Crimes Division at noon. Whatever you do, Stephen, don't sign that contract. Stephen?
It's too late, Francis. The contract was signed 2 minutes ago.
Stephen, you fool. I warned you. I told you last night that the whole thing was as bent as a hairpin. Oh, what the hell am I going to do?
Thank you, Francis.
Is something wrong, sir?
There is a great deal wrong, Miss Cruz. Very wrong indeed.
That's nice. That really is nice. A journalist who exposed her own husband.
If you want out, Francis, just say the word. You can hand the whole thing over to Bernie.
I can't get out, can I? I opened my mouth oven wide in my column this morning. The chief of the Serious Crimes Division wants to talk to me, remember?
Yes.
Now, the car's outside to take Francis to a 12 o'clock meeting.
Thanks, Harry. Right, I'm on my way. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Francis.
Very well, young woman. What have you got to say for yourself?
How about... Sorry I was burgled. I'll try not to let it happen again.
Is this yours? Do you recognize it?
Hey, that's my dossier. It was you who burgled my house.
This was addressed to me and arrived through the post this morning. It contains some 20,000 words of closely typed libel on the supposed criminal activities of a group of businessmen and MPs, which, if substantiated, would send them all to prison for a very long time indeed. The only issue at doubt is who will be in prison the longest, you or them.
Me? What have I done?
Withheld information on criminal activities from the rightful authority. Permitted acts prejudicial to the public good to go unchecked. Condoned criminal acts by maintaining silence. Made facsimile copies of private and confidential papers not intended for your perusal. Committed countless libelous statements to paper with intent to publish same. The people named having not yet been accused of any malpractice by the rightful authority. Shall I go on?
No, I confess. Where do I sign? I'm taking up sheep farming.
Were it not for the fact, young woman, that we already have a dossier on these gentlemen that is twice as long as yours and twice as juicy, I would be very cross with you indeed.
But you're not. You're just telling me off because I'm young and stupid and wildly sexy. That's it, isn't it? Can I go now?
Tell me, why do you suppose whoever it was stole this dossier from your house sent it on to me? Why do you think they did that?
Well, I really couldn't say. Perhaps they thought you'd put it up for Book of the Month Club. No?
It's almost as though they were afraid you weren't going to print this after all. And being right-minded citizens, they sent it on to the rightful authority, me. How does that grab you?
No, I like my Book of the Month Club theory better.
It's as though they knew you'd been blackmailed into silence and had agreed to suppress all this in order to cover up for someone. Now there's a thought.
You really should take up journalism, Inspector. You can invent such colourful lies about people. Can I have my dossier? I want to go now. I have an appointment with my dentist. I'd hate to miss it. I'm so short on fun these days.
Tell me what you know that I don't know, and I'll let you go. Okay?
How do I know what you don't know? Maybe your mother wasn't all that frank with you. You've got the bit about the birds and the bees,
Mm-hmm. Would you like me to book you as an alien witness?
Ignore me. It's a nervous trick I've got. When threatened with extinction, I make jokes. Look, I'm not covering up for anyone. All I know is written down right there in front of you. I intend to publish every word of it, and if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to go to jail, as long as you bring me my breakfast. Can I go now?
You can go. But I tell you something, Francis. If you're withholding information from me, I'll bring you breakfast, all right. Bread and water every third morning, okay?
It's a deal. Only make it wholemeal, thinly sliced. I'm going. Don't hit me. I bruise easily.
How'd you get on, Francis?
Great. He asked me questions, took my knee prints. It's some new science they're developing down there.
How much did you have to tell him?
Oh, he found the bit about the birds and the bees pretty interesting.
Come in. What's the matter, Harry? You look sick.
I just had a phone call for Francis.
For me, Harry?
Someone came on the line and said, tell Frances Gilvern if she knows what's best for her children, she'll drop it now before it's too late. I hung up.
Oh, Christ, no.
Francis, I'm home.
Oh, Daddy!
Hey,
Daddy!
what are you two doing up at this time? Why aren't you in bed?
Mummy let us stay up to watch Starsky Nutch. Daddy, we have burglars. A mess. You should have seen the mess. When they catch them, Mummy's going to bash them with her collar.
I just bet she is. Eh?
Come along, you two. I want to chat with Daddy. Up the apples and pears.
Oh, no. Can't we stay and see you did it?
You can take the portable with you and can watch in Kelly's room. Go along. Go on, off with you.
Thanks, I'm next to the wall.
Hi.
Hi. Are you all right?
I am now. Have you eaten?
I drove straight through.
I thought you might. I've got something hot.
How did you get on with the Director of Public Prosecutions?
Head of Serious Crimes. We haven't reached the prosecutor yet.
Or whoever. How did you get on?
I'm hoping to be allowed to plead guilty but insane. Eat it while it's hot.
Oh, great, I'm famished. No, but seriously, tell me what happened.
We've been working along parallel lines. Some things he didn't know, but not many.
Like Teeting being on the board of BTI, for instance.
Not mentioned.
And you didn't volunteer the information, is that it?
When they ask, I answer. They don't ask, I don't answer.
I'm hoping to keep Geoffrey Teeting out of it in order to keep me out of it.
You run your business, I'll write my column, okay?
Touché. Oh, what about Gordon Clayton?
I was to have met him in the Bush Hotel in Brunswick Street half an hour ago. Bernie went instead of me. I wasn't leaving the children, not even to talk to Gordon Clayton. What about tomorrow? Can you stay with them?
I have an appointment with Teeting at 11 about my licensing snarl-up. Can't you stay home? Do you have to go to the office?
I go off boom in the first edition. Names, dates, places, the full black eye treatment for everyone down to the office cat. The first reaction will be a writ for libel from Rawson Solicitor. But that won't stick for long because he's going to be arrested the moment he sets foot back in the country.
Josie will have to keep the children on the move until one of us is free to take over. The zoo, British Museum, Houses of Parliament... Oh, no, not the Houses of Parliament. What about Oppenheimer and Birch? What's happening to them?
They're throwing the book at the lot of them. They've been watching this currency fiddle for the past 2 years. Wormwood Scrubs is going to be like open day at the CBI. Who on earth can that be?
Oh, stay here, Francis. Let me. Bernie, old son.
Hello, Stephen.
What brings you here? Silly question. I know what brings you here. Go along through. Francis is in the kitchen.
Thanks, Stephen.
Hi, Bernie.
Hello.
A cup of coffee? I was just making one for Stephen.
Oh, please.
You don't mind if I carry on eating, Bernie? I've just driven up from South Wales.
Oh, please. Please, go right ahead.
Is something wrong, Bernie? Where's the grin of triumph? I don't seem to see any brush or mask hanging from your belt. Didn't Clayton show up?
He showed up all right. only not in the bar of the Bush Hotel.
Where, then?
Dead on the pavement outside.
Gordon Clayton dead?
What happened, Bernie?
I was sitting there, sipping my pint, waiting for him, when there's one hell of a screech of brakes from outside. Everyone rushed out, including me, of course. There's Clayton, in several pieces on the pavement.
What happened?
He'd been hit by a minicab. Story is a kid ran out, the driver swerved to avoid him, mounted the pavement, and clobbered Gordon Clayton.
Witnesses?
2, man and a woman.
Did you talk to them?
Yep. Seemed clean. Ordinary little man and wife.
What about the minicab driver? Did you talk to him?
Not yet. The police have taken the car to Hammersmith Police Station to run the rule over it. I'm going back there now to see if I can talk to him.
How do you rate it, Bernie? Was it an accident, or was it something else?
How can you possibly say? Unless the police come up with something, it'll go in the book as an accident.
Some accident.
Well, these things happen, Francis.
I'll get it.
Let me get you something a little stronger than coffee, Bernie. You look done in.
Thanks, Stephen. I could use it. God, you should have seen the mess.
Here, drink this.
Thanks.
This makes me even more nervous over the threat to the children.
If you'd seen what I've just seen, you'd take it very seriously indeed. Can't you pack them off to the country for a while?
Well, they stay where we can see them. Tomorrow, Josie keeps them on the move.
I take your point.
Who was it, Francis?
McMahon, the police inspector I talked to this morning. Oppenheimer and Birch were arrested at Heathrow Airport 15 minutes ago.
What about Harry Rawson? Didn't they nobble him?
He wasn't with them. He's snug as a bug in Bahrain.
Or on his way to Brazil in his BTI yacht.
Well, now what?
I don't know about you two, but I'm on my way to Hammersmith Police Station.
All we can do is mount guard over the kids and wait for Francis' article to go snap, crackle, and pop tomorrow morning.
This is incredible. Unbelievable. Where on earth does she get her facts from, Stephen?
Well, to quote Francis, Minister, it's surprising what crawls out of the woodwork when you bang on the walls with a hammer.
I went into the house this morning, and not knowing a thing about this, of course, expecting to discuss Aubrey's land sales declaration bill, and the place is in an uproar. Everyone waving copies of Francis's article, screaming for an inquiry, the government backpedaling like mad. But the cold, grey facts remain. The girl is right. Birch and Oppenheimer have already been arrested, and they're hell-bent to get their hands on Harry Rawson. God, Stephen, to think that only a couple of days ago you and I sat in a meeting with these very men in Bahrain. It jolly well makes you think, doesn't it?
Does indeed.
It's the awful duplicity of these men that upsets me most. One tries to do one's best for everyone, and this is what one gets. And quite frankly, Stephen, it doesn't do to have this sort of thing happening in politics. Too many daggers to one's back, don't you know? All very embarrassing, extremely embarrassing.
I'm sorry to have to bother you about my licensing problems at a time when you have much greater worries to contend with, Minister.
Oh, not at all, my dear chap. Life must go on in spite of the Rawsons of this world. I've already telephoned the department concerned with your Bahrain shipments, and you'll get your license this morning.
Oh, thank you, Minister. It really is most kind of you.
Actually, I'm rather glad of this chance to talk to you, Stephen. Certain matters keep thrusting their way to the forefront of my mind. Things that have to be discussed and got right, especially in the light of this morning's shindig. We have to get through this thing unscathed, you and I. Stick together at all costs, if you take my meaning.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite clear about what
the
you're...
Bahrain aerospace contract must go forward. If it's allowed to die, it'll be seen as part of the general stink that's rising. We must avoid that at all costs.
Indeed.
I shall see to it personally that whoever takes this thing forward is thoroughly briefed as to your absolute innocence in all this. You need have no fear of that.
Oh, thank you, Minister. I'm sure my company will feel most reassured. Naturally, I'm sorry to hear that you won't be completing the deal yourself.
It seems unlikely just at the moment. Certain other considerations are arising that'll make it impossible for me to do so. I would have been happy to hand the whole thing over to Gordon Clayton, but the poor chap got run over and killed last night. I suppose you heard about that.
Yes, I was told.
A most promising chap, Clayton. He would have been the Prime Minister's obvious choice to fill my place in his cabinet when I leave. Sad. Very sad indeed.
You are leaving the cabinet?
Not immediately. Not until the general brouhaha has died down, at least. You must tell Francis to take great care when putting pen to paper about all this. One word to connect either of us with Rawson, Oppenheimer, or Birch would damn us both completely. And since neither of us is guilty of any involvement here, that would be a pity, don't you agree?
Indeed.
She cannot mention one without mentioning the other, since our activities are inextricably linked in all this. To damage me would be to damage you equally. Not that she would ever dream of hurting you, of course.
Has your resignation anything to do with the row over Rawson, Oppenheimer and Birch?
Only indirectly. I've been asked to take over the chairmanship of BTI in the place of Harry Rawson. I'm leaving politics to join you fellows in industry. There. How does that strike you, Stephen? You look surprised.
Yes, I must admit I am a little. I thought you had your sights set in a different direction.
Politics is a squalid business, Stephen. Quite frankly, I'm glad to be out of it. This hasn't been an overnight decision, you understand. It's been on the cards for some time that I should replace Harry Rawson as the head of BTI. And you see now how important it is that Francis doesn't make a mess of things for either of us.
You need have no worry on Francis' account, Minister. We will get nothing but fair play from Francis.
Splendid, good man. I knew I could rely on you. I'm sure we'll be able to help each other tremendously in the future.
Excuse me, Minister. The car has arrived to take you to your 11 a.m. meeting with Lord Glengower.
Yes, thank you, Miss Barlow. I'm just leaving. I'm sorry, Stephen. I must dash. I've got a meeting with my future boss. Oh, of course he's your boss, too, isn't he? How very cosy. Well, anything I can do for you before I leave office, you have but to ask.
Thank you, Minister.
I must dash. And don't worry, Stephen. I shall keep your name well and truly out of this.
Hi.
Hi, Francis.
Have you been here long?
For 5 minutes. 1 cup of coffee and 1 sticky bun.
Thanks. It's nice to see that some things stay the same in this old changing world.
What about the children?
I dropped them off at Kew Gardens with Josie on my way to the office. You talk and I'll munch. How'd you get on with cheating? God, I'm starving.
He's resigning from the cabinet to take over as head of BTI in place of Harry Rawson.
He told you that? He sat there and told you that?
Take it easy, take it easy.
It has to be cheating. He got rid of Harry Rawson to land his job. The whole thing begins to make sense.
Anyway, he went to great lengths to point out how inextricably our destinies are linked in all this. To mention him is to mention me, to damage him is to damage me. Not, he hastened to add, would you ever dream of hurting me.
Blackmail, by God.
Yeah, we parted the best of friends, promising with our hands on our hearts to support one another to the death. I wouldn't trust him as far as the gents.
How are we going to get him? That's the question.
Well, you can't. Not unless you fancy seeing me behind bars along with the rest of them. It's just as well that Teeting is getting out of politics, otherwise he'd have been kicked out. There was a tremendous row in the House of Commons this morning. Inquiries being called for, heads rolling, and all because of your column. Teeting shot off to present his side of the story to our now mutual boss, Lord Glengower, just as I was leaving.
Hey, of course. He'll come under the group chairman like everyone else now, won't he? God, what I wouldn't give to know what's being said in there right now.
You have exceeded your brief, Keating. You bungling, incompetent fool. I want no part of it.
My brief, Lord Glengower, was to expose the wrongdoing of Sir Harry Rawson, Oppenheimer and Birch, and to get myself installed as the head of BTI. This is what you asked me to do, and this is what I have done.
Never at any time did I tell you that you were to achieve your goal at any cost. You may consider that your means justify your end, but by God, your means they shall remain. Burglary, blackmail, and murder are not weapons to be found within my armory, sir. If this thing crashes about your head, you'll get no help from me. You will take the fullest responsibility for your own damn fool actions.
Everything that has taken place, Lord Glengower, was necessary to protect you from any possible involvement. Gordon Clayton knew of your behind-the-scenes presence and was about to tell Francis Gilvan, the columnist. It was necessary to prevent him doing this.
It was necessary to protect your own miserable skin, Teeting. I'm not a complete damn fool, you know, but I'll tell you this. One fleck of dirt leaves your personal ends on me, and you won't last long as the head of BTI.
I shall make it my personal aim, Lord Glengower, to see that you are never at any time mentioned in connection with the events that have taken place.
Good. We understand one another.
Perfectly, sir.
And then understand something else. This and all previous conversations relating to this subject did not take place.
No, sir.
Good. Very well, you may go.
Thank you, sir.
Gunteating.
Yes, Lord Glengower.
Get Gilvan's wife out of my hair, and get it right for once. There's a good chap.
Have I your permission to do whatever is necessary to achieve this, sir?
As long as you don't tell me about it, you can do as you damn well like.
Thank you, sir.
The children! It's the children! Oh, Francis, I've lost the children!
Where are you, Josie?
Baker Street. We just come out of the planetarium. They asked for an ice cream and I got some at a kiosk. When I turned round to give it to them, they're gone. Oh, Francis, what am I going to do?
Stay right where you are, Josie. We'll be right with you.
What's happened?
They've got the children. Harry, call Inspector McMahon. Tell him the children have been abducted from outside the planetarium. Come on, Bernie. You're coming with us.
Where can he reach you?
Where, Stephen? Where?
We'll pick Josie up in Baker Street and we'll go straight home. We have to stay close by the telephone. Now, come on.
Right here. I bought 3 cornets, and when I turned to give them to him, they'd gone. Oh, Francis, forgive me. I'm so sorry.
Did you notice anyone following you? Anyone at all?
No, no one. I've kept my eyes wide open all day, and there was no one. Oh, why did I agree to take them? Why did you ask me, Francis? You should never have asked me.
I know, love, I know. It's all my fault. Now, please try not to upset yourself.
If anything happens to those children, I shall never forgive myself.
I talked to the lady in the kiosk. She didn't even see the children. All she remembers is Josie screaming.
The thing to do is to get home as quickly as we can and let the police handle it. You too, Bernie. We need all the support we can get. You spent an hour in Kew Gardens, and then what did you do?
We caught a bus to the West End. Kelly wanted to go to Selfridge's.
All the time holding the children?
Tight, one in each hand. I never let go of them, not for 1 second.
Only long enough to pay for the ice cream in Baker Street.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Here, Josie, love, drink this.
Oh, I don't want it, Bernie, thank you.
Do as I say, girl, and drink it.
Oh, where are they? Why don't they contact us and get it over with?
As long as they haven't contacted us, my bet is that the children are all right. It's after they've contacted us that we're in trouble.
Oh, surely to God there's something we can do.
Just let me have the children back, and I swear to God I'll never write another word as long as I live. Let me! Francis Gilvan speaking. Yes, Inspector. Thank you for telling me. No. We won't move 1 inch from the telephone. Yes, we'll be here. McMahon. He's coming over. It seems the Royal Navy boarded Rawson's BTI yacht and have taken it to Gibraltar on a phony smuggling charge. That's the end of Mad Harry's little caper.
We can't just sit here, for God's sake.
Well, the only possible protection in a situation like this is counter-pressure.
How do you mean, Stephen?
Well, are we agreed that the man behind this must be Geoffrey Teating?
Oh, it has to be Teating. Everyone else is under lock and key.
If he did in fact murder Gordon Clayton, then he must have hired the minicab driver to do the killing for him. Am I correct?
No other way.
Well, what if the minicab driver went bad on him? Offered to sell Francis his story?
You think I haven't tried that already? I was after him first thing this morning. Nothing. Not a hope. McMahon reckons that if it was a killing, then the driver is probably a professional assassin in the pay of the Secret Service. Oh, you can put a man like that on a rack and you'll get nothing out of him.
All right. In that case, we'll use a double bluff. Now, you talk to the minicab driver, Bernie. How closely could you imitate his voice?
Well, I'd have a fair old try, Mr. Gilvan. Do me best, like.
Right, Bernie. This is what I want you to do.
Teating. Joe Batcup here, Mr. Teating. Oh, what the devil do you mean by ringing me here? Damn it, Batcup, what do you want?
Sorry about that, Mr. Teating. Only something's come up that you ought to know about. I'm meeting a certain lady journalist in the bar of the Bell and Grapes in Hampden at 8 o'clock this evening.
Why the devil didn't you refuse to meet her?
I couldn't, could I? Otherwise you'd think I had something to hide, wouldn't you? Which I haven't, so it doesn't matter, does it? I just thought it might be as well if we met beforehand, just to make sure the story's neat and tidy like.
Oh.
I'll be in the Bell and Grapes from 7 on if you'd like to drop in for a bit of a chat. What do you say, Mr. Teeting?
Yes, all right, I'll be there. What about the Gilvern children? Have you got that matter in hand?
All tucked up as snug as a couple of bugs in a rug, Mr. Teeting. Everything's under control.
Be sure you do what you have to before you meet their mother this evening.
Righty-ho, Mr. Teeting. You just leave everything to me.
It worked! It worked! We've got him! All we have to do is to be in the Bell and Grapes with Inspector McMahon at 7 this evening, and we've got him.
Did he say anything about the children?
Be sure you do what you have to do before you meet their mother this evening.
Oh, God, no.
Listen, at least now we know that the minicab driver has them. We've simply got to get to him.
But how? Oh, Stephen, I'm frightened.
Here come the police now.
He has, in effect, admitted his complete involvement, Inspector, and told us who has got the children. Joe Batcup, the minicab driver who killed Gordon Clayton last night.
Please, Inspector McMahon, you've got to stop him. Teeting has told him to do something to them before he meets me in the Bell and Grapes at 7 o'clock tonight. Please, you've got to stop
Now
him.
leave this to me. Get out to the Bell and Grapes and wait for me there. I'll try to meet you there in time to welcome Teeting.
Josie, stay by this telephone. Bernie, you get back to the office in case contact is made there. Come on, Stephen, you and I are going to the Bell and Grapes. Stephen, where is he? Where's Inspector McMahon? Oh, what time is it?
It's 5 minutes to 7.
Why don't we hear anything? Supposing Teeting doesn't show up. What if he's found out that we tricked him this afternoon and something has happened to the children?
He's here now.
Teeting?
No, Inspector McMahon. He's seen us. Now play it quietly, okay? Don't go shouting the place down.
Any sign of him?
No, not yet. The children, Inspector. Have you found the children? Tell me quickly.
Relax, Mrs. Gilbert. Everything is fine. The children are unharmed. They're on their way home in the back of a police car.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank you, Inspector. Thank you. I'll never say another unkind thing about a policeman for as long as I live. Where did you find them?
At Joe Batcup's mother's house in Battersea. We've arrested Batcup on a charge of abducting. That'll hold him for a while. Now listen, we've only got a few minutes. Stephen, you go and stand behind the door there so that if Teeting shows up and decides to back out, you'll be there to stop him.
Right.
Mrs. Gilvern, I think we owe it to you to let you make the approach, okay?
Oh, please, God, let him come. Please, God.
This is it, Mrs. Gilvern. He's here now.
Oh, a large whiskey and American dry, barman, please.
Certainly, sir. With ice?
No ice.
Good evening, Mr. Teeting.
Oh, good evening. I'm sorry, do I know you?
You know my husband, I believe. My name is Frances Gilvern.
Oh, pardon my soul, Stephen's writer wife. Delighted to meet you, my dear. I've been looking at some development in the area. I thought I'd just pop in for a noggin.
Allow me to introduce you to Inspector McMahon of the Serious Crimes Division, Minister. Inspector, this is Geoffrey Teeting.
Geoffrey Teeting, I arrest you for the murder of Gordon Clayton. Anything you say will be taken down and may be used in evidence against you. Stop him, Stephen!
Allow me! I told the kids I'd bash the one who did it, and I did.
We came home in a police car with the siren going. We've been staying in the house with a very old lady. She gave us corned beef sandwiches.
Did she, darling? How absolutely marvellous. Have you got a hug for your old mum?
All right now, Josie.
Another 2 minutes and I'd have joined La Harris in the gibbering heat brigade. Poor Josie, we've given you a really hard time of it. I'm sorry, love. Are we forgiven?
Oh, sure, why not? Usually the highlight of my day is watering my rubber plant. All of this makes a change. Now, all right, you two. Back to your milk and biscuits. Your mother and father in need of a long, strong drink and a sit down. Come along.
A policeman gave me his whistle, Daddy. He said if anyone tries to take us off again, all I got to do is blow it.
You do that, old chap, loud and long. Well, Mrs. Gilvern, have you had enough of being a crime buster? Are you ready to settle for the Women's Guild and the annual flower show?
No deadlines, datelines, or threats of violence. God, what bliss.
Oh.
I'll get it.
You mean it? You'll bring the children to South Wales to a life of sanity and order?
It really is very tempting.
It's for you, Francis.
Coming.
It's your editor, I think.
Thanks. Chief? Yes? Everything is fine. No bones broken and all the villains under lock and key. When? Where? Tonight? Yes. Yes, all right. Leave it to me and I'll see what I can do.
Now what?
Terrorists have taken the British ambassador hostage and conqueror. They're under siege in a backstreet hotel. There's a car coming for me in 15 minutes. I'm flying out in an RAF jet. Josie, be a love and let the kids bunk up with your lot tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. I promise, I promise.
What about me? I thought we were going out for a meal to celebrate.
We will when I get back. We'll celebrate twice when I get back. My passport. Oh, where the hell is my passport?
I'll get it.
Darling, I'm sorry. We'll talk about South Wales when I've done this one last assignment, okay?
Here we go again.
In Lord of the Dance by Michael Davis, you heard Jeremy Clyde as Stephen Gilvan and Denise Breyer as Frances Gilvan. The part of Kelly, their daughter, was played by Penelope Reynolds, who also played Mavis and Miss Barlow, and Lindsay, their son, by Heather Bell, who also played Miss Crawshaw and the bellboy. Josie, Carol Marsh, Harry Gould, Malcolm Gerard, the editor, Alan Dudley, Miss Cruz, Mary Nelson, who also played Mrs. Sorensen and the voice in the tannoy, Gordon Clayton, MP, Preston Lockwood, Geoffrey Teating, Gerald Cross, Lord Glengower, Hector Ross, Bernie, Jonathan Scott, Sir Harry Rawson, Victor Lucas, Zuki Oppenheimer, Rod Beecham, who also played the second director and the barman, Arnold Birch, Michael Tudor Barnes, who also played the first director,
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever paused to wonder what happens to famous people when fame is wrenched away? Consider this. To singers, actors, dancers, to all who perform on stage before live audiences, applause is their life's blood. To performers, that sound is the music of the spheres. They live on it, thrive on it, feed on it. But when homage fades, dies away into silence, what then? Some accept retirement gracefully, or seem to, as did a world-renowned ballerina until her 50th birthday.
I will pay anything, everything, to be young, to dance again.
I warn you, the cost will be high. And before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with me? If yes, then there is no turning back. What do you say? Alexandra, yes or no?
Our mystery drama, Give the Devil His Due, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Mercedes McCambridge. Alexandra, incomparable ballerina, toast of 2 continents, Alexandra the unsurpassed. It was said of her dancing that she was more than a star flung from the heavens. She was a constellation.
What is wrong? What happened to my applause? Where is it, my applause? The bravos. I can't hear them. Please applaud. Call my name. What is wrong?
Sandra. Wake up, Sandra.
What applause? Where did it go, please?
Wake up.
Please. I want my applause. That lovely sound. Someone has taken it away.
Darling, wake up.
Where?
There now. That's right.
John?
Yes, dear, it's John. You were dreaming.
I was dreaming.
Yes, a bad dream.
But
You
where
awake
am
now?
Where am I? What am I doing in this place?
Sandra, you're home. Now, come on, back to bed.
I'm all mixed up.
Come on now, take my hand.
I'm so cold.
Of course you are. That thin nightgown dancing around the room.
Oh, my head, it aches so.
Oh, there now, that's my good girl. You'll feel better in a minute.
Swan Lake.
Huh?
I danced Swan Lake.
Oh, in the dream, yeah, yes.
What dream? What are you talking about? I danced Swan Lake last night. And such applause, John. I can't remember how many curtain calls. And the flowers. There were never so many.
Sandra.
Brava, Alexandra, brava. And one young man was calling out, I love you, I love you. And after the 7th encore, or was it the 8th?
Sandra, stop it. Stop it right now.
John, what has happened to you? You've always been so proud of my talent, my fame, and lately you seem actually jealous of it.
Alexandra, will you listen to me? You did not dance last night. You will not dance tonight. You haven't danced for 13 years since you retired. You're 50 years old.
I am not 50 years old. Why do you say such things? Why have you turned on me like this?
Oh, Sandra, dear Sandra, you're ill. It began a week ago on your 50th
Will you
birthday.
stop that? I am not 50. I am not.
That's exactly what you said on your birthday. You screamed at you. You knocked the cake off.
I am not 50. I am not. I am not. Where are you going?
Forget your hand mirror.
What?
You look at yourself. Something you refused to do all week.
No.
All right, then, if you can. Tell me you're not 50 years old. There. Go ahead, look.
No.
Don't turn away. Look.
I won't.
Yes, you will.
Please don't do that. You're hurting me. There will be marks on my arm. They will show in my costume tonight.
All right, open your eyes and I'll let you go. There. Good. Now tell me what you see.
I see beautiful Alexandra. The greatest ballerina the world has ever known.
Oh, stop looking past the mirror. Look into it. Look.
No, that's not me. That is someone else. She is ugly. Oh, so ugly. Take her away.
No, she's not ugly. She's still very beautiful. But she is 50. Face it, Sandra. Face yourself.
Why do you make me face it? Why? I hate what I am.
Then you do know what you are. You know.
Sometimes I know. But I don't want to. I want to go back. To go back.
Darling, you can't go back. You can't live in the past. This is now.
I hate now.
But it exists and you're part of it.
Yes, John, you are right. Of course you are.
You listened, you heard me, understood.
I listened, I heard. Now, will you do the same for me?
Listen? Oh, certainly.
I've known what's been going on this past week. Part of my mind has always known. I've tried to blot out the truth, pretend that it is lies, and sometimes I can do it. But you drag me back. How cruel, just now, in the mirror, with the wrinkles.
Oh, Sandra, I don't want to hurt you, but I can't let you go on like this. You're getting deeper and deeper into this pretense. I don't know where it'll lead. Thank God we've talked about it honestly. And tomorrow, we'll talk more. Now, let's try to get some sleep.
No. I haven't finished. There's something I haven't told you. You say I need to know that I am 50, that I can't dance, that I will never dance again. Well, you need to know that I will dance. I will.
Oh, Zan.
I know it sounds impossible to you, even mad. I know you can't believe it, but it is true. Alexandra, the unsurpassed, will dance again.
All right, Sandra. Will you promise me something?
All right. I'll stop talking about it. But that does not change what will be.
No. I want you to talk about it.
What?
To a doctor. To a psychiatrist.
I see.
Please, darling, I beg you. This is madness, what you're saying. You're headed straight for a breakdown.
Do you think so, John?
Well, there's been plenty of evidence, and now this. But I think it can be prevented.
Very well, then I shall see a doctor. Yes, I certainly will.
You will?
Tomorrow. Dr. Stern, I want the truth. Please, don't make promises you cannot keep.
But I have no intention of doing that, Mrs. Scott. What would be gained by you or me? Aside from that, it is an honor to have the great Alexandra come to me for help.
I have simply come to the best doctor in the profession. Now, exactly what can you do for me?
First, you must understand there is no absolute guarantee.
None?
Plastic surgery will make you look younger. That is absolute. But for exactly how many years is speculative. However, I can make a very educated guess. You have fine bone structure, and that is basic to all beauty. Bones don't change. Only the skin, the muscles. When your skin is smooth again, wrinkles gone, loose flesh tightened, eyelids no longer sagging, 15 to 20 years, I think, Mrs. Scott. That's a lot of years, I know, but I believe I can achieve it.
20 years? I will be 20 years old again.
No. You misunderstand. 15 to 20 years off your present age.
Oh, how silly of me to put it that way. In other words, I would look 30.
30, 35.
I suppose that will have to do. Now, about my body.
You want body surgery as well?
Of course. You can do the same thing for my body.
Oh, Mrs. Scott, no. Age takes a toll of the body we cannot change. Ah, yes. Breasts lifted, superfluous fat removed. But if you mean your entire body made firm and beautiful...
That is precisely what I mean.
My dear lady, be realistic. Only magic could accomplish such a thing.
Magic? Yes. Good morning, Dr. Stern. I am sorry for taking so much of your time. What is the lady's wish? Her fortune in the tarot cards? The palm? Or the crystal ball? I think the crystal ball. The lady has chosen well. And please, I am in a hurry. Something troubles you very deep. We will begin. My hands upon the crystal. Oh, it's most strange what I see. I see you young and beautiful. Tell me if I am dancing. Tell me. The crystal grows cloudy. The mist, I can see no more. Gone, all gone. But I have told you true. You will be young again. Please try again. I must know if I will dance. Carlotta has no power to see what her crystal ball does not wish to reveal. But you have other powers. No ancient magic. Can you make me young? Tell me, does the lady fear a witch? I don't fear anything except age and not dancing again. Send me to her. The witch is a man, a warlock. But, lady, beware the cost. I don't care what it costs. Tell me his name. He wears many names, many faces. What name today, what face, I do not know, but I do know where he dwells. Number 13, Gehenna Street. The door knocker. It's hideous. Gargoyle.
sound. It's like doom. There is still time to run back down this crooked street. No, I will not.
There is still time to run back down the crooked street, Madam Scott.
You know my name.
Your true name is Alexandra. I've been expecting you. My house is honored.
How strange this room is.
Don't be alarmed by my treasures. They are ancient symbols of the occult.
I am not alarmed. I am only surprised. Since you expected me, sir, and you know my name, you must also know my need.
Your quest, your heart's desire. Yes, I know.
Can you do it?
Oh, not can I, but will I?
Then will you?
If, and only if you agree to my terms, I warn you they are costly.
To be young, to dance again, there is nothing I wouldn't pay. And now, since we are here to do business, I should know your name. You haven't told me.
Well, my name, for a while, as long as it amuses me, is Azazel.
Azazel. I've never heard that name before.
That may prove to be your loss.
Well, I have heard it now. So can we get started, please?
Not yet. Not yet. Before we go on, I give you one last chance not to go on. You are here of your own free will. You still have free will. Decide. Do you still wish to collaborate with Azazel? If yes, then there is no turning back. What say you, Alexandra? Yes or no?
Yes, Mr. Azazel. Yes.
Azazel. If Zandra Scott, if Alexandra had remembered Milton's Paradise Lost, she would recall that Azazel is the name of a fallen angel who, with Satan, rebelled against heaven. And perhaps she would have run for her life down the crooked street. We will return to that street shortly with Act 2. It was Daniel Defoe who wrote, "Every devil does not have a cloven foot, nor has Azazel, if devil he is. We can't be certain, can we? He may very well be only a charlatan, preying on the gullibility of foolish, vain people who wander down his crooked street. However, this I can tell you with certainty. Azazel is devilishly handsome. And wasn't it Shakespeare who wrote, 'The Prince of Darkness is a gentleman'? So seems Azazel, genial, courtly, charming."
Madam, will you sit here?
Why, it's a kind of throne.
And what more appropriate for Alexandra?
Oh, how lovely it is to hear you call me that. Nobody does anymore. They call me Sandra. Now, Mr. Azazel...
No, please. I dislike Mr. Azazel is enough.
Azazel. Such an odd name. But I like it.
I'm flattered. Now, you were about to ask what price I demand to make you young.
20. That's the age I want.
Now, what if I said I'd take your husband from you?
John, I wouldn't care.
No? Your fortune?
I quote you. Money, it's nothing to me.
How charmingly we agree. But I'm saying neither of those things. Merely testing you. All I require of you now is your promise that you will indeed pay anything I should ask. You'll learn the cost only after your transformation. Are you willing to enter a pact so blindly?
Yes.
Oh, how swiftly you leap. Like a ballerina. But consider, my lady, consider, Azazel may demand more than you care to pay.
What have I to lose? I have nothing I care about. Nothing.
Very well. Your promise, state it. I promise I will give...
I promise I will give anything, everything, to be young, to dance as I danced when I was truly Alexandra. Don't make me wait any longer. Change me. Hurry.
Here, this moment?
Yes.
How greedy, impatient Alexandra. The metamorphosis will be done my way, in my time, not yours. 3 nights must pass. The morning after the 3rd night, you will be Alexandra.
I must wait 3 whole nights.
For 30 years, you've waited to be 20 again. You can wait 3 nights more, surely. Now, each night, you will drink from this bottle.
How much of it?
You require a label, as on ordinary medicine bottles. Very well. Shake well before using. 3 tablespoons before bedtime. Prescription not refillable.
Now you're laughing at me.
Indeed, no. I'm laughing at other people who take only man-made potions. Now, all is understood?
Yes. Give it to me.
Not so fast. Not quite all is understood. One more promise. On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here down the crooked street. Go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay. Give me your promise.
Yes, I promise.
Excellent. And I give you the magic potion.
Sandra? What are you taking? What's in that funny-looking bottle?
Oh, it's medicine, John.
Oh, what for?
Well, I'm not feeling quite myself.
You're not?
Well, isn't that what you have been saying for a week?
Oh, yes, but I didn't know psychiatrists prescribe medicine.
But how silly you are. Of course they do. Tranquilizers, things like that.
Oh. And you do seem better already.
Yes, I am. Much.
All evening, not one word about it. No, I don't want to get you started.
About being young again, about how I will dance again.
Well, Sandra, please don't start.
All right. Turn off the light, darling. A dancer needs a full night's sleep.
Oh, Sandra. You said that with humor and a smile, and you know it's a joke. You are getting back to normal.
Yes. Back to normal. Good night, John. John, wake up. Oh, please. John.
What time is it?
It's 6.
6? What the devil are you waking me up at 6 o'clock for?
Because I want to know if I... Well, how do I look this morning?
How you look?
Yes, that medicine last night. The doctor said...
Well, he said take it and you'd feel better, didn't he? Do you?
Yes. Yes, of course, but I thought... I just got a notion that I might look better, too. Do I, John?
You look rested and very pretty. And there's a light in your eyes you haven't had for a long time. And I think your doctor is a genius.
We might even say a magician. John. It's nearly 7 o'clock.
7? Oh. Sandra, what has gotten into you? We never open an eye until 8:30 or 9. Now, 2 mornings running. You... What?
John. How do I look?
Sandra, what is it you want me to say? I told you... Sandra.
What?
Sandra, are you taking some kind of youth-restoring quack medicine? Is that what you're up to?
I am taking what the doctor told me to take. And yes, I did hope it would make me look better. I mean, all week I've had such worry lines, so tense, so nervous. That's all. I just wanted to look better.
That doctor, you never call him by name. Why?
Well, it is such an odd name, it's hard to say.
Just what is this doctor's name?
It is Dr. Azazel.
What nationality is that?
How do I know? And I certainly didn't ask.
Now, Sandra, listen to me. Something's wrong. There's something phony here. What do you know about this doctor's credentials, about his... Where are you going?
Do you mind? To wash my teeth. I can't stand this awful bitter taste. Oh, the mirror. Look at me. Nothing has changed. Is something wrong? Azazel a phony. Is he...
Sandra, I can't hear what you're... I can't hear you.
No, I was just looking at myself. And I can't bear it.
Oh, darling, please don't start all that again.
Oh, you old woman staring at me. I loathe you.
Sandra, what on earth happened in here?
It's nothing. It's nothing, John. It doesn't matter. I broke the mirror. By accident.
Sandra, you awake? Oh, what time is it? It's still dark. Oh, where's that blasted light there? Oh, not quite 6, damn. Sandra's got me in a habit of waking. Honey, it's not fair. You sleep while I... Oh, my God. Oh, my God! Sandra, what's happened to you? Sandra, wake up!
What?
Oh, would you please, for God's sake, open your eyes?
John, what on earth are you shouting for? John, have I changed? Am I different?
Different?
Answer me. I am afraid to go and look.
Go, look.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I don't believe this.
Just now, when I got out of bed, it was not my heavy 50-year-old body.
Will you get to the mirror? This can't be.
Oh.
Am I mad, or do you look the way I think you look?
Oh, I am 20 years old. I am Alexandra.
20? In the name of heaven, will you explain to me how this could happen?
Yes, it is the medicine. It was a magic potion given me by a warlock, a witch. Azazel, no, you are not dreaming. You are not mad. I am exactly what you see. He has given me back my true self. Please, John, no more arguments. I am going now.
Sandra,
this is goodbye.
Sandra, one last time.
No.
Undo this unnatural, unholy thing before it's too late.
You are too late. There is no turning back, even if I wanted to.
Wait. Once you leave this apartment, walk out that door.
Once I leave this apartment, I am free.
Where will you go?
Where else would I go? To the most famous of all ballet companies. To Sergius Kerensky, ballet master, and old friend.
Oh, Sandra, you see how mixed up you are. Sergius managed you 30 years ago. He's dead.
Oh, how could I forget that?
You see? Come back in and close the door.
Oh, don't be stupid, John. It is his son's company now. Peter Kerensky. I will go to him. He doesn't know it. But this is the luckiest day of his life. And mine. Goodbye, old man.
Sandra!
I am free. It is the luckiest day of my life.
On the morning of the 3rd day, you will come here, down the crooked street. You will go nowhere else first. You will come to Azazel to pay what you will pay.
But I have paid, Azazel. I lost poor old John and his silly old money. Why should I go down your crooked street again?
Do not play fast and loose with promises made here. It will be at your peril.
But Azazel, Mr. Azazel, Dr. Azazel, all this abracadabra was done so that I could dance. I can't bear to waste another minute. I am terribly sorry, but I have an appointment with Peter Kerensky.
It was Cervantes who wrote, "He needs must go, whom the devil drives." But is that quotation appropriate here? Is it the devil who drives Alexandra? We still do not know who Azazel is. To her, he's only a sorcerer. And with the arrogance of newfound youth, she now dares defy him. It may well be that by not keeping her pact with Azazel, Alexandra is traveling down another crooked street, a dead-end street. We'll follow her when I return shortly with Act 3. Backward, turn backward, O time, in your flight. Can the clock be turned back? Can youth be relived? It would seem so. But is it wise to reach for the past? Finding it, may we not live it worse instead of better? Alexandra, age 20 again, has billed herself to Peter Kerensky as Zandra Scott. Curious that she should send him that name. Curious, too, that Kerensky agrees to see her. As a rule, he is not interested in unknown young dancers.
Zandra Scott, is that right?
That is the name I am using just now, Mr. Kerensky.
Oh, you have another?
A name you would recognize if I told it to you.
Well, then why the secrecy?
No, it is not secrecy. You will know exactly who I am when you see me dance.
Now, see here. I'm not sure I'm amused by such games. And why are you so sure I will give you an audition?
I know, that's all. I am absolutely certain.
Well, that's more than I am. I can't think why I even let you in here.
Perhaps because I am a relative of the great Alexandra.
Are you? But I didn't know that when your name was sent in.
Aha, you knew it intuitively.
Oh, come now. Well, at least I know why you looked familiar when you walked in. There's a very strong resemblance to Alexandra. Quite remarkable, really.
So you remember how she looked?
My dear lady, how could I forget? My father left a collection of at least 1,000 photographs of that incredible face.
You keep staring at me, Mr. Kerensky.
Yes, you know, it's uncanny. More and more, I see her face in yours. Are you her daughter?
Alexandra had no children.
A niece, then?
Again, Mr. Kerensky, you will know who I am when you see me dance.
Oh, no wonder you were sure I'd audition you. What fool would refuse any relative of Alexandra's?
I did rather count on that.
Yes, but it's not like me to waste time this way. Let's get on with it, please. You've brought leotard and toe slippers in that bag, I assume?
Yes.
Well, I'll get hold of the practice pianist. What music, ma'am?
Giselle, the mad scene.
Why, that's one of the most difficult. Isn't that rather ambitious of you?
For some ballerinas, yes. For this one, though, I have danced that role many times.
As you will. Oh, that door just to your left. You can dress in there. Then come on stage. I'll be waiting out front with my assistant.
But why should I audition for anyone but you?
Because I want it that way. How much warm-up will you need?
None.
None?
I shall be ready in 5 minutes.
Oh, vain as a peacock. But if you're as good as you think you are, then why not? Wait until you see her, Trina.
Oh, the reincarnation of Alexandra?
Well, that's the feeling I have.
Oh, well, if she has half Alexandra's talent, a quarter of it, but she's a find.
A real beauty, too. Eyes like... Oh, there she is in the wings.
Oh, Peter, she could be Alexandra's twin.
What did I tell you? You ready, Miss Scott?
I have always been ready.
Oh, very well. Music, begin. vain, lovely creature. Let's see what you can do. Oh, the little fool should have had a warm-up. All right. I expected a slow start, but come on, let's see something. I don't believe this. What's going on up there?
Wait, Peter, give her a chance.
I am. Oh, I will be damned. What is that?
It's nothing. No elevation, no extension, no technique whatever.
Not even any grace. This girl's clumsy.
That is a trained dancer. Well, she's a rank amateur.
Did she really think she could put this over on Kerensky? A chance resemblance to Alexandra, and she palms herself off as a relative.
Oh, she couldn't have a teaspoon of Alexandra's blood.
That damn little upstart tricked me.
Does she really believe she can dance?
All right, cut. That's enough.
Why? Why did you stop me?
Come down here, please, Miss Scott. Trina, this girl's out of her mind. I'd better handle this alone. Wait for me in the office, please.
Thin ice, Peter. Handle with care.
I know.
How could you do such a thing? I was just beginning the marvelous dramatic passage when I...
Yes, I know, but I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think you're quite ready for that just yet.
Not ready?
Miss Scott, do you think you're ready?
My experience, my talent, how could I not be ready?
You actually think you danced well up there? You believe that?
I didn't.
Indeed, you did not.
But I felt so marvelous. And the music and the stage. I was Giselle. It all came back to me as if I were... Mr. Kerensky, what are you saying to me?
I'm saying you're not ready for this company, or any company for that matter.
No, please. You don't understand. I came here too soon. I should have trained. I thought I didn't need to, but I... Mr. Kerensky, I have not danced for some time. I did not realize I would be so rusty.
Any real dancer knows she has to practice every day of her life.
But I didn't think that I had to. But I will go, and I will train, and I will be back.
Miss Scott, please, I'm a busy man. You've had your audition. It's over. Don't bother to come back. I'd be less than kind to encourage you. Now, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but you simply have no talent.
How dare you say that to me?
How dare you claim you're related to Alexandra? If by some mischance you are, you blight that famous name.
No, I am not related to her.
So you admit it?
I am Alexandra. I am Alexandra.
Oh, wait.
You fool! You tell me I have no talent. I who danced with Nijinsky.
Oh, my poor child. Nijinsky died before you were born.
So, you have come.
What have you done to me? Why have you done it?
Come in, Alexandra.
I am not Alexandra. I am nothing. Why did you do it?
Why did you break your promise to come here?
There was no need to keep it. I paid what you wanted.
You have not paid. You went your own foolish way. That was your gratitude to the one who made you young and fair.
I am young again, yes. But my body, it won't obey me. Can you say that you didn't do that?
If you had kept your promise, you would have kept your talent. And I must ask you to stop shouting. It offends
I want to go now. I don't like it.
Not
here.
so fast, Alexandra. It may be I shall reconsider what I have done.
Huh?
If you are still willing to give everything in return.
But I have already given everything.
No.
I don't know what else you want. But I don't care whatever it is. You take it all. And let me dance.
The bargain is struck. You shall dance.
As I used to.
Far better than that. But you shall dance to my tune. Look into my face, Alexandra.
Oh,
What do you see?
you.
Who am I?
Oh,
Oh, you know my name? Say it.
no.
You've known me from the beginning. If you thought of anyone except yourself.
Oh.
Are you ready to dance?
Now. Here.
Now. Here.
A kind of rehearsal.
You could call it that.
But in these clothes, I can't.
Ah, the first change, then. Look upon yourself, Alexandra.
What? It is my costume for the Sleeping Beauty and my ballet slippers. Everything.
An appropriate costume, yes? Have you not been sleeping?
Huh?
But now, the prince has awakened you. Alexandra, may I have this dance?
Dance with...
A pas de deux with the devil himself. You are highly honored.
But can the devil dance?
You will find that Nijinsky was an ox compared to me.
All that I don't believe.
You doubt that Satan can do anything he desires. Music! Come, your hand. Beautiful, beautiful Alexandra. You dance like an angel.
Yes, I know. I feel it. Never before like this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now I will conquer the world again.
No.
What do you mean, no? You promised me.
My promise will be kept, as you have kept yours. You promised to give everything. At this precise moment, you have.
What have I given?
The world. You've lost it. Alexandra will dance forever, but only in limbo with Satan.
Warning. The devil will have his due. To those who refuse to heed that warning, let them learn from the fate of Alexandra. Oh, yes, she realized her ambition. We can accurately say her burning ambition. But until the end of time, the flames of hell will lap at her dancing feet. I'll be back shortly. You don't believe in the devil? There is no such evil being? Then a final warning needs to be sounded here. In the too often ignored words of Baudelaire, the devil's cleverest wile is to persuade us that he does not exist. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Joe Silver, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Peter Donald. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents a great musical hit, The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On stage tonight is one of the happiest shows that ever hit Broadway. It's The Red Mill, with book and lyrics by Henry Blossom and music by Victor Herbert. David Montgomery and Fred Stone were starred when The Red Mill first started spinning, and audiences cheered the same show last season when it was brought back to Broadway with great success. For the 1949 radio version, however, Montgomery and Stone become Kelly and MacRae. The Kelly, of course, is one of Hollywood's most popular screen personalities, Mr. Gene Kelly.
Thank you. Yep. Just for tonight, Gordy and I are going to slip on a couple of checkered vests and straw hats.
And we'll be sporting two of the corniest names that ever bounced off a balcony.
What do they call you, boy?
Why, I'm Kid Connor.
What a coincidence. I'm Con Kidder. Pretty grim, huh?
Say, will you meet Lucille Norman and Alan Reed?
Yeah?
They play a couple of Dutch characters in Katwijk on Zee.
Katwijk on Come Again?
Well, you'll be there in a minute. So, shall we bring up the curtain, Mr. Kidder?
I'm in favor of it, Mr. Connor. Okay. Here's Act One of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill. Mr. Conductor, if you please.
In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Oh, come. What do you want to go to Europe for?
Romance, boy. Have you got any romance in your soul?
Sure I have, but what's so romantic about Europe?
Why, we can visit all the ancient capitals, gaze on the enchanting scenery, drink in the grandeur of Europe's historic majesty. Besides, we might even meet some good-looking babes.
Well, I'm for that.
Not that there aren't plenty of them right here in America. If a spare afternoon you should happen to have, and you start on a leisurely stroll up Fifth Avenue, there is where, with haughty air, you'll see them as they walk, with velvets and laces and sables enfolding them. Really, you'll nearly drop dead on beholding them. Lucky's the Earl who can marry a girl from Fifth Avenue, New York. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine. You cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in court. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York. Just the same, kid. I want to make the trip.
Well, you could go to Paris and marry a French countess.
Or go to Holland, marry a Dutch duchess.
When does the boat sail?
Tomorrow.
Let's go.
Goodbye, New York. Goodbye, New York. We're sailing on our way.
Farewell to Queens and Bowling Greens and Brooklyn and Battery Bay.
We'll make our home in Nice and Rome and Rotterdam and Cork.
a kiss for each and every peach. Goodbye, New York. So this is Holland.
Hi, Holland.
I wonder what kind of money they use here. Francs, marks?
Whatever it is, we haven't got any.
Hey, what about using those bottle caps, huh?
How do you think I tipped the porter at the railroad station?
Well, we got to find a place to sleep tonight.
And it's got to be cheap sleep.
Hey, let's ask that little Fräulein over there.
Okay. Hey, Mabel.
Yes?
Miss, we can't afford a hotel room. Any idea where we could sleep tonight?
Well, I don't know.
How about that Red Mill? We can just sneak inside and sleep there. I'll bet it'd be real warm and comfortable.
Yes, very cozy. Just the three of you.
Three?
You two and the ghost.
That mill is haunted?
Every night at midnight, the ghost of a poor, unhappy bride rises up and walks to the Red Mill, searching for her lost lover, Henry.
Thank you, and good night, Red Mill.
Say, tell me, miss, how do you know about all this?
Well, I live in this town. I'm the daughter of the burgomaster.
Oh, what's your name?
Gretchen. What's yours?
Connor. But they call me Kid.
Mine's Kidder, but they call me Cod.
Oh, American. Yes, you are rich American.
We are Americans, yes. We are rich, no.
Oh, how sad. I am rich, yet I too am sad.
Girl, don't be silly. How could anybody be rich and sad at the same time?
Well, tomorrow is my wedding day. Tomorrow, by this time, I shall be the wife of the fat old governor of Zealand.
If you don't love him, why marry him?
I'm just like the ghost in the Red Mill. My father is forcing me into this marriage.
Now, look, a pretty girl like you shouldn't worry. Everything will work out.
Gretch, you've got nothing to worry about. The Rover boys are here.
I used to be happy. I used to sing all the time.
Well, why stop now?
When you're pretty and the world is fair, why be bothered by a thought or a care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play and be happy while we may. Life was made for love and laughter. And the world is fair. Why be bothered by a thought or care? For to worry is to double trouble. There'll be enough of that hereafter. Merry youth is like the month of May, and old age is like December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we December gray. So we'll dance and sing and play, we'll dance and sing and play, be happy while we
Hey, I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Gretchen can't marry the governor of Zealand tomorrow if she marries somebody else today.
But who would marry me on such short notice?
Boy, anybody in his right mind. I'll marry you right now.
Why, you hardly know me.
You think of a better way to get acquainted?
You see, in America, we do things fast. Why, I'm falling in love with you at 80 miles an hour.
And wait till he shifts into second gear.
Oh, boys, you take my breath away. I don't understand how this happened so fast.
You haven't seen very many musical comedies, have you, girl?
Well, I can give you a pretty simple explanation. Love is a strange little elfin sprite, blessed with the deadliest aim, shooting his arrows to left and right, bagging the rarest game. filling our hearts with a glad surprise, almost too good to be true.
And still, can you tell me, why do you love me?
Only because you are you, dear.
Not that I am
Not that you are fair,
Hey, Gretch, where do people go in this country when they want to get married?
To the burgomaster. Oh, but my father's the burgomaster here, so we'll have to go to the next town.
Come with us, Con. You can be the best man and give the bride away.
Just one moment, my fine young friend.
Father!
Have you forgotten, my dear Gretchen? The ceremony is to be tomorrow, not tonight. It is to be held here, not in the next town. And the bridegroom, not this silly young American, but His Excellency, the Governor of Zealand.
Hey, you're pretty high-handed, Mr. Burgomaster. A girl can marry anyone she chooses back where we come from in little old New York.
Well, this is little old Cotwick on Z. And we do things differently here. Gretchen, since you seem to be so fond of this old red mill, I think I shall lock you up here overnight.
No!
And here you shall stay until the governor arrives to lead you to the altar.
Oh, Father!
In you go.
You can't lock her up. You can't do this. You can't force her to. You can't.
I guess you can.
Good day, gentlemen. I trust your stay in our village will be both enjoyable and brief. Ha ha. Ha ha.
You know, I think I've seen that guy someplace before.
Yeah, on a beer mug.
Gretchen, are you all right?
It's so dark in here. I'm frightened.
Have you seen the ghost?
No, not yet.
Or when you see her, ask her if she's got a friend. A live one.
Listen, Gretchen, you stay right there.
Oh, she'll do that all right.
We'll find some way to get you out. And if you get scared, why just sing. That's the best way to keep your spirits up. And I'll sing along with you outside the mill. When we ask for reason,
Before the start of the second act of the Red Mill, let's do what most everybody else is doing and talk about high prices. We've all felt them, and that goes for the railroads just the same as it does for anyone else. Let's look at it this way. You buy groceries and fuel and maybe a new car. Well, the railroads also buy groceries and fuel and new cars and locomotives and 100,000 different things that it takes to keep the trains running. Yes, sir, the railroads feel higher prices, too, and are just as concerned about them as folks in general.
Yes, I know. But I've heard it said that higher railroad rates have had a lot to do with the rise in prices.
No, the fact is it's just the other way. Higher prices came first, long before there was any increase in railroad rates. And they made higher rates necessary. Between 1939 and the middle of 1946, the level of wholesale prices of all kinds of things had gone up an average of 43%.
43%?
Yes, and it was only then, on the 1st of July, 1946, that the first post-war railroad rate increase of 6.5% went into effect. Now, you wouldn't say that rising railroad rates caused that rise in prices, would you? For rates hadn't increased.
All right, but how about today?
The latest government figures show that the prices of commodities at wholesale are 107% higher than they were in 1939.
And railroad freight rates, how much higher?
As of tomorrow, when new rates go into effect, railroad freight rates will have increased 52% above 1939. Less than half as much as the increase in prices generally.
What about the prices railroads have to pay for things they buy and use?
Well, the biggest item in railroad expenses is wages. And wage levels are up 83% above 1939. The next biggest is materials, supplies, and fuel. And they're up 118%. The fact is, increased freight rates are the effect of rising prices and wages, not their cause. We're ready for the second act of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The night was still, the ghost like the mill kept waving its spectral arm, and those around heard mystical sounds which thrilled them with vague alarm.
It's awfully quiet. Yeah, I never heard so much silence. Hey, what are those voices?
Just the wind.
What's that?
Just the old mill turning. Looks just like a person, doesn't it? Waving his arms in the moonlight, crying out for help.
I want to go home. The Empire State Building never affected me like this.
But the girl I love is inside there.
But the boy I love is outside here.
Gretchen, are you all right? Gretchen! She's gone.
She's smart. Lets us go, too.
No, wait a minute. You don't suppose the ghost has kidnapped her?
I don't know, but there's a figure up there in the tower of the mill, all white in the moonlight.
Is it Gretchen or the ghost?
Well, I can't tell from here, but it begins with a G.
Listen.
And the birds have softened nest. The shadows fall in a darkening hall, and the weary world at rest. The stars are awakening one by one. The whispering breezes are still. The moon shining bright with a radiant light is silvering valley on hill.
Gretchen, is that you?
Who else would it be?
Gretch, how'd you get way up there?
I climbed up the stairs inside the mill.
Well, how are we going to get you out?
I don't think anybody will ever get me out.
Oh, I can't see your face in the moonlight, but I know you're as lovely as the moonbeams themselves.
Moonbeams shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be true.
Fate may part us, years may pass,
name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone. Goes.
Moonbeam shining soft above, let me beg of you, find the one I dearly love, tell her I'll ever be
Fate may part us, years may pass, future all unknown. Still my love shall prove faithful to him
Fate may part them, years may pass, future all unknown.
Still my love shall be
faithful to
Hendrik.
Who's Hendrik?
Well, that's the name of the ghost's boyfriend.
Farewell, Henry, my love.
Gone.
Con. We've got to get Gretchen out of there. We can't let her marry the old governor of Zealand. I'm in love with her.
A fine thing. Millions of girls in this world, and you have to fall in love with one who's locked up in a mill. This boy always does things the hard way.
Now, wait a minute, Con. Didn't you ever fall in love?
Sure, 365 times a year.
Every day?
Sure.
With a different girl?
I don't eat the same egg every morning for breakfast. Oh, every day is Ladies' Day with me. I'm quite at their disposal all the while. And my pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is Ladies' Day with me. Now it's a frightful thing to think of all the hearts that I have broken, though each one fell in love with me without the slightest token. Among my vulgar creditors, I'm fearfully in debt, because I have afforded anything that I could get. But I must say that I've enjoyed the best of what there is in life. I've been lucky in my love affairs. I've never had a wife. And I don't begrudge the little dears those necklaces of pearls. All the money that I've ever saved is what I've spent on girls. For every day is Ladies' Day with me.
Every day is Ladies' Day.
I'm quite at their disposal all the while. My pleasure, it is double if they come to me in trouble, for I always find a way to make them smile. The little darlings. No doubt I should have married long ago. It's the proper thing to do, you'll all agree. But I never could find any fun in wasting all my time on one. So every day is Ladies' Day with me.
Every day is Ladies' Day.
Hey, every day is Ladies' Day with me.
Okay. So you want to play the field, go ahead. But how are we going to get Gretchen out of the mill?
I wonder whose side the ghost is on.
Wait a minute. I got an idea. Watch the blades in the mill.
Uh-huh.
Now, suppose you grabbed hold of one of the wings when it sweeps close to the ground.
Uh-huh.
Hang on to it, swing on up, and over the top.
Uh-huh.
And rescue Gretchen out of the tower window on the way down.
Uh-uh.
Oh, now, come on, Con. Go ahead and do it. I'll stay right here and direct the whole maneuver.
Great idea. Great. There's only one little change I'd like to suggest.
What's that?
You do it. I'll stay down here.
Okay. She's my girl. I'll do anything for her. Gretchen, can you hear me?
Yes?
Look, I'm going to try to rescue you. Climb up the stairs on the inside of the mill all the way up to the tower window.
All right, but what are you going to do?
I'm going to swing up on one of the arms of the mill and rescue you.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful, she says.
Well, good luck, kid. Hey, be sure you get the right one.
Right one? What do you mean?
Well, don't get the ghost by mistake.
Well, how'll I make sure it's Gretchen?
As soon as you grab her, kiss her. She tastes like an ice cube. You've got the wrong girl.
Okay, here I go.
So long, kid.
Oh.
Au voyage.
Oh! Gretchen, lean out.
I'm leaning.
Farther, lean out all over.
Ready, set,
grab. Oh,
this is the ground. All out.
Are you all right, Gretchen?
Fine.
Now nobody can say you two haven't been going around together.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for getting me out of that awful mill.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, now we've got to get away from your father.
Where'll we go?
Oh, any place. Just so it doesn't have a burgomaster. And it does have you.
In the beautiful isle of our dreams, dear, there is never a sorrow or pain. Every trouble and care quickly vanishes there, and all is made happy again. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's quite warm, it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in the isle of our dreams. So we'll leave this cold, weary old world, dear, where there's nothing that's pure as it seems. And we'll sail o'er the sea, wherefore just you and me. There's a home in the
Well, so long, kids. Have fun.
Well, aren't you coming with us, Con?
Ah, three's a crowd on that island you're talking about. Besides, I want to stay here and see the look on the burgomaster's face tomorrow morning when he unlocks the door of the Red Mill and finds a great, big, beautiful nothing. Ah, good morning, Mr. Burgomaster.
Master.
Master Burgomaster.
Mr. Burgomaster. Good morning, good morning.
That doesn't matter. What brings you out to the mill so early, Mr. Burgomaster?
Just checking up on my daughter.
Too late. She's already checked out.
What? Where is she? Gretchen, are you in there? Gretchen! What became of her? Where did she go? Well, wake up the townspeople. Gather round here, everybody. My daughter. I'll find out who kidnapped my daughter. And if it happened to be a couple of Americans, I'll make them wish they never set foot in Conried.
Gretchen is gone! Gretchen is
Tomorrow there will be a small rise in railroad freight rates, and you might hear it said that higher freight rates have a lot to do with higher prices. As we said a little while ago, it's the other way round. At the end of the war, railroad freight rates were no higher than they were when war began. In fact, the prices of commodities generally and the operating costs of railroads had already gone up more than 40% before there was any post-war increase in railroad freight rates. Even with the new rates, which go into effect tomorrow, the percentage of increase in rail freight rates will be less than half as great as the increase in price levels generally. One more thing to remember. Since the war, railroad freight charges have amounted on the average to a smaller fraction of the price of things you buy than they did either during or before the war. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now for Act 3 of Victor Herbert's The Red Mill, starring Gene Kelly, Lucille Norman, and your Railroad Hour host, Gordon MacRae.
Why the silence? Was there violence, or did lovely Gretchen simply up and run away? If not really, very clearly, they should stop the silly gossiping without delay. What to handle, such a scandal, puts the burgomaster in a very sorry plight. You'll discover, she'd a lover, and she secretly eloped with him last night.
Oh, quiet!
We'll discover.
Stop all this noise and gossiping. Quiet, all of you, quiet! I suppose all of you know that my daughter has disappeared, and I intend to find her, and she will marry the governor of Zealand according to plan.
How are we going to find her, Mr. Burgomaster?
I have just learned that the two greatest detectives in the world are visiting Holland, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yes, they are just a few miles from here, and I'm sending them a telegraph message to come at once and find my daughter. I shall spare no expense. Money is no object.
Money is no object?
None.
Is that the telegram you have there in your hand?
It is.
Do you want me to send it for you, Mr. Burgomaster?
Well, that's very kind of you, my boy. But let me warn all of you, if the culprit happens to be within earshot, he may as well give himself up now, for Sherlock Holmes will run him down.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Connor.
We aren't Mr. and Mrs. yet.
No, he didn't get married.
Why not?
No money.
Boy, have I got the cure for that.
Huh?
Look at this telegram.
Oh,
This is awful.
Sherlock Holmes will be sure to find it.
I don't think he's that good. You see, he never got the telegram. Kid, your new name is Dr. Watson. Shake hands with Sherlock Holmes.
Huh? Oh, I'm beginning to get it.
Sure, it's as simple as going around on a windmill. We masquerade as the detectives and make enough money to get you married.
Swell.
There's only one trouble. You've never really asked me to marry you.
Haven't I? Well, I guess we better make this official. He'll tell you all the magic of those little words we two. I'll teach you how to say, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but don't forget to see
that he correctly learns to say, I want you to marry me.
Well, I guess I ought to say it. Con, help me out, will you? How do you say a thing like this?
Why, it's simple. You just take in your arms. You look into your eyes and you say, baby, here I am, your dream man. Don't fight it. How can you resist me?
Well, I'm afraid that's a little too modest for me. It's got to be something tender. Gretchen,
Yes?
I want you to marry me. Will you do it?
Oh, yeah.
Is that yes?
It's Dutch for yes, but it's just as good.
We'll tell you all the magic of those little words we do, and sing a song that says, my dear, the one I love is you.
There's lots of things he ought to know, but I'll be sure to see
that I correctly learned to say, I want you to marry me.
All right, already, all right. You can stop being Romeo and start being Dr. Watson. We've got some plain and fancy Sherlocking to do. Well, Dr. Watson, how do I look?
Oh, very Baker Street, Mr. Holmes.
Am I wearing my deer stalker cap correctly?
Well, I don't think you're supposed to wear it sideways.
What if you're stalking deer sideways?
Careful. Here comes the burgomaster.
Gentlemen.
Here we go now. Aha! You are the burgomaster of Catwick-on-Sea.
Why, that's amazing. How did you know me, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear burgomaster, but far beyond your powers of deduction. I want you to meet my assistant and eminent colleague, the celebrated Dr. Watson.
Oh, sir, I'm delighted to make yourself so Well, from the way he talks, he must be British.
If he were any more British, he couldn't talk at all.
Just a moment. You two look awfully familiar to me.
We do?
Why shouldn't our faces be familiar to you? Our pictures have blazoned the front pages of every newspaper in England and the continent. Dr. Watson, your beard is slipping.
Oh, dear me, dear me.
Now, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, about my daughter.
Her name is Gretchen.
How did you know?
It's obvious.
Yes, it's obvious. What did you say? What did you say, Dr. Watson?
Mr. Burgomaster, I am the only man living who can understand Dr. Watson.
I see. Now, how much will you charge, Mr. Holmes, to recover my daughter?
I'm glad you brought that up. Our price depends on the difficulty of the job. Is your daughter young?
Yes.
Beautiful?
Quite beautiful.
Then it will be very expensive. Because, as everybody knows, beautiful young girls are very hard to find these days. How much do we charge, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says... Dr. Watson says, and I quote, 555 guilders.
555 guilders? That's a great deal of money.
Now, when did she disappear?
Oh, about midnight.
As long ago as that, who makes it much more difficult. How much, Dr. Watson? Dr. Watson says, and again I quote, 5,555 guilders.
Oh, dear.
Now, where did she disappear from?
From the old Mill Reel.
Oh, from the old Red Mill. Where?
The Red Mill.
Oh! Well, finding beautiful young girls who have disappeared at midnight from old Red Mills falls in our highest price bracket. Dr. Watson, what is our highest price bracket? Dr. Watson says 55,550. 5.
As much as that?
Well, remember, we got to pay our agents 10%.
Very well, it's a deal. I'll pay you the minute you deliver my daughter.
We must have the money in advance.
Why?
Well, we have enormous expenses, you know. Magnifying glasses, houndstooth jackets, bloodhounds, all that.
I see. Very well. I'll pay you the money. Good. But I demand that you bring my daughter to this very spot no later than 4 o'clock this afternoon, in time for her wedding to the governor of Zealand.
My, where did you get all that money?
The burgomaster just paid off like a slot machine. Look, kid, Gretchen, take this money, go to the next town, and get married. I'll stay here and stall the burgomaster until you get back, okay? Hey, look, you can stop talking like that now, Dr. Watson. And look, another thing, you better give Gretchen your beard. I'd hate to have anybody recognize her on the street.
Oh, are we really going to get married?
Beginning to look like it. Oh, Gretchen, I love you. And do you know why?
Not that I am fair.
Not that you are fair.
My golden
Not your golden hair. Not your eyes of blue.
When we ask the
Okay, we know you love each other. Now, look, sweetie, we got all this money for finding you. Now, get lost.
Mr. Holmes, in 1 minute and 15 seconds will be 4 o'clock. And if you don't produce my daughter by then, I'll have you thrown in jail.
Mr. Burgomaster, I don't think you like me.
Like you? I abhor you. I think you're an imposter. I don't think you're Sherlock Holmes at all.
Of course I'm Sherlock Holmes. Why, here's the telegram I received from you.
Let me see that. Why, this telegram is in my own handwriting.
What better proof do you want?
Your time is up, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. My daughter isn't here, and I want my money back, you swindler.
Just a minute. Listen.
What is that?
Sounds like a duet.
Is that my daughter?
You believe in the ghost in the old red mill?
Certainly not.
Well, then that's your daughter.
Gretchen, come in here. You're just in time for your wedding to the governor.
There's been a little change in plans, Mr. Burgomaster.
I can't marry the governor.
Oh, yes, you can.
But I'm already married to Mr. Connor.
I don't...
I think the burgomaster has just blown a gasket.
Gretchen, let's get away from here. Where'll we go?
To the Isle of our dreams.
I can recommend a better island.
Where?
Manhattan.
Could someone from Holland be happy there?
Well, Peter Stuyvesant likes it. In old New York, the peach crop's always fine. They're sweet and fair, and on the square, the maids of Manhattan for mine.
You'll see things you cannot see in gay Paris, in London, or in Cork. The queens you'll meet on any street in old New York.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The Red Mill was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. Next week, our show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Jeanette MacDonald to join me in bringing you one of the greatest screen successes, Naughty Marietta. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
The Red Mill has been presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gene Kelly is currently starred in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 130...
The House of Squibb presents the finest in motion picture entertainment, Academy Award. The House of Squibb, manufacturing chemist to the medical profession since 1858, bring you Academy Award. The pictures, the players, the techniques and skills which have won or been nominated for the coveted awards granted each year by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences to each in his field for outstanding achievement. Each week, Squibb on the Air brings you only the finest performances. Squibb in your home brings you only the finest medicinal products, pure, effective, reliable. Squibb, a name you can trust. Tonight's picture is Kitty Foyle. Tonight's star is the distinguished RKO player, Miss Ginger Rogers. And now, Miss Ginger Rogers.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My hope is that some of our excitement and pleasure in reenacting these Academy Award roles will be communicated itself to you through our performances. Also, it would be ungrateful of me if we were to do Kitty Foyle tonight without thanking the men who brought Kitty to the screen. So thank you, David Hempstead and Sam Wood. Kitty Foyle was written for radio by Frank Wilson with an original musical score composed and conducted by Leith Stevens, and our producer-director is D. Engelbach.
Academy Award, starring Ginger Rogers in her 1940 Academy Award-winning role of Kitty Foyle.
Kitty! Kitty! Kitty, girl!
Yes, Pop?
Shut that dang thing off.
I can't, Pop. I can't. I'm going too fast. I'm on a sleigh ride.
A sleigh ride. Well, it seems my whole life was spent on a sleigh ride. First it was Win Strafford, my mainline Prince Charming. But now it seems to be Mark Eisen, a good, dependable, trustworthy Mike. Mark, it was spring again in New York. And as Mark drove me home that evening, I had a hunch that this might be the spring of all my years.
Here we are, Kitty. Pocahontas Hotel, home of lonely women. Kitty, wait.
Yes, Mark.
Kitty, will you take this ring?
Oh, Mark.
Well, you see, I've got lots of money tied up in this golden hoop, and there's no other way I can get any use out of it.
Well, can't you find my finger, Mark?
You did say yes, didn't you? I mean, it's all clear. There's no confusion. You understand what I asked you.
You asked me to marry you, didn't you?
Oh, that's it. Exactly.
I got it. That's why I said yes.
Kitty, what I'm getting around to, that fellow in Philadelphia, that's all over, huh?
All over.
Oh, then we're getting married tomorrow. Meet me at the hospital tonight, huh? Midnight. We'll go straight to Greenwich.
Yes, Mark.
I guess this will be farewell to the Pocahontas. Kiss all those dear old bachelor girls goodbye for me.
I'll kiss them all, and then I'll pack like mad.
Okay. And meet me at St. Timothy's Hospital at 12, smack on the dot.
12, smack on the dot, St. Timothy's.
Oh, good evening, Miss Foyle.
Good evening. My key, please. Thank you. Oh, will you make up my bill tonight?
Oh, you're leaving?
I'll say I am, Joe. I'm getting married. Oh, please send for my bags around 11:30.
Right.
Hello, Kitty.
When? What are you doing in my room?
You sent for me.
I sent for you?
You sent back the ring. Kitty, remember what I told you? If you ever needed me or wanted me or would have me, send the ring back to me.
Oh, I forgot. That wasn't what I meant. I sent it back because that was all. That was the end.
Don't say that, Kitty. Oh, Kitty, there's no life for me without you. I want you. I need you. I love you this minute as I've never loved you before.
But when it's too late. 5 years, too late.
No, Kitty, it'll never be too late. What we had can't die. I'm asking that we leave together for South America and be together always.
Oh, Win, don't ask me anything. Don't let me think.
Oh, darling, at last it all comes true.
And will we live happily ever after?
Forever and ever.
When will we go?
We sail at midnight. I'll be at the pier with everything arranged. Now, will you meet me there?
Mm-hmm.
Pier 48, midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kitty, I love you. Don't be late. Bye-bye.
Win, Win! Wait, Win! Well, Kitty Foyle, here we go again. Maybe this time it's for keeps.
You're making a mistake, you know. You're still on that sleigh ride.
Oh, marriage isn't everything. What is it anyway? It's just a little piece of paper.
A lot of fine things come out of that little piece of paper, Kitty. A home, children. That's where Mark comes in again. And you'd be a lot happier with Mark and that little piece of paper than you ever could be with Win.
You know what I think? I think you're wrong.
I remember you using those words once before. Remember way back when you lived on Griscom Street in Philadelphia? And Pop, what a grand guy he was.
Ah, Kitty. I guess an old heathen like me never had any business trying to raise a daughter anyhow. I wanted to keep you from stubbing your toe. I thought you had all this junk rooted out of your mind.
What junk?
Cinderella and her blasted prince. Kitty, don't you see? It's no good.
Don't argue, Pop. I love him.
Judas Priest.
You said it.
You mean you want to marry Win Strafford?
Mm-hmm.
Has he ever asked you to meet his family?
Pop, he doesn't even know I love him yet. Big secret. But I've never worried much about his family because I've got a funny idea I'm just as good as they are.
Kitty, by Judas Priest, you're going to break your heart.
It was so easy to fall in love with him. You were doing it from the start. Falling in love with your boss. But there's no getting around it. Those were probably the happiest days in your life. Crazy but nice. Like the first time he took you to New York. I've never been in a speakeasy before.
Best people in New York come here.
Here we are, Mr. Strafford. My last bottle of Strake.
Oh, thanks, Giono.
What's a Strega?
It's Italian brandy.
Oh, I know.
They say if two people drink it together, they'll never drink it apart.
Win, why did you bring me here?
Well, 4 or 5 years ago, I got into this place at Giono's. I liked it. I liked it because all of a sudden I felt free here. Philadelphia, the main line, all of those things that order my life, they disappear the minute I enter that door. Well, I wanted to make a good impression on you, so I brought you where I thought I most likely could do it.
Well, Win, I didn't mean to criticize you.
Kitty.
I was just... Yeah.
Kitty, I've got an idea. Will you go to the assembly with me this year?
Me? Are you kidding?
No, cross my heart.
That's funny. You know, when I was a little girl, I used to read in the papers about the assembly in Philadelphia and cut out the pictures of the society ladies, their beautiful dresses, and use them for paper dolls.
That's probably the best use they've ever been put to.
I know they've got rules and a committee that goes over the list of those invited, and if they come across somebody like Foyle, boom, and the next thing you know, you're being scraped up off the sidewalk.
You leave that to me. My mother's on that committee.
Oh. Oh, Win. Have you ever had a dream come to life right in front of your very eyes?
No, but I'm still hoping. Is it a date, Kitty?
I'm crazy, I know, but it's a date.
Come on. Let's get our wraps and get out of this smoky den.
Where are we going? I've got to go home pretty soon.
We're going to Lake Pocono just for an hour. See the sunset.
But it's already set.
Oh, we see the moonrise. I'll get you home in time for supper. Come on, Kitty. It's not much of a drive, and you belong in moonlight.
Lake Pocono and Wynn's Lodge in the mountains, snug and comfortable, exciting, and a million miles from everything but moonlight. Remembering that night is like putting your tongue in a sore tooth, that same sharp little twinge. Funny how love makes a woman quiet and a man talkative.
But Lancelot mused a little space. He said, "She has a lovely face. God in his mercy lend her grace, the Lady of Shalott." Isn't that beautiful, darling?
Tell me about beauty, teacher.
Gladly. As you know, it's a man's duty to instruct woman in all subjects. Now you pick the subject.
No, I've only got a few minutes, but tell me where we are.
We are in the Pocono Mountains, situated in the state of Pennsylvania.
No, but where are we really? In heaven?
No. In love.
Tell me about love.
Well, first, there was a man. Mm-hmm. And there was a woman.
Oh, what did the man and the woman do?
Well, at first, they just hung around. And one night, a strange thing happened.
What?
They were sitting in front of a fire like this, and the firelight played upon the woman's face. And the man, for the first time, saw how beautiful she was. Looking into her eyes, he suddenly beheld all the wonders of life. So, immediately, he made love to her.
Well, didn't the woman object?
No. She loved him, too.
Why?
Well...
Because he was everything that she had ever dreamed of. Oh, my darling. I love you, Win. It couldn't go on like that. It just couldn't. Who did you ever think you were, Kitty Foyle? That you could live rent-free and forever in paradise? Didn't you see it coming? Didn't you know the magazine was bound to fail? Couldn't you tell that he would say the things he said because, well, being him, he couldn't have said anything else? Did you have to hurt inside as if he'd stabbed you with a knife? Yes, Kitty Foyle, you did.
Well, the magazine's done. It's folded. It's finished. $10,000 my mother gave me spent. Now what will you do?
Me? Oh, that's right. I'm out of a job.
Yeah.
Well, I might get one in New York.
I can't let you do that.
Why? Why not?
Because it's just silly. Besides, it'd be too far apart.
Well, it is in China.
Kitty. Well, this is kind of delicate, but...
Yeah, well, go on.
Your father isn't very well. You're all alone, and it's too much for you to handle.
Yeah?
I mean, I feel that I'm kind of responsible. It isn't your fault the magazine failed, and so... Well, until you get another job, I don't want you to have to worry about money.
What do you mean?
I'll just keep you on the payroll. It's only fair, you know, because...
Just a minute. You don't need to worry about me, Win. I'm free, white, and 21, or almost. And I'd love you from here on out, or till I stop loving you. But nobody owes a thing to Kitty Foyle. Except Kitty Foyle.
Kitty. Wait. Kitty!
Before continuing with Part 2 of Ginger Rogers' Academy Award-winning performance of Kitty Foyle, let's look in on the RKO lot where they are shooting the final scenes of Ginger's new picture, Sam Wood's production of Heartbeat.
All right, boys. Let's try it.
Here we are. Much like Alice in Wonderland, isn't it? Walking into a strange new world. Had you any idea it took so many skills and crafts to make a fine picture? Here's a young lady we might persuade to talk to us for a second. Oh, miss.
Hello.
Hello. May I ask what your job is on this lot?
Sure. I'm a makeup girl. Right now I'm working on Heartbeat. That's Miss Rogers' new picture, you know.
Yes, I know. That must keep you pretty busy, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. But it's worth it. Just wait till you see Ginger Rogers in this one.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to that. But tell me, in your job of makeup, I imagine the smile is pretty important, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The smile is everything.
Well, same in my business. You see, Squibb Dental Cream encourages a sparkling smile, and it refreshes your mouth at the same time. Everyone enjoys the minty taste of Squibb Dental Cream. It's so cool and fresh.
Yes, I know.
And did you know that the polishing agent in Squibb Dental Cream is one of the safest, softest, yet most effective known to dental science?
Well, I'm glad to know.
And did you know that pure Squibb dental cream has to pass more than 100 separate tests before it touches your brush? It's just one more evidence of the scientific care that goes into the making of this quality dentifrice. Use Squibb dental cream regularly. Taste, feel, and see the refreshing difference. And now for part 2 of tonight's picture, Kitty Foyle, starring the Academy Award winner, Miss Ginger Rogers.
You thought you were off the sleigh ride, Kitty Foyle, when you took your shattered little pieces of pride and went to New York to ring the Liberty Bell. But you were wrong. Getting a job selling perfume, meeting a swell guy like Mark, hiding your pain in the crowds, no dice, Kitty Foyle. You were still on that sleigh, and you had a ticket in your heart for the entire trip.
Molly, where are you? For heaven's sake, what's going on here?
I don't know. I got home and they started coming. Somebody's nuts. I know the delivery boy like a brother right now. You should see what's in the bathtub. Water lilies. And look at these. A hothouse we got. $1 million worth of flowers, and they're all for you.
For me? Well, who are they? Well, they're from Wynn. It's Wynn. Come in. Wynn. Wynn.
Kitty,
Oh, Wynn, how did you ever find me?
I just followed my heartbeats. Here, presents. Shall I go outside while you dress, or can I just close my eyes?
What do you mean dress?
We have a date tonight for the assembly. Only ours is going to be right here in New York.
Oh, Wynn, you remember.
Hey, I hope you like this dress.
Oh, May. Oh, Wynn.
Kitty. Kitty, I forgot to tell you
What?
how much I love you.
Oh. Oh, how much do you love me?
If I said as much as you love me, would that be enough?
Oh, darling. If that were true, there wouldn't be any love left for anybody else in the whole world.
Having fun?
I'm dancing in a dream.
Our very own private assembly ball at the Ritz. Here, I've got something for you.
Yeah. What is it?
A ring, darling.
Wow, Art. But it's beautiful.
It was my great-grandmother's. Oh. It's a symbol of eternal life. A snake eating its tail, you see?
Oh, I see.
A symbol of eternal life. From my great-grandmother to me and you and to those that come after us forever. It's our family.
Wynn, why are you giving it to me?
Kitty, will you marry me?
Oh, Wynn. I can't. You love me now only because we're not in Philadelphia.
I'll fix that. Boys, would you play the sidewalks of New York, please?
What's the idea?
Oh, that's our song now. We're New Yorkers, both of us.
Oh, darling, no main line, no Philadelphia. Just you and me and you. Dear God, please don't ring the alarm clock for just a little while. Let it go on just as it is now. Just as it is now. Oh, he heard me. It's Sunday morning.
Those are wedding bells, darling. Oh. Wedding bells for us.
And so you were married, Mr. and Mrs. Winwood Strafford VI. Remember, you read it over and over when Wynn wrote it on the register of that little hotel in Gretna Green. There's no use denying it. Those 2 days were just about perfect. And then you went back to Philadelphia to tell Wynn's family.
Hello, everybody.
Wynn, dear, come in.
You remember Kitty, Mother?
Indeed, I do. It's so nice to see you again, Miss Foyle.
Thank you.
You remember my grandmother, Jessica, Uncle Edgar, Uncle Kenneth?
Oh, glad to see you again, Miss Foyle.
Well, the fact is, the name isn't Foyle anymore. It's Strafford. Kitty and I have been married. Oh, why don't you say something? Or is she so beautiful she's taking your breath away?
You'll have to forgive me, my dear. I just wasn't prepared for such news. You understand, don't you?
Oh, of course. After all, it is a surprise.
Shall we sit down? Will you have tea?
No, thank you.
When were you married, dear?
Monday.
I see. We thought, naturally, that Win would wait a year. But you understand, of course, that above everything else, we want you and him to be happy. That's first and foremost in our thoughts, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course, my dear.
Well, I don't want to seem rude, but would somebody mind telling me what you're driving at?
It's only this, my dear.
Mother.
You see?
You see, honey, I promised I wouldn't marry you for a year. Mother was going to take you under her wing and prepare you.
Prepare me for what?
You know, some school, some good finishing school.
School? Are you kidding me?
No, my dear. Let's keep calm.
Now, look. Let's get a few things straight around here. I didn't ask to marry the Straffords. The Strafford asked to marry me. I married a man, not an institution or a bank. Oh, I've got a fine picture of your family conferences here. All the Straffords trying to figure out how to take the curse off Kitty Foyle. Buy the girl a phony education and polish off the rough edges and make a mainline doll out of her. Oh, you ought to know better than that. It takes 6 generations to make a bunch of people like you, and by Judas Priest, I haven't got that much time. Fine words, Kitty Foyle. Well, back to New York and your old job. It's not living, though, when every time you hear a knock on the door, you hope it's somebody you know isn't going to be there. When every time you walk down a street, you think you see him coming through the crowd. And finally, you run into Mark again, and he takes you out for a drink. Poor Mark, he would pick Giono's.
What's the matter, Kitty? Don't you like Giono's?
Good evening.
Oh, give us something kind of special, huh?
Maybe Strager?
Yes, 2 of them. Kitty, there's something I want to tell you.
Mark, you knew I was married.
Yes.
Well, I'm not anymore. I got my decree today.
Here you are. We haven't had any calls for Strag in a long time.
Mark, I can't stay here. Mark, it's no use. All the time we're together, I keep thinking of him. And you're too nice to be pushed around, and it's only fair for me to tell you.
I see.
Let's say goodbye here, Mark.
I'm a pretty good doctor, Kitty. But seeing you, I wish I'd specialized in heart trouble.
You were ghost-ridden and haunted, Kitty Foyle. You ran until you couldn't run anymore. And then one day, an item in a Philadelphia paper.
Mr. and Mrs. Devereux Gladwin announced the engagement of their daughter, Miss Veronica Gladwin, to Mr. Winwood Strafford VI.
You thought you could only die once, but you learned. You learned. And time kept on doing business at the same old stand, 5 years of it. Then they sent you down to Philadelphia to open a branch of the store. You were afraid to go, afraid of all the things it might bring back. But nothing happened until the afternoon of your last day, about 4:30.
I think I'd better have some perfume, too.
Oh, yes, madam. Are you going to the opera or dancing?
I'm going to the assembly tonight.
I see. What flowers are you wearing?
Oh, I hadn't thought yet. I'm glad you mentioned that because I usually have to buy them myself.
Oh, in that event, I suggest Sanxit perfume with camellias or...
Telephone call, Mrs. Strafford.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Strafford. What couldn't be...
Hello? Hello? Oh, hello, Win. Oh, you don't have to go to New York again, do you? But, Win, in the 5 years we've been married, we've never gone to the assembly together. Very well. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave right away.
May I send the perfume to the house with the other things?
No, I'll make a selection some other time.
The assembly. Tonight. Mrs. Wynne Strafford.
Is that all, Miss Boyle? The package is ready to go to Mrs. Strafford.
Yes, that's... No. No, wait. Here's something else. Wrap this up. This ring. For Mr. Strafford.
You sent back the ring. Kitty, remember what I told you. If you ever needed me or wanted me or would have me, send the ring back to me.
That wasn't what I meant. I sent it back because that was all. That was the end.
Don't say that, Kitty.
But it's true, Wynne. Look, you'll have to go.
I'm sailing at midnight. I'm asking that we leave together and be together always. Pier 48, midnight.
Yes.
Don't be late. Oh, darling, don't be late.
And will I live happily ever afterward?
Forever and ever. Forever and ever.
Cab, Miss Foyle?
Oh, yes, please.
You going to be gone long, Miss Foyle?
Yes, permanently.
We don't get many pretty girls here at the hotel. Be mighty sorry to lose you.
Oh, Sam.
Yes?
I think that a young man will call for me a little after midnight.
Yes, miss.
Be quite excited, I think, and very insistent.
Yes?
I want you to tell him that I admire him very much and that I always will.
Just a minute. I better write this down on my pad. You admire him very much.
And tell him that I'll never forget him.
You will never forget him
And tell him that I'll always love him in a very special way.
You'll always love him in a...
And then tell him that I'm being married tonight.
You're getting married tonight? Hey, what is this?
Where to, miss?
St. Timothy's Hospital, please. No. I've had enough of sleigh riding. Goodbye, Wynne. Goodbye, dear. But here's where I get off.
Today, medical science moves with incredible swiftness. Even before the miracles of penicillin were completely charted, work was going forward in a scientific laboratory on another similar substance called streptomycin. What is streptomycin? It is a powerful drug science has taken from the earth itself by painstaking and complicated extraction processes. What does streptomycin contribute to the conquest of disease? It is effective against certain deadly germs that even penicillin doesn't conquer. With streptomycin, as with penicillin, Squibb scientists are working in the forefront of progress, cooperating with other scientists all over the world in the effort to discover and prove all that streptomycin can do, and to make it available as soon as possible to every doctor. For the Squibb idea, for nearly a century, has been to strive ceaselessly in the cause of health. And through its endless quest for perfection, Squibb has earned its reputation everywhere as a name you can trust. Next week, another great picture. The House of Squibb will present Academy Award starring one of Filmden's most distinguished actors, Mr. Paul Muni, in his Academy Award-winning performance in The Life of Louis Pasteur. Next week, it is Academy Award starring Mr. Paul Muni in The Life of Louis Pasteur. Ginger Rogers appeared in Kitty Foyle tonight through the courtesy of RKO Radio Pictures, producers of The Spiral Staircase. This is Hugh Brundage bidding you good night until next week at the same time when the House of Squibb invites you to join us for Academy Award. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Miss Lucille Ball. The suspense play which stars Miss Ball, which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Dime a Dance. It deals, as you will presently know, with Broadway life and sudden death, both set to music. And so with Dime a Dance and with the performance of Lucille Ball as a red-haired young lady named Ginger Allen, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Have you ever danced with a murderer? Doesn't cost any more for the extra thrill. It's only a dime. How could I do it, you say? I had to save my own life. I'm a taxi dancer from the Joyland Palace. One of the places just off Broadway in the 40s, you know the kind of place. Second-rate dance bands like Frankie Froman's 15 Frolickers. I was late to work that night. I ran down Broadway, scrambling through the crowd to the entrance of the Joyland.
50 beautiful girls upstairs, boys. Come in and count them yourself. No admission, 10 cents a dance. Come in, we're just getting started. The music is the very...
Hello, Max.
Hey, Ginger, you better step on him. Marina's looking for you. Your lady's burning.
I know it. Has Julie come in yet?
Not yet. 50 beautiful girls waiting to dance with you. Step right in. No admission, please. Walk right in there.
Well, good evening. So you finally decided to come, did you?
Hiya, Marino. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you ought to be. And so should Julie. All the cash customers are waiting. I send out the girls before all of you are here, and you say I'm playing favorites.
Well, blame it on Julie. She gave me a stand-up tonight.
All right, so I'll blame it on Julie. Where is she?
Isn't she here?
No, and she ain't home neither, because I phoned her there 15 minutes ago. Thought she was with you.
And I thought she was here.
Hey, if this is no gag, what happened to her?
Well, that's what I'm beginning to wonder.
Go on in and get your stuff on. Julie'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe she slipped in while you were busy counting tickets or something. See you right away, Marino.
Thanks for being late and being teacher's pet. We've been entertained by Mom here while waiting for
All right, lay off. Mom, throw me that foot powder. Looks like a heavy night out there. My feet still hurt from last night.
Here you are, dearie. That's the way I am, girlies. What I like every once in a while is a good, juicy murder.
Nice kid. Old enough to be murdered herself. Throw me that dress, would you, Madame Defarge, the green one. Is Julie here?
Not unless she's hiding in the closet, honey.
Do any of you know where she is?
You asking us? Ain't she your buddy? Maybe they had a fight.
Well, did any of you hear from her?
Why not ask Marino? He's been hanging around her.
Now, that southern girl, Sally, she used to work in a joint like this one further uptown. There was a murder for you.
Come on, hurry it up in there. Have the floor, step on it.
She just never showed up to work one night.
Who didn't?
That southern girl, Sally. Then they found her. That was about 3 years ago. Oh, what a sight she was when the police discovered the body.
Oh, cut it out, Mom.
Then there was the Robinson gal out in Brooklyn, stabbed to death. They found a phonograph and records by a body didn't even belong to her. The murderer brought his own music. Oh, she was a dance hall pony, too. Maybe some guy has it in for you girls.
Pleasant character.
Well, maybe one fella kills the both of them. Maybe there's a dance hall killer still at large getting ready for his next victim.
Now, what do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
I often wonder.
Joe Marino, think we're giving a free show in here?
You couldn't interest anybody in that chassis of yours, even with a set of dishes thrown in. All right, all of you, file out. I got something to tell Ginger. Come on, get out. Ginger, what I wanted to see you about.
I know, Marino. I put you in a spot. I'll be dressed in a minute, and if you'll ward off those garlic eaters tonight, I'll work twice as hard and make it up to you, honest.
No, I'm in no spot, Ginger, but you are.
Marino, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police want to see you, Ginger.
Police? What for? I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Ginger, but
Something's happened to Julie.
that's what the police want to see you by. Julie's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Tonight in our Suspense Theater, death is a dancing thing. Roma Wines is bringing you Lucille Ball as star of Suspense in the Cornell Woolrich story, Dime a Dance. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of Suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me say just this. Few spots on the globe boast the unique and perfect combination of nature's gifts, which makes possible truly good wine. Wine which the whole world can enjoy. But wine experts will tell you that among those fortunate spots, none can surpass the vineyards of our own California. From these renowned California vineyards come Roma wines, wines so perfect in flavor, so delightful, that they are enjoyed in many countries of the world. To us in America, Roma wines are an everyday treat, for we may buy them at an astonishingly low price, since we pay no import duties or expensive shipping costs. Do you enjoy a delicious tangy sherry? Tomorrow, treat yourself to a glass of Roma California sherry. We're sure you will agree you've never tasted finer. With your first sip, you'll understand why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for your favorite type of Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Miss Lucille Ball in Dime a Dance, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All the way over in that police car with those two flat feet from homicide, I could see Marino's face when he said murdered. Poor Marino. We got out and walked up to the third floor of the building, to Julie's room. Marino never said a word.
All right, sister, in here.
Is she still in there?
No, you won't have to look at her.
Oh. How did it happen?
Strangled.
Why didn't she yell out? There were plenty of people around.
Now, look, Ginger, we're asking the questions.
Yeah, but since you raise it, we figured the person who could get close enough to kill her was someone she felt safe with.
She was murdered by someone she trusted, by a friend.
Well, I was the only friend she had.
Yeah, so they tell us.
Unless she had a boyfriend.
And who was her boyfriend?
Yeah.
If she was strangled, where did all the blood come from?
Flatfoot didn't answer Marino. He shut up all at once, as if he didn't have the heart to tell us the rest of it. His eyes gave him away, though. I got the whole score just following his gaze around the room. First, he looked at the little phonograph. By using bamboo needles, she could play it late at night. Soft, so no one could hear it. The needle was worn down halfway, all shredded as though it had been played over and over. Then his eyes wandered to a flat piece of paper that had 8 or 10 shiny new dimes on it. Some had little brown flecks on them. Then his eyes went down to the rug. It was all pleated up in places, especially along the edges, as though something heavy, something lifeless had been dragged back and forth over it. You mean he danced with her after he killed her? Gave her a dime a dance even then?
Now, will you tell us? Who was her boyfriend?
Play that record. Maybe she'll remember some guy they both knew who was hipped on the piece. It was the only one he played.
Turn it off! Stop it! Stop that music! That wasn't hers. She never had that record. Poor butterfly. She hated it. She couldn't stand it. Someone brought that record here with him.
Sure, someone did. Maybe her boyfriend sort of...
It was no boyfriend. It was someone who waited for her in that room in the dark and killed her before she could scream. It was the same madman who killed those 2 other dance hall girls. He pays a dime a dance. A dime a dance whether you're alive or dead. Back at the grind. The flat feet let me go. Nobody told me anything. Sometime when you have nothing better to do, you try dancing with a couple of 100 guys a night, asking yourself each time one of them wraps his arms around you, is this the killer? Has he a knife in his hand behind my back?
Say, can I see you a minute?
Got a ticket?
Yeah, but I don't want to dance, Ginger. I want to talk.
Well, it's your dime. Say, how do you know my name?
What, just happened to?
Who are you, anyway?
Recognize those 2 guys leaning against the wall?
The 2 flat feet?
And I'm the third. Nick's the name.
What about About her boyfriend.
Relax. We have proof it wasn't her boyfriend and wasn't you.
Oh, then you expect him to show up again after what he's done already, huh?
We just got the report on those other 2 girls. They were killed by a maniac who played poor butterfly. Also, the fingerprints in all 3 cases match. He'll keep it up until we get him.
How do you know what he looks like?
We don't. We only know he isn't through yet. That's why I was assigned to protect you.
Protect me?
Yep. Keep my eye on you all night while you work and then take you home right to your door. Marino knows about the other 2 dicks, but no one knows about me. Fact is, headquarters told me not to tell even you.
Then why did you?
I just saw how touchy you are. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions.
Well, what if someone asks me who you are?
Say I'm your new boyfriend.
Oh, don't get smart. I never had a boyfriend.
Good, now you've got one.
Oh, 35 girls on this musical chain gang. Why do you pick on me?
Because we found out one more thing about the killer's habits. The 2 girls that were murdered before Julie both had red hair.
Julie had red hair.
Yeah. And so have you, baby.
So I was set up as victim number 4. Nice thought. But every night, like the milkman, just when the girls filed out to feast the arms and eyes of the wolves, there was Nick. Now, that was some comfort. Nothing personal, you understand. It was also a comfort to see those other 2 flat feet on the job night after night.
How's Ginger?
Fine. How's Nick? Hey, you're 4 minutes late.
Miss me?
Oh, I'm just a taxpayer that wants to see a public servant earn his money.
If the city got broke, I'd do this job for nothing. Uh-oh. Your straw boss, Marino, is giving you the high sign.
Oh, I'll go see what he wants. You wait here. It's on your mind, Marino.
Say, who is that monkey hanging around you every night?
He pays for his tickets, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he never uses them. Who is he?
My boyfriend.
Oh, you known him long?
Long enough.
Take care of yourself, Ginger.
Don't worry, Marino. I know my way around, but thanks.
Besides, we're not running any matrimonial bureau around here. You got to spread yourself around a little more. Share the wealth. There's other customers.
All right.
Now watch her, will you?
All right.
What did he want?
Oh, nothing. Nick, is there any news? You know, it's a month since Julie was...
No. Calm down, redhead.
That's just it. That red hair. Look, why won't you let me dye it?
Oh, I've got my reasons.
Yeah. You great, big, silent, strong cop.
That's right. Those cops.
And then came that night. That horrible night. I was late as usual, got to the dressing room planning to dress in no seconds flat so I could get out on the floor and be with Nick. Somehow I felt that I was going to need him that night. Some instinct told me it was a matter of life or death.
It's been a whole month since the last one. What I like every once in a while is a good juicy murder.
Come on, snap it up. What do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
Who are you looking out the door for, Ginger?
Now, you take that killing of Julie. There was a real juicy case.
Oh, shut up, Mom. Will you cut it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I keep forgetting you, and she was so cool.
Oh, that's all right. I'm jittery. Laverne, have you seen my boyfriend?
Not tonight. Maybe he got bored.
Billy, have you seen Nick? You know, the tall, handsome...
Not tonight, Redhead. I guess he's giving you the air.
Come on up. What am I paying you for?
Come on. What's the matter, Ginger? You look like you've seen a ghost. What are you looking for out there? What's so fascinating about the clock?
Marino, they're not there. Where are those 2 flat feet?
How'd you know about that?
Never mind that now. Where are they?
Called off.
Called off?
That sounds screwy to me, but police headquarters figures they frightened off whoever they was looking for.
But that's crazy. I'm going to phone...
That won't do no good. I told them that anybody would wait till it cooled off before trying again. Now is when we should have protection. Well, come on, get out on the floor. Come on, Ollie, out on the floor.
All right, I'll be out in a second. Really, I will, Marino. Laverne.
Yes, honey?
As soon as Nick comes in, tell him to come right here. Tell him to tap on the door, will you?
Sure enough, sugar.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, Ginger?
Look, Mom, I got to talk to you. I can't go out there on the floor. I'm scared.
What are you staring holes in me for?
Mom, you and I were here in this room the last night Julie was alive. The night she must have been killed, remember?
You poor kid. I always
Look,
liked
we
Julie.
got to remember. We've just got to. There was someone dancing with Julie that night. Some rum-dum. Julie said something about him. I can't remember what it was she said.
Oh, you mean the one that hurt her hand?
That's it. Hurt her hand. bent her wrist back when they were dancing.
Yeah, that's the guy. She said it was almost like as if he got a kick out of hurting her.
Yeah.
Seeing her squirm.
Yeah, now what else? What else?
Well, Julie called him a cement mixer.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere, Mom. Think hard.
Oh, he had Julie crazy, dancing like a slap-happy pug. I remember her describing it. He'd take 3 little steps to the right as if he was getting ready for a standing broad jump.
That was it.
Remember how Julie said she felt like screaming, for Pete's sake, if you're gonna jump, jump.
Yeah, 3 steps to the right, and if you're gonna jump, jump.
Hey, what are you doing, Ginger? Some detective work? Getting some clues?
You know who we're talking about, Mom?
The killer.
Yeah.
Oh!
If he enjoyed hurting her like that when she was still alive, he'd enjoy dancing with her after she was dead.
Oh, he's worse than prune face. Why, that...
There's someone I gotta tell this to right away. Oh, where the... Nick! See you later, Mom.
Hey, how's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. How's Nick?
Hey, you're trembling. Sure, it's me. Why not?
I thought you were called off the case.
We were.
Then what are you doing here?
Habit. Do you mind?
No, you dumb ape. I don't mind. Boy, how I don't mind.
And, as long as it isn't duty anymore, do you mind if I do something to you that I've wanted to do for days?
Well, it depends.
I want to take you in my arms.
All right, take me in your arms and dance. Anyway, for the time being.
I'm a rotten dancer.
You're telling me. Nick, we gotta talk. I just found out something about the killer that you ought to know.
Later. I paid Marina for all the dances to the end. We can leave whenever you want.
After this song, they play Dinah, and then comes the break. We can leave then.
What makes you so sure?
Well, the band always plays the song in the same order. Then they can sleep while they work. I tell time by 'em. Limehouse Blues means it's 10:45. Lady Was a Tramp means 11:15. Dinah means 11:30. Never changes except when there's a request number.
You know, I like everything about you.
I like everything about you but your dancing. Let up on my hand, will you? You're bending it upside down. It hurts my wrist.
I, told you I was a rotten dancer.
Well, for Pete's sake, don't dance like you were priming for a standing broad jump. If you're going to jump, jump. That's not Dinah.
No, certainly isn't. It's a request number.
Who requested it?
I did. What's the matter, baby? You look sick.
I feel just awful. I do feel sick.
Am I dancing that bad?
No, Nick, I'll have to stop. It's the air, I guess. I'll go in and get a drink of water. Yeah, drink of water in the ladies' room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you.
Oh, just be a minute. Operator, give me the police department, homicide squad.
Police department, homicide, right away. Homicide.
Hello, homicide. This is Ginger Allen at Joyland. The third man you assigned to our place is
Third man? What third man?
Nick Ballister, the one you assigned to protect me.
We have no Nick Ballister, and there was no man assigned by us to protect you.
It's the killer. He's taking me out with him. I don't know where to. Look, I'll leave a trail of ticket stubs. Please come quick.
Ginger.
Goodbye, Katie. Sorry you couldn't work tonight. I'll fix it with Marino.
How you feeling?
You shouldn't have come in here, Nick. Didn't you see the sign?
All that? Men keep out, violator subject to arrest? Didn't say positively. Besides, they wouldn't arrest a cop.
Why couldn't you leave me in here alone?
You were gone so long, I thought something had happened.
Nothing's happened. Yet. Don't ask me how, but I kept up a patter while we walked. All my brains were in my right hand to clutch those ticket stubs in my coat pocket. I kept dropping those stubs, making sure he didn't see. I tried to stay on the bright streets, but he led me to the lonely ones. The one we were on now was like a graveyard. No lights, no people. Suddenly, I felt my blood run cold. My fingers in that right-hand pocket fished around like a drowning man clutching for straws. The last ticket stub was gone.
Ginger.
Yes, Nick?
I'm hungry. Would you like some chop suey?
Like it? Oh, I'd love it. He ate that chop suey with an appetite, like a guy who had work to do. Work he was going to enjoy. I side-sneaked a glance at the jukebox without turning my head, just my eyes. What a relief. All kinds of songs, but no poor butterfly. Nick was beginning to act nervous. He'd guzzle a cup of tea, pour another, keep looking over his shoulder like he was worried somebody might be following us. Then he'd grin like he used to and reach over for my hand. He pressed my fingers till they hurt. Hard, like he never pressed them before. I guess he couldn't wait. And suddenly he stood up.
Ask the waiter for the check, Ginger. I'm just going to wash my hands. Then it's time we left.
Waiter, quick.
Yes, ma'am. What will it be?
I'm leaving. When my boyfriend comes out, tell him you think I went back to the powder room. Gag, he's a deadbeat. I want to shake him.
Maybe don't understand.
Marino, how did you get here?
Mom told me, and I followed your ticket stubs. He almost saw me. Come on, quick.
Marino, thank heaven you got here.
Hurry up.
Marino, I can't run anymore. I won't last the block.
You won't have to. There's a vacant house in the middle of the block. Here, inside. Fast. I think I see him coming.
It's all dark in here.
Well, no one lives here, that's why. Here, I'll light this searchlight. Yeah. There's a stairway leading upstairs.
Oh.
Go ahead. Now, watch it. Now, don't trip. Them stairs is broken. Yeah. Now, through this door.
Oh.
Here's a candle and a match. There. Now we can see each other. Wait.
Do you think we're safe?
We'll know in a few minutes.
Oh, Marino.
Good job.
Oh, Tim.
Shh, put out that candle. Now hide back there. I'll take care of him.
Ginger.
Tim.
All right, you ask for it. We'll see about that.
Who is it? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me, please. Oh. Oh, my God. Oh, go on. Kill me. Get it over with. Oh, why did you stop the music?
We danced from the beginning of the record.
Marino.
Yeah, Muriel. You think you could hide from me with different names and different faces?
Marino. Why do you call me Muriel? What are you doing? I'm Ginger, don't you remember? I'm Ginger Allen.
Each time you tell me a different name, Muriel. But you can't get away by changing names.
Marino.
The first time you changed your name was when you married me before I left for Europe with that operetta company. You remember? The orchestra played Poor Butterfly when you promised to love me forever.
Help me. Somebody help me.
Yeah, well, the next time you changed your name was when you thought I was dead. Lived on my insurance and married another man.
Oh, please.
No matter how many times you change your name, Muriel, I'll find you.
No, not me. You killed her. You killed her, Marino, again and again. You only killed her last month, Marino.
Each time I think I have, she rises again. This time I'm going to kill you and your lover. This is the last time.
Oh, Nick!
And now we dance. Now we dance. Here are your dimes. The one you were giving right. Yeah. And now we dance. And then you
just must die.
How's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. I thought he killed you.
I got an awfully hard head. Police will be here in just a minute.
Oh, Nick. How do you fit into this? Headquarters never heard of you.
They were instructed to say that in case you called.
Well, What was the idea scaring me to death?
Well, I figured Marina would follow Ginger and her boyfriend once he thought the police were off the case, and when he did, I had to have you thinking I was the killer, so you'd run off with him willingly.
Why, you no good.
It was the only way to find his hideout and the evidence we need. The phonograph, the record, and the attempted murder.
At my expense, you big piece of... another thing. How'd you know about dancing like a broad jumper and turning up my wrist?
Oh, I listened outside the door to you and Mom talking about that in the dressing room tonight.
Oh.
Gave me a couple of neat pointers.
Yeah.
I put them together with poor Butterfly so I could scare the daylights out of you.
Oh, you did, too. I ought to ring your...
Oh, calm down. No wife of mine is going to have a red-headed temper.
Wife of yours. You'll do anything to learn how to dance, won't you?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No wonder you didn't want me to dye my hair. You wanted that nice, premature gray color.
And so closes Dime a Dance, presented by Roma Wines, and starring Lucille Ball, tonight's tale of Suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Miss Ball. First, though, let's visit a glamorous casino somewhere on the sunny Caribbean. Smartly dressed people stroll about the gardens. The strains of a Cuban song float out. Two men watch from a table on the terrace. One is a Cuban, the other a North American. One is about to propose a toast.
To your beautiful country, Jose.
I drink to that. Now I propose a toast. To this wine in which we drink our toast. It comes from North America, from California. Its name is Roma.
Only a few places in the world produce wines so fine that many countries enjoy them. And among these enjoyable wines are Roma wines, for they come from vineyard districts that are among the finest in the world, our own sunny California. What better testimonial to the quality of Roma wines could you ask than the fact that Roma wines are made in California for the enjoyment of the world? There is a fine Roma wine for you, whether your taste calls for a sherry, a burgundy, or sauterne. And no matter what type of Roma wine you buy, you know you're receiving a truly fine wine at a price made possible because Roma wines are the overwhelming favorite of Americans, America's largest selling wines. Ask your dealer to show you his assortment of Roma wines tomorrow and choose your favorite. Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Remember, this is the year of decision, and that means that this year, more than ever before, we should all buy more and even more war bonds and stamps.
This is Lucille Ball. It's been a great pleasure to appear on Suspense this evening. Next week, I know you'll want to be listening, as I certainly will, to a very wonderful actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who will appear in a suspense play called A World of Darkness.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Paul Lucas in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents Mother's Halo Was Tight, starring Virginia Bruce and John Beal. Gene Kelly is your host.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Family Theater makes a special dedication of this program to the mothers of America, to the women who, through the generations of our history, have played an important part in the work of building not only the homes, not only the schools, but the spirit of this nation. They have brought to their work the ideals of belief in God and in the principles upon which our democracy is founded. The light touch of humor in tonight's play is done with a feeling that under the dignity, poise, and charm of American womanhood, there is the same understanding, tolerance, and humor that have become our basic national traits. In this program, therefore, we pay tribute to the American mothers, rich in kindness and faith and unafraid of sentiment. We pay tribute to all they are doing to bring back spiritual values into home life and to return all families to the important practice of daily family prayer in their homes.
Gene Kelly will return following tonight's Family Theater play, starring Virginia Bruce and John Beale in Mother's Halo Was Tight. Sometimes things happen in the springtime that don't usually happen at any other time in the year. And in a household, it isn't always easy to face these situations. In this particular case, Father had decided that the solution of the problem was a spanking for Bobby. If you were Bobby's father, you might have decided the same way. And of course, if you were Bobby's mother, you'd be listening outside the door. And you might hear something like this.
Well, son, I know this is a corny old phrase, but it seems to fit. I just want to say that this is going to hurt me much more than it does you.
The spanking is, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I suppose we might as well get it over with. Bend over my knee, son.
But look, Dad, how can it hurt you more than me?
Because it hurts in a different way.
You mean in a different place?
No, I mean exactly what I said. Now, come on, let's get this over with.
But look, Dad, you always say you want me to understand things. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You're not just stalling, are you, Bobby?
No, honest, Dad.
Well, there's no use trying to put this off, you know. It's going to hurt just as much later on.
I'm not trying to put it off, Dad. I just don't understand what you mean, honest.
Well, all right, I'll try to explain it. And when I say a spanking hurts me more than it does you, I mean it hurts me, well, here in my heart.
Gee, Dad, you mean you got some kind of heart trouble?
No, there's nothing wrong with my heart. What I'm trying to say is that it hurts me deeply to think that you'd do something like what you did today, to deserve this punishment. And I think you do deserve it.
I'm sorry I did it, Dad. I'm awful sorry now that I thought it over.
Well, you should have thought it over before you did it.
Yeah, I know that now, Dad. I guess it was kind of a dopey thing to do.
Playing hooky is a very serious offense, Bobby. And besides, think of the worry you caused your mother.
Yeah, Dad, but there wasn't much doing in school, and it was a nice warm afternoon.
I'm not talking about the weather, Bobby.
Yes, sir.
I'm speaking of your poor mother. Just think how she must have felt when a teacher called up and said you disappeared during recess. Well, she didn't know what could have happened to you. Maybe you'd wandered off the school grounds and got lost or been in an accident or something.
Did you really think that?
Of course she did. And there she was, helpless. She couldn't go try to find you because I had the car. She couldn't call me at the office because I was out on the golf course. She couldn't...
The golf course? What are you doing out there, Dad?
Playing golf.
Oh.
Well, there wasn't much doing at the office. It was such a nice, warm afternoon, I thought I wouldn't...
You mean you were playing hooky too, Dad?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I guess you... yes.
Oh.
Oh, what?
Nothing, just, oh.
Oh.
Well, let's get this over, Dad.
Get what over?
The spanking.
Oh, yes, the spanking. I've been thinking, son. Maybe we could put this off for a while.
No use trying to put it off, Dad. It's going to hurt just as much later on.
I'm not trying to put it off. I just want a little time to think this over. I'll tell you what. You pile into bed now, and I'll come back a little later.
It's awful early to go to sleep, Dad.
Well, get into bed anyway. You can read or something.
Hey, I know. I almost forgot. I got to do some homework.
Well, this is a fine time to remember that.
Well, you see, Dad, with everything happening, and I didn't have a chance. I can do it right in bed. All I got to do is write a composition on Mother for Mother's Day.
On Mother, huh? Well, all right, hop into bed. Here's your pencil and your tablet. You do your work, and I'll be back in, half an hour.
To give me a spanking?
I've told you, son, I haven't decided about that yet. Now, you get to work. I'll be back later.
Okay, Dad. Let's see. My Mother. A composition by Robert Williams, Jr.
Hello, you hard-hearted father.
Oh, you've been eavesdropping out here in the hall, huh, Kathy?
Why not? It's my own house, my own husband, and my own son. How'd you make out?
Well, you must have heard. As I'd say in court, the defense produced new evidence, requiring a recess to consider parallels and precedents.
In other words, the prosecutor suddenly realized that the prisoner's a chip off the old block, and the spanking's out.
Quiet, he'll hear you.
Let's go in the living room.
Besides, I'm not so sure the spanking is out. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Oh, you're so funny, Bob.
Funny? How?
Well, when you came home, you were bound and determined you were going to give him a spanking, whether or no. And now you're weakening by the minute.
No, I'm not. I still say he deserves punishment for his rank disobedience, for the worry he caused you.
Oh, he won't do it again, Bob. And besides, spanking, well, you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, I know. You're one of those women who think you can't get anything into a boy's head by paddling the other end.
Well, that isn't the way I put it, but... Hey, Bob, don't sit down there. That's my speech.
What? All these papers? Speech? About what?
Well, here, let me get it out of your way. It's a talk I'm going to give at the Women's Club tomorrow, for Mother's Day.
That's all? Say, this Mother's Day is certainly turning out to be a major industry around here. Bobby's writing a piece about it, too.
So I heard.
You two ought to get together. You'll be able to swap a few ideas.
Well, I'm afraid my ideas wouldn't go very well in his composition.
Oh, advanced, huh?
Mm-hmm. You could almost say revolutionary.
How can you get revolutionary about Mother's Day? What's the title of your speech? Mothers of the World Fight Back?
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not being silly. I just want to find out.
Well, if you're really interested.
Of course I am.
Well, you know our Women's Club, Bob.
Oh, just to tip my hat to.
Oh, you're not interested.
Sure I am. Honest. Go on. I'll listen.
Well, we always feel that we ought to be independent, progressive. We women should keep up with the world.
Oh, nothing too much wrong with that idea.
So I thought that at our meeting tomorrow, I'd ask the chair's permission to give a short talk on a modern mother's viewpoint on Mother's Day.
Fine. But what's so revolutionary about that?
Well, I'd really have to read the speech to you to explain it, Bob.
Why don't you?
Oh, you'd rather read the paper, I know.
When I can be read to by my lovely wife. Do I look crazy?
You're sweet, Bob.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling him down at the courthouse. Well, let's hear the speech now, huh? Come on, Kathy, darling. Give out.
Well, I would appreciate your opinion of it. That is, how it would strike you if you were the Women's Club.
Oh, well, that'll take a bit of doing, but I'll make a stab at it. Okay, I'm the Women's Club. I'm 75 beautiful and intelligent ladies, modernly progressive. You have the floor, madam, and I'm giving you all my attention. Now, go ahead.
Madam Chairman, fellow members of the Women's Club, since the time of Mother Eve, I wonder if I should wear my blue gabardine, or maybe that flowered print would be better. Do you think so?
Now, that's a great opening for a speech. Fools the audience. They think you're going to talk about Mother's Day, and it turns out to be clothes.
Oh, you.
Oh, you, too. Let's have the speech, huh, darling?
blue gabardine, I guess.
Speech.
All right. Here I go. Since the time of Mother Eve, we mothers have been the recipients of more poems, songs, and hymns of praise than any other group of mortals. Lyrics have been written in our honor. Put them all together, they spell mother.
Here.
Poets have composed verses like... Well, there are a lot of verses, Bob, but I haven't got a quotation for that yet. And on May 10th, 1913, Congress passed a resolution commending the annual observance of Mother's Day. Incidentally, Bob, I checked that date in the encyclopedia.
As the women's club, I was just about to rush home in a body and look it right up. Go on, darling, go on.
Well, then stop interrupting. I am not saying, ladies, that such adulation is not pleasant. We all like to be honored and revered. But as a modern, progressive, busy mother, I feel that there's a danger of letting our halos go to our heads. This Mother's Day, let's be honest with ourselves. Let's admit we're not endowed with any extraordinary powers, that we're not the saints or always the angels the songs say we are, but that we do appreciate how important is our job of raising our families. And there, too, let's be honest. Let's admit that many times it's the families who raise us. In other words, well, let me give you an example. One Saturday afternoon, last year, about this time, Bobby, he's my oldest, well, he came into the kitchen.
Hi, Mom. Got anything to eat?
Oh, my goodness. Sometimes I think you're just an appetite with skin on it. You'll find some cookies over there in the jar, I think.
Okay, Mom. I'll take a look. Oh, boy, chocolate ones.
Don't take too many, Bobby. It's only a couple of hours till dinner.
I only took 6. You make slow cookies, Mom.
Where have you been all afternoon, darling?
Playing baseball down the street.
Oh? I looked down there a few minutes ago. I didn't see any boys playing.
We played around the corner.
Oh, I didn't think to look around. Bobby, let me look at you.
Something the matter?
How'd your hair get wet?
One of the kids had a squirt gun.
Bobby?
Yeah, Mom. He shot it right at me. Gee, I had an awful battle with him.
Robert, you're not telling me the truth.
You can ask any of the kids.
You've been swimming, haven't you? I wish you'd tell me the truth, son. Have you been swimming?
Yeah.
Down at the river?
Yeah, Mom.
I think your father talked to you about that just last week, didn't he? Didn't he tell you that water's contaminated? And that he didn't want you going down there under any conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
I realize, Robert, what a temptation a swimming hole can be on a warm day, particularly if the other boys were all going in.
They were, Mom, honest.
But the thing I can't excuse is you're telling me a direct untruth.
You mean lie?
Well, that's an ugly word, but it's the right one to use because it's an ugly thing. I don't want you ever to lie to me again, Robert.
Okay, Mom. I won't, honest.
When you've done something wrong, you make it worse by trying to lie out of it. No matter what happens, always tell the truth. You'll find as you grow older... Oh, you answer that, will you, Bobby?
Sure. Hello?
Hello, Bobby. Is your mother there?
Yeah, just a second. It's for you, Mom. Sounds like Mrs. Smith.
I wonder what she wants. Hello?
Oh, Mrs. Williams. How are you?
Rather busy, as usual. And you?
Oh, I'm in a state, Mrs. Williams. Jim's coming in on the chief, and I've got to drive on to the station to meet him. And the girl who was coming to stay with the baby hasn't shown up. I don't know what to do.
Oh, dear.
I was wondering, would it be much trouble for you to come over and sit with him, Mrs. Williams? It'll only be an hour or so.
Only an hour or so, she said, but I knew from past experience it would be 2 hours at least. 2 hours out of a busy afternoon.
Hello, Mrs. Williams.
It would be so easy to say no. No, I couldn't come, that I was just going out on an important engagement, and Bob was waiting for me in the car to tell her a white lie.
Mrs. Williams, are you there?
And then I looked around at Bobby, at those clear, steady child's eyes watching me, and perhaps guessing my thoughts, perhaps knowing that lie that was in my mind. I turned back to the phone.
Hello? Mrs. Williams?
Yes, Mrs. Smith, yes. I'll be right over.
Oh, thank you.
That's what my son taught me that day, simply by a look. I guess for all of us, telling the truth is a hard lesson to learn. But since then, whenever I think a lie will get around something, I see his eyes watching me, and I think and I hope that I'll always stick to the truth. I know that every mother in this women's club may have had similar experiences. I had another one that I'll laugh at for a long time to come, though it didn't seem very funny at the time. Bobby had been at summer camp, so I went up to get him, and we were driving back in the car. Somehow we got to talking about police.
You mean cops won't ever hurt you, Mom?
No, Bobby. Policemen are your best friends. Never be afraid of them.
But they carry guns and things.
Well, of course. That's to protect you against bad people. That's what policemen are for.
And traffic cops?
Same thing. They protect you against bad drivers. They arrest people who drive too fast.
Is that why that one is following us right now, Mom?
Yes, probably. He's... What? Where?
Right behind us on a motorcycle. Don't you see him?
Oh, I better slow down.
Hey, what gives? Pull over, lady.
Gee, Mom, he almost bumped right in the back of our car.
What are you trying to do, lady? Pile up a whole string of cars?
No, I'm sorry, officer. I saw you behind me, and I slowed down, and, well, I guess the brakes grabbed.
Anybody ever tell you you're supposed to put your hand out when you're going to stop?
Well, of course I know, but I stopped so quickly I didn't have time.
Uh-huh. All right, let me see your driver's license.
Yes, sir. It's right here in my purse. Well, that's strange. I was sure I think maybe it's in my other purse.
Oh. No driver's license.
Oh, I have a driver's license, officer. The trouble is, well, I don't have it with me.
Uh-huh, I understand. That's something else for this ticket.
Ticket?
Driving without a license. Stopping without a proper hand signal.
But, officer, I told you my brakes grabbed.
And faulty brakes.
Oh, but look, officer. Now, if you'll get in touch with my husband, I'm sure he'll explain this to you. He's Robert Williams, the attorney.
Well, that's good for you, lady. You'll need an attorney for this ticket. You know, you could have caused a serious accident on a main highway.
But you don't understand. The only reason I slowed down at all was because I saw you behind me, and I was afraid I was driving too fast.
You've got a guilt complex, lady. You weren't driving over the speed limit.
Oh, dear.
No reason to get excited just because you see a cop, lady. You stay here till I get your license number.
Gee, Mom, you sure were right. Cops aren't anything to be afraid of. He's a nice man.
Isn't he, though? A lovely person. That was one lesson I tried to teach Bobby, where I ended impressing myself. But the finest thing that Bobby helped me teach myself was another law. The greatest of all laws. It was one Sunday morning. Hurry up, Bobby, or you'll be late for church and Sunday school.
Oh, gee, Mom, I have to go to school every day and then on Sundays, too. Why do I have to go to Sunday school?
Well, because Daddy and I want you to learn about God, Bobby.
Did you ever go to Sunday school when you were a little girl and learn about God?
Of course I did. Every Sunday.
Then you know all about God, Mom?
Yes, a little. You better run along now, Bobby. You'll be late.
Okay, Mom. See you after a while.
Bye, darling.
Bye.
And be careful crossing the streets. But that morning he wasn't careful crossing the street. The car that swerved around the corner. I don't want to tell you about it, but I do want to tell you what he helped me learn that afternoon in the hospital. Lying so still and pale in that little bed. And when he opened his eyes and looked up at me.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, darling.
I didn't get to Sunday school.
No, but you'll go again.
You're sure?
I'm sure.
Would you ask God if I can, Mom?
Ask God?
You know how to ask him, Mom. You said you learned all about him.
Yes.
Just ask him for me, Mom, will you? That's all you gotta do. Just ask him.
All right. All right, baby. Yes, that was something I learned, something I had forgotten. The simple faith of my own child, his trust in me and in God. We mothers sometimes don't deserve all the credit we get, because it's through our children we often learn a little more of the real meaning and purpose of life. You know, there'll be a lot of sentiment directed at us on Mother's Day, but, let's take it with a grain of salt. Between us girls, we know we're not wearing wings and halos. We're just women who are trying to do a good job in our own homes, and we're learning the job as we go along. Thank you for your attention. Well, how was it, Bob?
As the 75 ladies of the Women's Club, I'm now applauding you roundly.
Thank you, ladies.
However, as your husband, I'm disagreeing with you.
Disagreeing? Why, Bob?
Well, there's something wrong in that speech. I can't put my finger on it, but let me think about it. Maybe I'd better go into Bobby's room and settle that spanking first.
Oh, dear, I'd forgotten about that.
I'll bet he hasn't. He's been lying in there waiting for me to make up my mind. Poor kid.
You mean he isn't going to get a spanking?
Give that lady 64 silver dollars.
Thanks for deciding against it, Bob.
Oh, I guess I just got steamed up when I came home and found him out of line. Excuse me, darling. I'll go break the news to him.
No, I'll come along and tuck him in.
Swell.
Say, Bob, I'm anxious to know now, why do you disagree with my talk?
Well, I don't know exactly, Kathy. Your major premise is sound enough. Your illustrations are good, and your summation is all right.
And that's faint praise, if I ever heard faint praise. And I have.
It's just that... Well, we'll talk about it after we say goodnight to Bobby, huh? Well, young fella, I came to break the news... Look at him.
He's sound asleep, with the light on.
Oh, the poor kid was tired. He fell asleep right in the middle of that composition he was writing.
Take the pencil and paper out of his hand, Bob. I'll cover him up.
Okay. Good night, son.
Bless you, Bobby.
Take a look at this, Kathy.
My Mother, a composition by Robert Williams, Jr. My, what handwriting.
Bad as mine. Here, let me see if I can read it. My mother is a very nice lady who is married to my father.
Oh, that's what the theater people call second billing.
Well, at least I get mentioned. My mother is kind and good and never tells lies. She always obeys laws. She's a good cook, too. I think my mother is a saint.
A what?
Sant, he says. S-A-N-T. He means saint, of course. Just left out the I.
Well, I'll certainly straighten him out on that in the morning. In the first place, I'm not a saint. And in the second place, his spelling is terrible.
It's as good as yours.
Bob Williams.
That's true. You know something, Kathy? I've just realized what's wrong with your Mother's Day talk. The thing I couldn't quite put my finger on before. You spoke of mothers as a class and of motherhood as a job. It isn't that.
Well, then what is it?
Well, motherhood to everybody in the world means just one thing. It means the best mother who ever lived. His own mother. And she, that one mother, stands for everything Bobby's put down here. For kindness, goodness, truth, and, well, for sainthood.
But, Bob, that's the point I was trying to make. That modern mothers don't want that kind of reverence.
I know. And that's why I said your spelling is as bad as Bobby's. You left out the I, too. What you mean to Bobby. And that's the whole significance of motherhood to everybody. All mothers mean only one mother. That's the way it's got to be.
You mean I've got to wear a halo, even if it's too tight?
That's right. Mother.
Mother. You know something, Bob?
What?
That's a very beautiful word.
This is Gene Kelly again. Well, mothers, it looks as though we gave you a halo tonight. But it's a halo with a lot of happiness. For there's a lot of happiness in homes that are blessed with parents who give their children the ideals of good home life. Today you hear many opinions about what children should be taught. But the greatest lesson children learn is from the example of their parents. As wife and mother, the American woman is the soul of her family, and upon her depends in great part the awakening spiritual values in a home, the harmony and unity that should be in every home, the continuous remembrance of God, and the daily practice of family prayer. For in praying together as a family, there is the inspiration of example. There is the strengthening of family bonds. It means that the family that prays together stays together. Before saying good night, I'd like to thank Virginia Bruce and John Beale for their performances this evening. Our thanks to D.H. Johnson for writing tonight's play and to Max Turr for his music. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Henry Blair, Florence Ravenel, and Charles Maxwell. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be John Lund and Donna Reed in Song for a Long Road. Your host will be Glenn Langan. This is Gene Kelly saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need. Be with us next week at the same time, when our Family Theater stars will be John Lund and Donna Reed, with Glenn Langan as host. Dick Wynn speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in Brief Moment.
Lux presents Hollywood. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your loyalty to Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. A loyalty which makes it possible for our sponsors to bring you the Lux Radio Theater. Our program tonight features Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in Brief Moments, with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. We're also host to Jimmy Starr, noted Hollywood columnist. Louis Silvers directs our music. And now, our program opens with word from our producer, that celebrated personality. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
I don't understand you.
Don't you? I suppose you realize that this girl has fallen in love with you.
Who said so?
Your mother told me. She's quite worried about it.
Oh, ridiculous.
Perhaps, but I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is, are you in love with her?
Angela.
Are you, Mac?
Of course not. Whatever put such nonsense into your head? The only reason I'm interested in this girl is that she can supply me with material for my novel.
Well, I just wanted to make sure, Mac, because, well, people are beginning to talk.
I don't see why.
No? You think this creature of yours is an innocent young lamb, don't you? A tender flower blooming in the slums. Well, she isn't.
What?
She isn't. I've taken the trouble to find out. Do you suppose that the night you found her in the court was the first time she'd been arrested?
You mean she's been arrested before that?
Of course.
On what charge?
Suppose we call it...
Ear was out. But to make it more sure, she adds, I boiled an egg hard and took out the yolk and filled it with salt. And when I went to bed, I ate it, shell and all, without speaking or drinking after it. I certainly hope that the girl got the boy. She earned him. And I trust our observance of St. Valentine's Day will prove more enjoyable. The presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in the romantic play, Brief Moment. Down the street from our theater is the RKO studio, which claims the services of both Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks, whom you'll soon see together in the picture Having Wonderful Time. Ginger at the moment is making Vivacious Lady, and after that starts dancing with Fred Astaire in a new musical. Doug has just finished co-starring with Irene Dunn in Joy of Living, and shortly he and Cary Grant begin Gunga Din. Tonight, he's Roderick Dean, and Miss Rogers is Abby in S.N. Berman's notable success of stage and screen. Brief Moment also brings us Louis Calhern as Cass Worthing and Paul Harvey as Manny Walsh, both from the original New York cast, while Nigel Bruce, long familiar as a figure on the stage and screen in this country and England, is heard as Seagrift. The footlights flash on. Louis Silver's baton is raised as the curtain rises on the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. in Brief Moment. It's a grim, cold winter morning. The street windows of the Apex lunchroom in Pittsburgh are white with frost. In the tiled interior of the overheated restaurant, a waitress stands at the cashier's desk, balancing a tray on one hand as she leans across the counter.
Anything yet, Mabel?
Huh?
Did a telegram come for me?
Say, what is this? You expecting good news or something?
Well, I'm expecting something.
Hey, sister, what about those eggs over easy?
All right. Give me a chance.
Well, snap it up.
Let me know if something comes, will you, Mabel?
Okay, I'll let you know.
Shake it up, Chef. Oatmeal number 3. Hey, Gertie. What, Abby? There's a guy in there who wants 2 eggs over easy. If you can deliver, you might get that nickel tip.
Oh, deliver yourself. I got my own troubles. Say, what's the matter with you anyway? You've been moping around here all week with a face a mile long.
No, I'm fed up with this place. I'm fed up with the grease, and I'm fed up with the people who eat it. I've got a cold in the head, and I feel rotten, and I'm going to get out of here before I brain somebody with a platter. 2 eggs over easy.
2 eggs.
You mean you're going to quit, Abby?
I hope so.
Oh, you're crazy. Where are you going?
I'm going to New York. I'm waiting for a wire now from Manny Walsh.
Manny Walsh? The guy that used to drive a hack around here?
Well, he don't drive a hack anymore. He's a big shot there. He owns a nightclub.
Huh. I suppose that makes you a chorus girl in the floor show.
And what's so funny about that?
Huh? You mean it?
Sure. I wrote him a week ago. He's a friend of my pop's. He'll do something for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
2 eggs, over easy. Here, watch that platter. It's hot.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm still hustling beans.
Hey, Abby.
What?
I was just coming in after you. Something did come. Look, a telegram.
Oh, gee, open it quick. I got my hands full.
You know, I thought you was kidding or something.
Well, what does it say? Quick.
Hey, what about those eggs?
Here it is. Holding job open. Anxious to see you, man.
Oh, I knew it. I knew he'd come through.
Hey, sister, I can't wait all day.
Oh, you can as far as I'm concerned.
Hey!
So long, Mabel. I'm on my way.
Okay, Miss Payne, it's that door over there. You can go right in. He's expecting you.
Thanks. Hello, Manny.
Abby. Gee, Abby, it's swell to see you. Come in.
Thanks.
I've been waiting for you. Let me look at you. Say, you look all right. Sit down. Just get in?
Yeah. I just came over from the station.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Manny.
Oh, yeah. Abby, this is Cass Worthing. This is Abby Fane, Cass, daughter of an old friend of mine.
How do you do?
How are you?
Your first visit to New York?
Yeah, well, I was here when I was a kid. I don't remember much about it, though.
Well, anything I can do for you.
Well, thanks.
Goodbye, Miss Fane. So long, Manny.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Society guy. Polo player mostly, but he thinks he's pretty hot at stud poker, too. He was just in paying off.
Oh. Gee, it's a nice place you got here, Manny.
Nothing to what I'm going to have. I'm going up and up, Abby, all the way. So you want a job, huh?
Yeah. I can sing a little and I can dance. I'm best at singing, I guess.
Sure. I'll get one of the kids in the line to teach you the routines and all. If you make out okay, we'll move you up.
Oh, gee, I don't know how to thank you, Manny.
What for?
Oh, giving me a break without even knowing what I can do.
I don't have to know it. You're a sweet kid. That's what counts in this racket. And as long as you stay a sweet kid, you'll be okay.
Yeah. I get it.
Oh, boss.
Yeah?
That guy Worthing had some flowers sent up. They're for the lady.
Me?
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Gee, that was kind of nice of him, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was okay.
Listen to this in the scandal column. What new chorus girl at the Hotsy Totsy has caught the eye of what socialite polo player?
I'll bet it's Cass again.
I'll bet you're right.
Have you seen this? Abby Fane has been moved out of the chorus line at the Hotsy Totsy. The three-goal man at the floor table is all smiles.
The way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that.
Well, there she is, Rod. Did I brag out of turn?
Oh, decidedly not, Cass. Pure understatement, if anything.
She's beautiful.
What do you think of her, Sig? Sig! Wake him up, will you, Cass?
Say, Sig.
What do you think of her?
Just a moment, I was not thinking of her at all. I hope you don't mind.
No, go back to sleep.
Thank you, Rod.
Sig's an intellectual, Cass. A fat, lazy intellectual.
Not fat, please. Stout.
She's coming over.
Oh, hello, Cass.
Hello, Abby. Sit down. Oh, this is Roderick Dean, Abby.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
And Harold Seagrift.
Good evening.
How are you?
Not at all well, thank you.
I'd better apologize for Sig in advance, Miss Fane. He's very rude.
Just ignore me.
All right.
We heard your number, and I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean.
I'll have to thank Cass for bringing us. I'm sorry I didn't know about it sooner.
Uh-oh, watch out for this fellow, Abby. Don't believe a word he says. He's no good.
Really?
Too much money, no ambition.
Is ambition one of your virtues, Cass?
Well, at least I play polo. Rod doesn't even do that. A perfectly useless character. I'm warning you, Abby.
I don't believe you.
Oh, I'm afraid he's right. Well, we'd better get along, Sig. We've got a lot of places to cover tonight.
Oh, no, Rod.
Come on. Good night, Miss Fane.
Good night.
Night, Cass.
Good night.
Now, listen, Rod, if you think I'm going trips, you're going from one nightclub to another.
Quiet, Sig. It's early.
Crazy guy.
He seems nice.
Oh, I guess he's all right. I only brought him here to show you off to him.
Oh, very sweet.
Listen, a certain well-known poloist is still holding hands with a certain torch singer. His friends are very much surprised.
Wonder if it'll be wedding bells over at the Hotsy Totsy. Abby Fane is choosing her trousseau, but he chooses not to talk. We're still wondering.
Manny, listen to this. That socialite is now en route for Europe, and that torch singer is really singing blue.
I ought to go over there and find that guy. I ought to punch him right in the snoot.
Oh, stop it, Manny. It's all over. Forget it.
Will you, Abby?
Oh, get over it. You can get over anything in time.
You were pretty daffy about that bird, weren't you?
I guess so.
Abby, I wish I could do something.
Oh, you've done everything, Manny. I'd still be slinging beans back in Pittsburgh if it weren't for you.
I wasn't thinking about that. What I meant was, well, when you take a rap like this, it helps sometimes if you... Oh, I know I ain't much of a bargain, but Abby.
What? What, Manny? Oh, I'm sorry. What was it you said?
Nothing. Try and snap out of it.
Oh, I'll be all right. I'll pull out of it, and you'll never know the difference.
Sure, you'll be okay.
Nice night, boss. We ain't got a table left.
Yeah. Oh, see Abby?
In a dressing room, I guess.
Oh.
Oh, hello, Manny.
Hello.
What's on your mind?
Nothing much. There, I see that guy's here again.
Who?
Oh, what's his name? Roderick Dean.
Oh, Rod. I thought... Oh, yes, Rod said he was coming tonight.
Got a friend with him. Fat guy.
Well, that's Sig, I guess.
And that Dean guy's been showing up pretty regular the last couple of months.
Well, that makes him one of your best customers.
Not if he's like his pal, it don't. I don't want to see you get burned again, Abby.
Oh, don't worry. Rod's all right.
Uh-huh. Well, he looks okay.
Of course, it's none of my business, Rod, but just why do you want to marry her?
Very simple. I adore her.
You don't have to marry her to adore her.
I think adoration alone would bore Abby. I couldn't hold her with it, and I've got to hold her. It's important for me, see?
Important? A blues singer in a nightclub?
Oh, you're a snob, that's all. The girl's magnificent. Her vitality is magnificent. After all, who am I? A millionaire's son? Well, what of it? The town's rotten with them. I've been a failure at everything, a complete washout. And don't think I don't know it.
Will the prima donna of the Hotsy-Totsy Club change all that?
Oh, I don't say she will. All I say is it's no concession for me to marry her. She may turn me down flat.
If she turns you down, Rod, then I'm Skippy.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm Manny Walsh.
Yes, we met before, I think.
That's right.
This is Harold Sigrift.
How do you do?
How are you? Mr. Dean, I'd like to speak to you a minute. We can go in my office if you want.
No, we can stay here. Sig, didn't you say you had a call to make?
No, not that I remember.
Oh, go on, Sig, be pleasant.
Do I have to move? Surely, Mr. Walsh, you can talk in front of Baby. You can spell out the big words.
Sorry, it's personal.
Oh, very well. Why was I doomed to live in so giddy an age?
Sit down, Mr. Walsh.
Thanks. I wanted to speak to you about Abby.
Yes?
She means a lot to me, Mr. Dean.
It's a sympathy we share. Cigarette?
Thanks. She'll probably give me blazes if she finds out I talked to you. Better not tell her.
Are you afraid of her?
No, not exactly afraid, except, Abby's the first dame that ever got the best of me.
How?
That's it. I don't know. Nothing she does. Only I feel she knows everything I'm thinking, but that I don't know everything she's thinking.
Is Abby mysterious? I never got that impression.
Maybe not, but she buffaloes me. It's funny, too, because we've been pretty good friends. I mean, I've always tried to sort of look after her, you know?
Yes. That's what you're doing now, aren't you?
Huh?
You don't know me very well. We've only met once or twice. You're here to give me the once-over. That's it, isn't it?
Well, if you want to put it that way, yes.
Of course. Very decent of you.
It's just that I wanted to feel sure that she ain't making a mistake.
Well, do I pass?
Yeah, I guess so.
Thanks.
I mean, well, you look all right anyhow. She's coming out for her number. I better beat it. Will you be seeing her later?
I imagine so. She was coming up to my place.
Well, don't say anything about me speaking to you.
I won't.
Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are
All right.
Yes. It seems kind of funny to go up in an elevator 30 flights and then climb 2 more.
It's the curse of living in a penthouse. Here we are. Go ahead. Lights on your left. Well, what do you think of the place?
Gee, it's so high my ears hurt.
You like it?
Swell.
It's empty most of the time. Cigarettes on the table.
Thanks.
Well, sweetheart, what's the answer?
To what?
You know to what. When I asked you to marry me the other night, you said you wanted a day to think it over.
That's right, I did.
Well, have you thought?
No.
Want another day?
No. I was stringing you.
What?
I knew all the time I'd say yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You mean it, Abby?
Mm-hmm.
Come here. Oh, I can't tell you what it was like waiting.
The delay was just technique.
Oh,
By the way, what did Manny want?
Huh?
Well, I saw him speaking to you at the club.
Oh, well, we just dropped in for a chat.
Now, Manny's no chatter. What did he have to say?
Well, his mission was very generous, really. He wanted to give me the once-over.
Really? Do you think you got by?
Well, I think I passed. But I have a feeling he'll want to speak to me again. In fact, I'm practically certain. Almost as certain as the feeling I have about you.
You know, sometimes I feel you're kidding. The way you talk. Well, not to me alone, but in general.
Well, that's a defense. I have to kid about things.
Why?
Because I'm not sure of them. Or of myself.
I don't get you, Rod. You're young, you're rich, you're attractive. You've got everything in the world.
And yet...
What?
I'm afraid if I say it, it'll sound ridiculous.
Well, what if it does? Go on, say it.
Well, I'm very introspective, I suppose.
What does that mean?
I think about myself.
Well, so do I. All the time. I love it.
Well, that's different. I think of myself in relation to the outside world, to life, and I seem to myself to be so highly unnecessary. I'm surrounded by successful people, all of them much more talented than I am. I've tried art, I've tried writing songs,
Well, what of it? Tin Pan Alley. If you knew the mugs I know who are hits in Tin Pan Alley.
No, that's not the point. The point is that Tin Pan Alley does express them. I'm unemployed spiritually. I'm simply trying to convey to you that you're marrying a failure.
Oh, don't say that, Rod. You'll be a success with me.
I think so, too. But you've got to help me. I've gone from one thing to another. I can't find base. You've got to help me.
Of course I will.
You're everything I'm not, Abby. I love you for it.
Same here.
Look at me. You're beautiful, Abby. Beautiful.
Rod.
What, darling?
I can't do it. I can't go through with it, Rod. I thought I could, but it's no use.
What do you mean?
I can't marry you.
Why not?
Because I've got nothing to offer you. Not a thing.
You must let me be the judge of that.
Well, you see, I'm not in love with you, Rod.
I see. Well, you're fond of me, aren't you?
Yes. You're too good to be true.
I'll take that for a start.
No. It's more than that. It's that I don't want to fall in love again. As far as that sort of thing is concerned, I'm willing to call it a day.
Is it Cass-worthy?
Yes. Well, I got over it all right. Nearly killed me, but I finally did. I thought when you started to call me, well, it seemed so nice, and I didn't know there were men like you. I guess I thought this was a way out for me. Security, independence. That's what I thought. That's the lowdown, Rod. But you're too nice for that. You can do better than that. I advise you to pass it up, Rod.
Do you?
Yes, Rod.
But Worthing, is it over?
Yes.
Really over? Are you sure?
Well, you get to a point where you don't feel anything anymore.
Well, then I hope you'll never mention it again. I don't see how I could expect you to organize your past as a kind of prelude to my appearance, a kind of prolonged entrance music. If we can organize the future, we'll be doing pretty well.
You mean after what I just said?
Yes, Abby.
Oh, Rod, I'm a failure, too, in a way. We can comfort each other.
Or draw strength from each other. The things I can give you don't really count. But you'll have all my love, Abby. I hope that someday I'll have yours. Well, is it a deal?
Yes. It's a deal.
Act One's Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. During the short intermission, with the assistance of two ladies from our audience here in the Lux Radio Theater, we're going to play a game. It's fun for everybody, so we invite our radio audience to join us. I'm going to mention two words, each of which has more than one meaning. How many meanings can you think of for each of these words? We'll start with the young lady in the blue dress. Your name, please.
Helen Murphy,
Occupation.
stenographer.
Address.
412 North Camarillo Street, Hollywood.
Can you give us 3 meanings for the word fresh?
Well, fresh, let's see. Fruit is fresh when it isn't canned, and fresh can mean smart alecky, like a boy gets fresh as paint.
Yes, I guess they do sometimes. A 3rd meaning.
Let's see. Fresh can mean sweet and dainty, like...
Like silk things after they're luxed?
Perfect example.
Now for our second contestant. Name, occupation, and address.
Mrs. Anderson. I'm a housewife, and I live in Laurel Canyon, Hollywood.
The word is fade, F-A-D-E. Can you give us 3 meanings for the word fade?
Fade. Let's see. Well, sound can fade away, and fade is a term you use in football, like fade back for a pass.
Did you say your occupation was housewife? Well, can you give us a 3rd meaning for fade?
Why, yes, colors may fade, too. But I find that if they're safe in water, they're safe in Lux.
You're a housewife, all right, and a clever one. One of the many reasons so many women stick to Lux Flakes is that they don't fade colors. This is especially important in the case of underthings, because, of course, fastidious women wash these after each wearing. Lux not only freshens them, leaves them absolutely dainty, but also leaves the color and the fabric new-looking. So always wash underthings with Lux Flakes. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Brief Moment, starring Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with Nigel Bruce, Louis Calhern, and Paul Harvey. 6 months have gone by, and Abby is married to Roderick Dean. There's little left of the nightclub singer. In her place is a woman, refined and cultured, at least to the casual observer. In a fashionable shop on Fifth Avenue, she sits at a long counter, placing an order for gloves.
I'll take these 2 pairs, please.
Yes, madam.
And the gray. Do you know where to send them?
Yes.
Mrs. Roderick Dean, isn't it?
What, Cass? Well, that'll be all, please.
Yes, madam.
How are you, Cass?
Well, how are you?
Much better, thanks.
Why, I was right about the name.
Oh, yes. I've been married for about 6 months now.
Yes, I heard about it. I just got back yesterday. Well, you're looking well, Abby.
Thank you.
Funny my running into you. I was going to give you a ring tonight.
Were you? Well, you saved yourself a nickel.
Could we have some tea?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Cass.
Oh, dinner, perhaps?
No, it's impossible. We're having friends.
Oh.
Oh, not that you aren't.
Thanks.
Well, I've got to run.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, when am I going to see you?
Oh, well, we're having a party a week from Thursday.
Well, not before then.
Well, of course. Give me a ring, Cass.
All right, I will.
Mrs. Dean.
Yes, Louise?
Mr. Worthing is here.
Oh, well, ask him to come in. Cass? Hello, Cass. You know you weren't due here tonight, you know.
Oh, I always make it a point to be early.
Oh, well, sit down. It's nice to see you.
Thank you. Who was that heavily bearded gent I passed on the way in?
Oh, I guess you mean Sergei Voloshin. He's a moving picture director.
Oh, Hollywood?
Yes, and points west. He's Russian.
Yes, I gathered that. What was he doing, tempting you with offers?
Oh, hardly. I met him at a party a few weeks ago. He's very interesting. I asked him to drop up for tea and
This is like a relay race. Lucky for you, you're married to a nut like Roderick Dean.
I beg your pardon.
Russian movie directors. No sane man would stand for it.
Anything else, Cass?
Yes? Why didn't you show up yesterday?
I told you I couldn't.
But you didn't say why.
Have you forgotten the name is Dean now, Mr. Worthing?
I think I know what's the matter with you, Abby. You've gone lady on me. You were much more amusing in the old days.
I don't believe that. In the old days, as you so fondly called them, you took me very casually. Now I must say you're a little more attentive. Contradictory, isn't it?
Abby, you're bitter.
No, I don't think I am.
You can't forgive me, but I'll make you. And when you have, you'll forget that you ever resented me.
Now you're getting complicated. That's not your style.
Abby, you know I mean more to you than anybody.
Really?
Husband or no husband.
Why?
Because you know what we were to each other.
I hardly remember.
I don't believe you.
It's another life, Cass, dear.
It's the same life, Abby. You're my kind. You're more like me than anybody.
No, Cass. I used to think I was like you. I used to try to be like you. I'm changed now.
What changed you?
You, partly. Roderick Dean, mostly. You see, I'm trying to be like him now.
And you've forgotten me.
Completely.
You're a liar, Abby.
Mr. Worthing?
I know, and you know. It's just the same as it always was.
No, Cass, believe me, it isn't.
Oh, it isn't, eh? Well, I'll show you.
Cass, behave yourself.
Abby.
Behave, do you hear? Let me go. Let me. Cass, will you please?
Abby, hello. Taking wrestling lessons?
Oh, hello, Sig. Come in.
Oh, thanks.
You see, Cass, how absurd it is to try to make love to me here? Completely impractical.
Oh, hello, Cass.
Hello.
Oh, did Rod come with you, sir?
Yes, he...
Hello, Abby.
Hello, darling. Come here. We have a visitor.
Oh, Cass.
Oh, how are you? Excuse me, will you? I was just leaving.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Is this what is known as a situation, Sig?
Well, it was in pre-war days.
He looked a bit upset, didn't he? Too bad. Cass Worthing's one fellow I always envied for his self-sufficiency.
Occasionally he requires cooperation.
Does he?
I'd better explain the meaning of that innuendo, Rod. You see, when Sig came in the room, he saw Worthing kissing me. But he did it without encouragement. It was not cooperative.
It's always better to hear these things from your wife than from your best friends.
I started to say I envy Worthing. And I envied him even without knowing that Abby kissed him.
Well, he kissed Abby.
Thank you, Sig.
Well, what country started the Great War?
Oh, stop chattering, Sig. I envy him because he doesn't worry about anything. Isn't troubled by anything. Never thinks about anything but his own pleasure. I wish I were more like him.
I'm glad you're not.
Are you?
Oh, what time is it?
6:30.
Oh, my goodness, I've got to be thinking about getting dressed.
Yes, I have too, I suppose. What time do we dine?
8 o'clock.
How delightfully European. Well, goodbye until then.
So long, Sig. Come here, Rod. Is there anything wrong?
Not a thing. Why?
Now, don't tell Abby. You haven't even kissed me yet.
Sorry. All right?
Much better. How about you?
Completely cured.
Not completely, I'm afraid. Have I lost my magic?
I adore you.
Really? And I adore you too, darling.
That's so. Anything else?
Yes, I adore life, I think. I adore sitting here with you so close to me, waiting to dress for dinner. And you know, Rod, I think of all the people doing the same thing. Famous people, too. Dressing to come here to dine in my house with me. I get an awful kick out of it.
Mrs. Newly Rich.
Well, of course. There's nothing in the world so delicious as being a newly rich.
It has its drawbacks.
How?
All these famous people of yours who come here to dine. They're not really famous, you know, except among themselves. If you really want to know the truth, there are a lot of chattering mediocrities.
Rod.
The celebrated Mr. Voloshin, for instance.
Voloshin is your friend, Rod.
He's an acquaintance.
Well, but you invited him here before.
I didn't expect him to become a habit.
Rod, what's the matter with
Nor
you?
Dr. Vic, the big specialist from Vienna, nor Mrs. Lamson, the exponent of the new poetry.
Oh,
nor
Rod,
Mrs.
stop it. If I've invited these people here, it's because I thought it was the thing to do, because I thought you liked it.
Well, I don't.
Well, I'm sorry, but you could tell me about it without giving me a lecture on it.
I didn't mean it like that. Oh, let's not quarrel, Abby. You know, it's like a war. I couldn't survive victory.
Neither could I.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Abby. The one thing in the world I really want is to make you happy. I guess I'm even a failure at that.
No, you're not. I am happy, Rod. Believe me, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Oh, darling, I love you.
And I love you, Abby.
And is it all right now? Really?
Positively.
And you won't be jealous anymore.
Jealous?
Well, that's what this is all about. Oh, I know. But what I told you is true. Worthing kissed me. Do you believe that, Rod?
I told you, Abby. I love you.
Why did you shut the door, Cass?
Because I want to talk to you.
Now, you shouldn't have come here tonight,
Well,
Cass.
everybody else in town did.
And you shouldn't be drinking.
Well, what should I be doing?
You never were a very successful drinker. Liquor brings you out, unfortunately.
Well, I had no idea of coming here at all. This afternoon when I left you, I said to myself, that's that. I called it quits. I could have killed you.
And what made you forgive me?
Oh, I didn't.
What happened?
Oh, I went round to the club and had a fast workout in the shower. I thought that'd fix me up.
Oh, Cass, do you mean to tell me that I survived a fast workout?
You did?
Oh, I'm flattered. Go on.
Oh, Abby, why don't you chuck this pose and be yourself? I'm mad about you, Abby. Crazy mad. Can't you see that?
That has a familiar ring, Cass.
You don't believe me.
Are you surprised at that? And if I did believe you, it wouldn't make any difference. You're a little late, Cass.
Oh, now, listen, Abby. I was a fool before, but Abby, listen. Give me another chance. I'll make it up to you.
But I don't want you to make it up to me. Can't you understand that, Cass? Now, come on, let's go down and dance.
Wait, you can't turn me down like this.
I'm sorry.
Well, when will I see you?
I don't know.
Will you have lunch with me tomorrow?
Well, call me.
What about late tonight?
It's very difficult.
Well, you can do it if you want to.
How?
For an hour. Well, what's the harm in my taking you out for a little drive in the park?
All right, perhaps.
No. Promise.
All right, Cass.
Well, is it a date?
Yes, now, for pity's sakes, let's go down there and dance.
Right. Hello.
Oh, hello, Manny.
How are you, Manny? Excuse me, will you?
You having a good time, Manny?
Okay. It's crowded like the Hotsy Totsy on Saturday night.
Say, you look solemn. What's it all about?
Oh, it's about that sorehead who just went out.
Really? What?
Now, listen, you can't kid me. What's he doing here?
Well, it's a big party. I can't keep him from coming to a big party.
Well, I don't like it. It's bad business, Abby.
No, Manny, it isn't.
Abby.
Trust me.
This Rod is a sweet guy.
No one knows it as well as I do.
Then what are you doing messing around with Worthing? You know what a runaround he gave you in the old days.
I seem to remember something of the sort.
He's one baby you can't fool with. You know that, don't you?
Yes, but I'm better equipped than I used to be. That's why I'm telling you not to worry. Because I'm not worried, Manny. Honest, I'm not.
Enjoying our little party, Sig?
Hardly. I don't believe you are either.
I'm not.
I noticed it. You spent most of your time downstairs glaring in the general direction of the handsome polo player.
Was it that noticeable?
Only to me. You're jealous, aren't you? I can't say that I blame you.
It's strange, though. I have flares of rage, flares of indignation, but they don't last. I can't keep it up. Isn't it awful?
Would you like to assassinate Worthing?
Only momentarily. How does one sustain a hate? I have moments of it when I lose sight of the triviality of this little intrigue, a brief moment of petulance against the whole background of life. And my indignation vanishes. My hate simmers down. That's abnormal, isn't it? Feel like that? What's the matter with me? What can I do?
You can't do anything. You've either got too much sense to be annoyed or too little.
Come on, Worthing.
Oh, what for?
You'll see. Will you gentlemen excuse us?
Certainly.
I won't get up for anybody.
I want to talk to Worthing. That's why I got him up here.
Well, what do you want to talk to me about?
You'll find out.
Come on, Sig, be a gentleman.
You wait a minute now. You don't have to go. Whatever Manny's got to say to me, he can say to me here.
If you weren't so drunk.
Well, what if I am drunk?
Really, Manny, come on now.
He's been saying some foolish things downstairs. Saying them out loud.
Why shouldn't he say foolish things out loud if he wants to?
Oh, don't be so polite, Dean. You know what it's all about.
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, then I'll tell you.
Keep your mouth shut, Worthing.
Well, what is this, a convention?
Abby, come here. I want to tell him. I want him to know.
Well, now, Cass, for heaven's sake.
You don't understand. I don't want to be undercover about this. I want him to know.
Shut your face.
Now, Manny, don't go defending my honor.
Well, you might as well know, Dean. Abby and I were pretty good friends once.
I'm warning you, Worthing.
As a matter of fact, we were a little more than good friends. We were...
Manny, don't...
Oh. Well, he asked for it. He was just aching for it.
Is he dead, Manny?
No such luck. But that kisser of his won't be so handsome in the morning. Get up, Worthing.
You know, Manny, I don't think you should have done that.
Oh, shut up. If you had any backbone, you'd have done it yourself.
Would I?
Are you all right, Cass?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, then, will you tell Rod what you just now said is a lie?
Well, what's the difference? We've got a date tonight, haven't we?
A date? Oh, Cass.
Well, you said you'd meet me. You promised. I'll be waiting for you.
I think you'd better leave, Cass.
Well, I'll be waiting at my place. You can call me there.
And still the party goes on.
Guess I'll go down and see he gets out all right. Good night, Abby.
Good night. Well, except for a few minor mishaps, it's a very successful party, isn't it?
Too successful. It's worn me out.
Oh, don't go yet, Sig. Come on, let's chat.
Oh, thanks, my dear, but I'm getting a bit sleepy.
Well, then I'll go downstairs with you, Sig, because they'll all be leaving pretty soon. It's all over, thank heaven. I've just beated the last guest. Tired, Rod?
A little.
Let's get some sleep, shall we?
What about your engagement?
Engagement?
With Cass Worthing.
Oh, that.
You said you'd promised.
Well, I did. It was the only way I knew how to get rid of him. You know, Cass is a little difficult at times.
Oh, why don't you keep your engagement?
Well, I told you I never meant to.
Well, this is nothing then but an exercise in diplomacy?
That's all.
You don't suspect any other motive?
What do you mean?
I mean you're still in love with him.
I'm not.
You are. If you weren't, you wouldn't bother trying to let me down easy.
Rod, what are you trying to do? You're making something out of nothing. I treated the whole thing as a joke because the only way I knew I could show him how little he meant to me.
I appreciate your trying to spare my feelings. Well, you needn't. Perhaps I'm less sensitive than you think.
Rod, why do you torture yourself?
I don't see it as self-torture. At the moment, it's a rather righteous indignation.
Righteous?
In spite of your pleas of innocence, the facts seem to disprove you. You were in love with him once and he threw you down. Your kindly treatment at this time seems a bit unwarranted. Perhaps I should disregard what I see. Perhaps I should pass it off as meaningless, trivial. Well, I can't do it.
You can't do it. You can't do it because you can't see anything except from your own limited viewpoint.
I told you I was a failure a long time ago.
And I told you about Cass Worthing.
And you admit you're still in love with him.
I admit nothing. Now, why do you twist my words? Am I on trial?
Our marriage is on trial. Everything we were to be to each other is on trial. I remember hoping that you'd give me your love.
You mean I haven't?
I mean you haven't.
Do you believe that? Do you really believe that?
I do.
All right, then. What have you done to deserve it? Just what have you done to deserve it? It takes faith to earn love, and you've no more faith in me than you have in yourself. You take everything out in talk. If you had any backbone, when Cass said what he did, you laid him out yourself.
Well, you see, I'm cold. I'm heartless. I'm not the emotional type like Manny or yourself. I don't lay people out. I don't think it solves any problems.
Oh, I'm sick and tired of hearing about your problems. What are you, anyway? What do you stand for? It's like living with a hypochondriac telling you about his ailments all the time. The truth is you're ineffectual, and you take it out on me because I'm not.
Of course I'm ineffectual. I'm lacking in all the combative instincts. I told you that from the first. But Cass Worthing meets your requirements, doesn't he? Why don't you go to him?
Rod, if you say that again, I will.
Go on, why don't you? He's waiting.
Do you mean that?
I never meant anything so much in my life.
You'll let me go?
I urge you.
Very well. I will. And that will be that.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Pausing between the scenes of Brief Moment, our trip to Backstage Hollywood finds us face to face with Jimmy Starr, the Hollywood columnist for the Los Angeles Herald-Express and other papers. Last fall, Jimmy introduced the novelty of telling film news on this program by means of sound effects. And tonight he has some really unique data on Hollywood. In one fell swoop, he's uncovered the eccentricities of the stars as revealed at the Motor Registration Bureau, where all Hollywood went to secure its automobile license plates for 1938.
That's right, Mr. DeMille.
Now about these findings, Jimmy. I presume you consulted Mr. R.C. Brewer, manager of the Hollywood office of the Department of Motor Vehicles, whose collection of signatures on registration cards is the envy of every autograph hunter.
I did, and it is. After looking at the card signed by Joan Crawford, I learned she wanted to have the letter C on her license plates surrounded by sevens. Jack Oakey wants number 54, because 54 is the number of films in which he's appeared. Cary Grant wants his street address on his license plate so that it reads backwards or from left to right.
Possibly so he can send the car home by itself.
Car owners frequently return plates for exchange if they find the numbers add up to 13. On the other hand, there's Lily Pons, who really wants 13. And George Burns wanted a number under 3 for Gracie Allen.
So she wouldn't strain our memory, eh? Tell me, have you any new news sound effects for us?
Yes, I have. See if you can figure this one out.
I give up.
Well, that's Bing Crosby's new baby getting his first crooning lesson. Now this.
Sounds like a limb breaking from a tree.
You're getting hot. It's really Charlie McCarthy taking a wrestling lesson. See if you can interpret this one.
That's your version of an exciting newsreel condensed into 5 seconds.
Oh, no. That's just a certain wardrobe director in town sending forth his troop of errand boys.
So why all the confusion? You'll give people the wrong idea.
Well, that wardrobe director's in a spot. He really has 200 costumes to freshen up for the next day's shooting, and gosh...
Go on.
And he's all out of Lux Flakes.
Oh, that's different.
And so are Lux Flakes different, Mr. DeMille. If the opinions of the leading studios in Hollywood mean anything, and believe me, they do, Lux is tops all over town.
Proceed, Mr. Starr. Any more?
Yes, here's another.
That's a strange sound for California, but I've got it. A radiator letting off steam.
Another 0. That's Ben Burney saying hello to Walter Winchell.
Well, from now on, you'd better tell your news in English, if you have any left.
Of course. Here are 4 snappy snoops. Filmed in Flash number 1. D.W. Griffith, who has announced plans of remaking his greatest film, The Birth of a Nation. But there's a big hitch in the idea. No one can find an original script of the opus, and that's causing a long delay. Number 2. A new all-time record for climbing walls took place at the Warner Brothers studio when a bull became infuriated on the Cowboy from Brooklyn set, broke loose and proceeded to scatter stars and crew in all directions. Dick Powell, Pat O'Brien, Dick Ferran broke all speed records, it is claimed. Director Lloyd Bacon's flaming shirt was the cause of the bull's sudden outburst. Item number 3. For several weeks, Betty Davis has been awaiting some of California's unusual weather. In fact, Betty wanted a heavy downpour of rain. The small cloudburst arrived last Friday. Betty called the moving vans, moved into her new home at the height of the rainstorm. Sounds a bit peculiar, but Betty believes that the rain brings her luck. She got her first stage engagement, her first break at Universal, and met her husband, Harmon O. Nelson, each during a rainstorm. News note number 4. Shirley Temple's new musical, Little Miss Broadway, was delayed this morning while the tiny star, with tears streaming down her cheeks, conducted a burial service over 6 of her pet bunny rabbits, drowned in a rainstorm last night. But true to the tradition of the theater, the show must go on. Shirley dried her tears and with a heavy heart returned to work this afternoon. As a climax, I'd like to tell one last item about the auto licenses. A certain star, I'd rather not mention his name, returned his plates, stating that he couldn't use them on his car. When questioned, he stated that he believed in astrology and that the numbers on his plates didn't vibrate properly. He was asked what kind of a car he drove, and he replied that it was a 1929 model of a popular make. That ought to vibrate enough for you, replied the attendant. And I think I've vibrated enough myself. So long, Mr. DeMille.
All right. We've other stars to hear tonight, so thank you, Jimmy. Back to our play, Brief Moment, with Ginger Rogers, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., and our all-star cast. It's the following day. In a hotel dining room, Abby is having lunch with Manny Walsh, telling him of her quarrel with Rod. She pauses for a moment, biting her lip.
Well, go on.
So I left him, Manny. I had to after that. For my own self-respect, I had to. And then I called you.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it, Abby. You shouldn't have walked out on him.
But he told me to.
Sure he did, because he couldn't see straight. He was too sore.
I don't believe that. Well, why didn't he get sore when Cass said what he did?
I don't know. Maybe he was. You can't tell, Abby. Some guys are just, well, they're built that way, that's all.
No, he just doesn't care, Manny. I don't seem to have much luck, do I? I'm practically left at the church by someone I think I love. And the man I know I love, well...
You ought to call him.
Oh, I can't, Manny. I can't. He's got to call me.
And if he don't?
I don't know, Manny. I don't know.
mind telling me why?
Why what?
Why all the plans for departure? From the looks of the place I came in, I should say that you were leaving shortly.
I am. Practically all packed.
Where are you going?
Europe.
Oh, that's nice. Very broadening, they tell me. Why?
Would you like 3 guesses, Sig?
Couldn't have anything to do with Abby, I suppose. I hear that she's going to marry Cass Worthing.
You know all the gossip, don't you?
I read the columns. They've been carrying it for the last 3 weeks. I still don't see how your going to Europe solves anything.
If I told you why, you'd probably think I was crazy.
How do you know I don't think so, anyway?
Sig, I'm going to make an experiment.
What, again?
Yes, again.
Well?
I figured it all out the last 2 weeks. I'm sick of life. Heartily sick of it. Because it isn't my life at all. It's a carbon copy of hundreds of other parasitic lives around me. I want to discover my place in the world.
How are you going to do it?
Well, as a necessary first step, a stimulus to future endeavor, I've given up all my money.
You've done what?
I've left myself barely enough to live on. Not too comfortable at that.
Who did you give your money to?
Well, that was amusing. Having decided to give away this considerable fortune, I found that I wasn't equipped even to be generous. I finally had to give it to a group of specialists who'll decide what to do with it. It was my first contact with the contemporary world.
A group of specialists? Well.
I expect people will say I'm eccentric.
To put it mildly, yes. And now what?
Now I'm free. Maybe I've been wrong, Sig. Maybe you've got to fight for things in order to appreciate them. Well, now I can. And maybe the joy isn't in having at all. Maybe it's just in the fighting. I'm going to find out.
I assume that you've chosen a starting point.
Yes, I have.
Just a minute.
Hello, Worthing.
Well, Dean, what do you want here?
Worthing, a few weeks ago you said something I didn't like. I want you to tell me now it was a lie.
Do you? Well, I'm afraid I can't.
Then I'm sorry for you.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, Sig.
Yeah?
This is Abby.
Oh, hello.
Have you seen the papers, Sig?
Yes?
Did he really do it? Did Rod really do it?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I can hardly believe it. It doesn't sound like him at all.
Oh, he's changed. You wouldn't know him.
Who is it? Shh. Who is it?
Reporters. Hello?
Oh, Sig, I want to see you.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I just want to talk to you.
When?
Anytime. Maybe tonight at dinner.
Very well.
At 7, the Plaza Circle.
Very well. Goodbye.
Bye.
Who was that?
I told you, reporters. They've been trying to get you at your place, so no answer, so they called here. They wanted your picture.
You should have given it to them.
Do you mean to tell me that you're proud of your ruffian tactics?
I guess I am a little. If any bird ever deserved it, he was it.
Rod.
What?
You have become a muscle man. You ought to have someone to look after you now.
Thanks.
No telling what a little success in that line can do to a person.
I'll look after myself for a while.
When are you sailing?
9:00.
You're absolutely set on it?
Yes.
What about dinner tonight? A sort of farewell party, just you and I.
If you want.
Good. Shall we say the Plaza Circle at 7?
This way, monsieur. A table for 3, you said?
That's right, Pierre.
3? Sig, what's the idea?
Oh, here we all are. Good evening, Abby.
Oh, Sig, why did you do it?
If you'll excuse me, my children, I've got a very important telephone to make. Can I leave you alone for a minute?
I suppose you'll know this isn't my idea.
I hope you don't think it was mine.
I'm glad in a way. I probably would have called you this evening.
Really?
I just wanted to thank you. You've changed me, Abby.
Yes, I read something about it in the papers.
Oh, it's deeper than that. I'm a new man, Abby, free of the past, free for the future. I've given up all my money. I suppose you've heard that.
No, I hadn't. Does it matter?
Well, it does to me. I have a new outlook on things, a brand new perspective. I'm not even sorry that things turned out as they did. We've never been happy together, not really. Because I was trying to draw strength from you, Abby, and you can't do that. It's got to come from inside. Well, I think I have that strength now. I think I can be happy. And I'm so grateful to you, Abby. I hope that you'll be happy, too. Is it funny?
Yes, very. When I first heard of your going to Cass's place, I thought there was a reason behind it. I thought maybe you wanted to prove to me that you did think enough of me to defend my name. Now I find out you did it all for your own amusement. To prove to yourself that you were really a man.
I had to. The night we parted, you said things to me. You said, weakling, hypochondriac, ineffectual. Those things rang in my ears. I'll never forget what you said to me that night.
And I'll never forget what you said to me that night. You weren't interested. You sent me to Cass.
And you went, didn't you? You went.
No, I didn't. You told me to go, but I didn't.
What?
No, not to Cass. I went to a hotel. Manny knew where. I told him not to tell you until you asked for me. And I waited for you to call a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You didn't call. I said, this isn't control. This is anemia. Oh, Rod, don't you see? I can't spend the rest
Oh,
of
Abby. Oh, what a fool I was. What a fool I am. What a jealous, overbearing fool. Oh, forgive me, Abby.
You say you've changed. All right, then. Do you have faith in me now? Do you believe me when I tell you that you've always had my love? That you've had it ever since we were married? That I never did love Cass Worthing? That I haven't even thought of him? Have you that faith?
Yes, Abby. I do believe you. And deep down, I suppose I always have believed you. I'm sorry. And I love you, Abby. I love you.
Oh, Rod.
Hello, I'm not in the way, am I?
Oh, Sig. Do you know what's just happened?
I think I can guess. You better hurry, Rod. The boat sails in about 10 minutes.
The boat? What boat?
Rod's going to Europe, Abby. Best thing in the world for him. I tried to talk him out of it, but I can see that he's right.
I saw it as a chance to fight alone, Abby, away from everything.
And everybody?
Oh, not everybody. I'm going with him.
What?
I just bought a ticket. Come along. We'll be late.
Wait, Abby. Abby, if only you'd be able...
No, you'd better go, Rod. Maybe it is the best thing. If it's going to be good for you, I want you to take it. Goodbye, Rod.
Oh, of course it's the best way. Somebody's got to take care of him.
Will you please shut up?
What?
Stop trying to order my life for me. I know what I'm doing.
You mean you're not going to Europe?
I am going to Europe, and Abby's going with me.
Oh, Rod, I love you.
Give me that ticket you bought for yourself.
No, look here.
Come on, give it to me.
I was looking forward to this trip. Now get away from me.
We'll write you about it.
I've got it, Abby. Come on.
You can't do this to me. That's my ticket.
Oh, it's mine now, Sig. Goodbye, kid.
It's robbery.
So long, Sig.
You can't do this to me. To me, your very best friend. You ought to be ashamed. Pierre.
Dinner for 3, sir?
No, just one. Oh, Pierre.
Eh?
You know, I thought just now for a moment that I was stuck with a ticket for Europe.
Our brief moment is gone. Melville Ruick has something to say on behalf of our sponsors, and then Ginger Rogers and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. will take a curtain call. Mr. Ruick.
Here it is, a fact that may amaze even those who are experts on the subject, the housewives of our audience. It is estimated that the average woman who keeps house for her family spends 546 hours a year washing dishes. That's nearly 23 entire days of 24 hours each, or more than 3 solid weeks without a second off duty. Imagine what all those hours can do to your hands if you slip into the mistake of doing dishes with ordinary harsh soaps. You wouldn't wash your hands with a laundry soap, yet that takes but a minute, while your hands are in the dishpan for hours. Why not guard their beauty while you're doing the dishes? Simply use Lux Flakes. Lux doesn't dry out the oils of the skin, doesn't leave your hands with that rough, sandpapery feeling, that red dishpan look. It keeps them white and lovely. It's inexpensive, too. Buy the economical big box. For beauty's sake, always wash your dishes with Lux Flakes. Now, Mr. DeMille.
And now the pair who made a very happy hour of a brief moment. Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks. It's the customary thing when a play is over to retire to some inviting rendezvous for a cup of tea and a dance or two. Suppose, Miss Rogers, we put down our tea and kick the big apple around?
It's splendid, but I couldn't think of making Mr. Fairbanks a wallflower.
Oh, Miss Rogers, let me assure you that the sight of Mr. DeMille doing the big apple will be well worth the price of solitude.
Fighting words, Mr. Fairbanks. Fighting words. I'll have you know that.
Please, gentlemen. Well, the last time you were here, Doc, I heard Mr. DeMille say that he's known you and watched you ever since you were a little blossoming sprig on the Fairbanks family tree.
Yeah.
I'll have no part in anything that might shatter such a long friendship.
What'll we do? Sit down, hold hands?
Seance, eh? Well, Miss Rogers, may I have this chance?
Keep that up, Mr. F., and we will be calling for spirits of ammonia.
I'll be calling for my car.
Where are you going, Mr. DeMille?
Paradise.
Oh.
Hey, what goes on here in here? You both are talking like a couple of fugitives from a heavenly choir.
Paradise is the name of Mr. DeMille's ranch. If you keep quiet, he's liable to invite us there.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah. Well, it sounds like the chorus from the last roundup to me.
You won't be lonesome up there, will you, Mr. DeMille?
No, I have the peacocks and the deer.
Well, I play the piano a bit. I know a few stories, and I'm a pretty good listener.
Well, the peacocks and the deer are very nice.
Wait a moment. I'll invite you both to my house instead. Douglas and I will have tea, and for you, Mr. DeMille, well, for you, we'll have a nice bowl of Lux Flakes.
Don't forget the cream, Ginger. They're really delicious.
And every time you open your mouth to speak, there won't be words, there'll just be bubbles.
Like Dopey and Snow White.
And he's doing all right for himself, too.
You know, gentlemen, we certainly can talk without saying anything.
Ain't it the truth?
If there's something really important on your mind, Ginger, why, just speak right up. Say it.
Well, here it is. I want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I've had a grand time here tonight, and I hope we'll all meet again soon in front of this very same microphone. Good night.
Good night, C.B., and mind your P's and Susie Q's.
Oh.
Thank you, Miss Rogers and Mr. Fairbanks. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells you of next week's gala program, may I say our stars tonight were assisted by Grace Kern as Gertie, Inez Seabury as Mabel, David Kerman as Frank, Mary Smith as a sales lady, James Eagles as chef, Lou Merrill as irate customer, and Frank Nelson as gossip columnist. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film in Old Chicago. For the same studio, Nigel Bruce has recently made the picture The Baroness and the Butler. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Those who enjoy a simple yet finely woven drama of honest sentiment will welcome the Lux Radio Theater adaptation next Monday night of one of the most touching love stories ever told, Romance by Edward Sheldon. Thousands of people crowded the theater week after week to see it as a play with Doris Keane and William Courtney. It played over 1,000 performances in London, and no less brilliant was its record on the screen. We celebrate its presentation on the radio by bringing you two of your favorite performers, two of Hollywood's most famous stars, Miss Madeline Carroll and Mr. Herbert Marshall. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Herbert Marshall and Madeline Carroll in Romance. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Welcome, everybody. Tonight, your neighborhood good golf dealer joins the golf companies in presenting the second of the motion picture star's own program, The Gulf Screen Guild Show. With Loretta Young, Fred Astaire, Herbert Marshall, Franklin Pangborn, Gino Corrado, Oscar Bradley, and Hollywood's favorite master of ceremonies, George Murphy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second Screen Guild show, Hollywood's own program, written, directed, and acted by the greatest names in the motion picture industry, for the benefit of the Motion Picture Relief Fund. Last week it was a review. Next week, it's a dramatic show starring Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, supported by Louise Beavers. Each week we bring you a different type show with a different cast of stars. Tonight, it's a musical comedy, Miss Brown of Worcester, directed by Ernst Lubitsch and written by Dwight Taylor and Arthur Sheikman, under the musical direction of Oscar Bradley. Ready, Oscar? Lights. Music. Curtain. It's 4 a.m. at the English Manor House of Richard Devon, played by Herbert Marshall. The radio in the darkened drawing room is turned on. In front of it, we find Alice Brown, his fiancée, played by Loretta Young. The program she is listening to is a transatlantic broadcast from the famous Sky Room of New York's Hotel Astoria. Jerry Gale, known as the Rhythm Romeo and acted by Fred Astaire, is just beginning his midnight broadcast.
It is Wiley. Oh, it is my love.
Jerry.
Alice. Is that you down there?
Yes, Dick.
Well, what on earth? Well, you know what time... Oh, darling, are you ill?
No, I'm all right.
I woke up and heard the radio playing.
Oh,
You're sure you're all right, Alice?
quite sure. I just couldn't sleep, that's all.
I don't wonder. Poor girl. That dinner last evening to meet my family must have been a frightful ordeal.
No, it wasn't.
But they approve of you, darling.
Dick, I want to ask you something.
Yeah? Here, let me put this shawl around you. This place is a refrigerator. You have a red nose for our engagement party.
Dick, would you say a girl was, well, immoral to be in love with two men?
Oh, depends on the girl. Who is this unfortunate female?
It's I.
Oh, well, in that case... Huh? What did you say?
I said I'm the girl, Dick.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Alice.
Oh, I suppose I should have told you before I left New York.
Well, it might have been a little less of a shock. After all, a man doesn't expect his fiancée. Would it be a breach of etiquette to ask the name of my rival?
Jerry Gale.
Jerry Gale, the American Orchestra, the Rhythm Romeo. Oh, now, look here, Alice.
I know, it's mad and crazy.
But he's a public figure of speech. Every woman in America.
Look, Dick, there are two me's. The sensible, sober, down-to-the-ground me, quite in love with you. Then there's the other we'll call the foolish, romantic me, in love with Jerry Gale.
Oh, no, you're ribbing me. Oh, aren't you?
He was the leader of a little band at our college prom 4 years ago. He played the trumpet. Oh, but he was much better on the harmonica.
Harmonica?
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is becoming more and more fantastic, Alice. How long did you know him?
A weekend?
Only a weekend?
Yes. And I never saw him again.
Well, doesn't it occur to you he must have changed a lot in 4 years?
Oh, he has. Of course he's changed. And I'm the one responsible, Dick. I made him the Rhythm Romeo.
Now, really, Alice, I can believe a lot of things, but...
I introduced him to Shakespeare.
You mean William? Where?
A lake on the campus, in a canoe in the moonlight. I recited Romeo's speech to Juliet. And now he begins all of his programs with that same speech.
Well, his meat was atrocious.
He told me to always remember that night. Remember me. Every time I hear him, I know he's looking for me, searching. Oh, I know how perfectly stupid this sounds, but
Stupid? It's serious. Even if it is purely mental, we've got to do something about it.
Yes, I know, but what can we do?
Return to America and see this Jerry Gale.
Oh, Dick, now you're being silly.
I've waited so long for you. I can wait a little while longer. Until I'm sure of you.
But, Dick...
Don't worry. If you find he's the one, I'll bow gracefully out.
Oh, no,
Or if he's not, you can forget him. Isn't that the sensible solution?
Well,
Exactly. We'll sail for America on the very next boat. You're going to feel better or worse within a fortnight.
Lester, the band. She has played 3 numbers. Where is Jerry Gale?
I am Jerry Gale's manager, not his nursemaid.
I'm manager of the Astoria Sky Room. And Jerry Gale comes on time, well, I'll make you lots of trouble.
30 musicians, 2 arrangers, 3 chunks of music, a harp, and Jerry Gale to look after. And you think that you can make me trouble? Ha ha!
Ha ha! Right back. I go, but I tell you, he Romeo roams at 10 o'clock, or he roams.
You think I could take him out of a hat?
Hello, Lester.
Oh, so there you are, Jerry Gale. Where have you been?
On the corner of 47th and Broadway, playing a harmonica for 3 little dirty-faced kids to do the shag. Any objections?
If the management ever hears of this...
We made 40 cents before we got chased by the cops. Not bad, huh?
You'll ruin everything that I built for you. I and Shakespeare raised your salary to $2,000 a week.
Look, Lester, you and the Bard have done a lot for me, but honestly, I get so tired of spouting couplets. Maybe you're satisfied with this rhythm Romeo you've created, but I've got to live with him, and I don't like him.
Oh, stop that. Stop that. A 30-piece orchestra with a concertmaster who plays a genuine Stradivarius, and you play a mouth organ. Don't do that. Why don't you take up something classical, like the harp?
You can't play a harp in the bathtub.
Will you please give me that crazy gimmick? Oh, don't put it in your tailcoat. You'll bulge in the wrong places.
Look, Lester. Look, you read my mail, you write my lines, you make my dates, and you break them. In short, you pull the strings and I dance.
Please, will you stop? Romeo wasn't a hoofer.
Yes, and this hoofer isn't a Romeo.
Here, now there's the signal. Now here's your baton. Now don't forget, when you step off the bandstand after your number, you're still Romeo. Greet the girls with, I am too bold, 'tis not to me she speaks. Romeo and Juliet, Act 1, Scene 2.
And what do you say when I get cornered with some fair jitterbug?
Why, I interrupt and say your sponsor wants to speak to you.
All right. I go and it is done. The bell invites.
What?
Macbeth, Act 2, Scene 1. This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spell. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's the Jerry Gale we've come 3,000 miles to meet.
Yes, Dick.
Looks quite a decent chap, Alice.
He's just as I remembered him.
I'll see if Mr. Gale will join us.
Oh, look, Dick, he's seen me. He's coming over.
Oh, Mr. Gale, will you play Two Sleepy People?
I am too bold. It is not to me she speaks.
Oh, Mr. Gale, your music is too wonderful.
I am too bold. It is not to me she speaks.
Hello, Jerry.
I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks.
Nice reading, old man.
Thanks.
Jerry, don't you remember me?
Remember you? Well, of course. Why, you're,
Alice.
Alice, well, what do you know about that? Alice,
Brown.
Brown, certainly. Alice Brown, of course. The Fall Festival at Wellesley.
No. Spring prom, Vassar.
Oh, yes. You had on a blue dress.
I wore red.
Remarkable memory, old man.
Thanks.
By the way, this is Mr. Richard Devon.
How do you do?
How do you do? Alice has told me about you, Mr. Gale.
Really? Well, that's nice.
Yes, most fortunate the way you came upon the Shakespearean role.
Oh, Dick. The rhythm Romeo angle?
Yes, a lake on the campus, a boy and a girl, the moonlight, and you were romantic.
No. A hamburger joint on Main Street, me and my manager. It was raining and I was broke.
But, Jerry,
You see, one of the boys in the band made a play for the waitress, and she said, lay off, Romeo, and the idea came to Lester just like that. I've been the rhythm Romeo ever since.
Dick, let's dance.
Alice, darling, you know I don't tango. But you do, don't you, Mr. Gale?
Oh, I couldn't possibly leave you alone, Dick.
Nonsense. I'll order dinner for you while you're dancing. Go ahead.
Well,
I suppose we could dance.
I suppose we could, if you like.
This balcony is a lot better.
Is that line inspired by Mr. Lester, too?
You know, I'm afraid you've got me all wrong, and I don't blame you.
No?
I got off on the wrong foot, and I can't seem to get back in step again.
Well, why bother?
Well, because I do remember you. Not your name or the school, maybe, or the color of your dress, but I remember you and everything that happened that weekend.
Really? Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me?
No.
All right. Didn't you find my harmonica, and didn't I have to go to the sorority house to claim it? And didn't you make me play it to prove it was mine?
Yes. Yes, and then you dated me for the next night.
Sure. That was why I stayed over.
You called for me in the town's only taxi.
It was payday.
Yes, but we walked down to the lake.
And paid $1 for a red canoe.
It was blue.
It was swell.
Oh, there was a full moon.
2 of them. One upstairs and one down on the lake.
Yes. And you sang a funny little song, do you remember?
There ought to be a moonlight saving time, so I could love that gal of mine. And you recited...
What light from yonder window breaks? It is the east.
And Juliet is the sun. That's it. That must have been why I took Lester's suggestion. I was remembering you and the way you read those lines.
And when we reached the shore, you said, beautiful.
I didn't mean Shakespeare.
And you kissed me.
Yes. Yes, I...
Darling. Darling.
Pardon me. Pardon me, I'm Mr. Lester, Mr. Gale's manager. He was at your table a few moments ago. I wonder if you could tell me where
Yes,
he...
certainly, yes. He just stepped out on the balcony with my fiancée.
Oh, thank you. On the balcony? With your fiancée? Oh, my heavens! Oh, here you are. I say, here you are. Mr. Gale, your sponsor wants to speak to you. I say your sponsor wants to speak to you. Mr. Gale, your sponsor!
You have just heard Act One of Miss Brown of Worcester with Fred Astaire, Herbert Marshall, Franklin Pangborn, Loretta Young, and Gino Corrado. Now, before we bring you Act Two, we'll have just a few words from John Conti.
Ladies and gentlemen, in your neighborhood, perhaps just around the corner, you'll find a good Gulf dealer. He is an independent merchant who conducts a business to serve you with your motoring needs. We are proud to say that he handles petroleum products which are uniformly high in quality. Of equal importance is the service which he renders. We are sure you will find him friendly, helpful, and prompt in his attention to your motoring needs, courteous as he serves you. In every respect, a merchant who merits your regular patronage. So the next time you need gasoline and motor oil, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc and ask the good Gulf dealer to service your car. Thank you.
The curtain is about to rise on the second act of our musical comedy, Miss Brown of Worcester. Alice Brown and her former love, Jerry Gale, the famous orchestra leader, have been doing the town for the past 2 weeks with the man she is engaged to marry, Richard Devon. Devon has been learning that even in America, 3 is a crowd. Lights, music, curtain.
Well, where have you been?
Out, Lester.
Out with whom, may I ask, Mr. Gale?
The girl I'm in love with.
You're not serious. Why, you can't do this to me.
Oh, yes, I can.
You can't be in love with one girl. You've got to be in love with all of them. Your sponsor expects it.
Now, look. I got along all right when I wasn't the Rhythm Romeo, when I didn't know what a sponsor was. Yes, and I had a darn sight better time.
You're comparing hamburgers to caviar.
I like hamburgers.
What's the name of this siren?
Alice Brown. And she's not a siren, Lester. She's in love with me, not the Rhythm Romeo.
You are the Rhythm Romeo.
Yes, but she isn't in love with him. She's in love with the fellow I was 4 years ago. He was a halfway decent chap. He didn't spout Shakespeare, and he wouldn't steal another fellow's girl.
You mean there's another man in love with her?
Yeah, a grand fellow, too. Look, Lester, I'm in a spot. What can I do?
Well, you certainly can't marry the girl.
No, you're right, Lester. I can't marry her.
Now you're talking sense.
No woman can be happy married to me with the postman dumping 1,000 phony love letters on our breakfast table every morning. Watching me look foolish while fans ask for autographs, grab my hat, tear off my tie for a souvenir. Mrs. Rhythm Romeo. Why, Alice couldn't stand that for a month.
That's right. That's right, Mr. Gale. That's perfectly right.
I've got to show her that Devon's the man for her now, but I don't know how.
Well, you just leave everything to me, Mr. Gale. I'll think of something. A Lester never fails.
Dick, did you see this headline?
How about some tea, Alice?
Army mobilizes on Czechoslovakian border.
Lemon or milk, darling?
Lemon, dear. London building bomb-proof shelters.
You'll never guess what I discovered these crumpets.
Britain debates mobilizing Navy.
Imagine selling crumpets at a chemist shop.
You know, Dick, this really looks serious.
Not the crumpet situation?
No, silly. There's trouble in Europe.
Oh, time enough to worry when it comes to a head. Marmalade or gooseberry jam?
Marmalade, please. Oh, gosh, I'm glad we're in America and out of it.
Well, if they have to roll up their sleeves and go to it, I'm still a captain in the Naval Reserve.
You? Dick, do you mean that...
Anything's apt to happen these days. But look, you didn't come to tea to discuss the European situation. What's really troubling you? Come on, out with it.
Dick?
Yeah?
I've made up my mind.
I thought so. It's Jerry Gale.
Yes. Oh, please, Dick, don't be angry with me.
I'm not. Jerry's a fine chap. I'm only sorry I couldn't have been the lucky man.
But Jerry doesn't know it yet.
I knew it. And so must he, unless he's blind. Just a second. Yes?
Is Miss Brown there?
Yes, just a moment. For you, Alice.
For me? Oh, thanks, dear. Hello?
Miss Brown?
Yes?
This is Jerry Gale's manager, Mr. Lester. May I ask the name of your attorney?
My attorney? What for?
Miss Brown, as Mr. Gale's manager, it is my unpleasant duty to follow the path of unbroken hearts left at the wayside by the Rhythm Romeo. And I do what I can to repair them in a monetary sense. Let me warn you, however, that $3,000 is my top price.
Are you speaking for Mr. Gale?
Certainly, I speak for Mr. Gale.
Does he think that I... Why, how dare you call me up, Mr. Lester? How dare you?
Where's Gale?
Rehearsing his orchestra. Oh, he'll be through in a moment. Sit down. Have a cigarette? A drink?
No, I don't want to drink and I don't want to smoke. I want to see that bounder Gale.
Let go my coat. There's no use getting excited. Let me go.
Well, Dick?
Mr. Bounder, I mean Mr. Gale, oh, for heaven's sake, do something.
Dick, what's the trouble?
I came for the $3,000.
What $3,000?
The $3,000.
Did you sell me something?
Do you pay off by check or does your Mr. Lester keep the cash on hand?
Look, Dick, what's it all about?
Mr. Gale, I can explain.
Explain?
You better talk fast, Lester.
You better talk fast and well.
Well, after our little talk this morning...
Oh, so you and Gale did have a talk.
Well, sort of a talk.
Oh, but Romeo, Jerry, I mean Mr. Gale, he doesn't know my talk.
Lester, calm yourself.
Who's calm? Nothing's the matter with me. I'm perfectly excited. You told me yourself that you shouldn't marry Miss Brown, so I only pretended to offer a settlement on the phone. I only...
A settlement? Why, you wart. You pygmy. You smidge.
Oh!
I'm beginning to get things straight. Look here, Jerry. Why shouldn't you marry Alice?
Oh, because you can give her a sane, decent life, and I can't, Dick. Because I'm a streamlined Shakespearean phony.
Alice doesn't think so. After all, she's the one to make the final decision.
It won't be hard for her to choose now. There's no explanation I can make she'll ever believe.
I wouldn't worry, Jerry. A woman will go any place, do anything, and believe anything when she's in love. You'll see at the Sky Room tonight.
But why, Dick? I never want to speak to Jerry again. I never even want to see him. Why must we come here tonight?
Because you're really in love with Jerry. You're angry now. Your pride's been hurt. But he's a great fellow. And you'll be very happy together. I know that.
Dick, don't you see that?
When two people love each other, there has to be a lot of understanding. You told me this afternoon you loved him. You love him now, don't you?
Hello, Dick.
It's all right, old boy. I'll be back in a little while.
Alice, I don't know what to say. I don't know if there's anything I can say. You see, I've got so in the habit of speaking for this Rhythm Romeo that I can't talk very well for myself.
There's your music.
I'll be right back. No, I'll sing it from here. I can reach up to heaven and pluck out a star from the blue.
It's true, but only when you're in my arms. I can live without riches and still have a million or two. It's true, but only when you're in my arms. Though I'm ambitious, my wishes have always been simple and few. Give me the moonlight, the music, and sweetheart, an armful of you. I can see myself doing the things that I never could do. It's true, but only when you're in my arms. Do you believe me, Alice?
Yes. Yes, Jerry, I believe you. I guess I never really doubted you.
I wonder if that blue canoe's still on that lake where we left it.
Oh, we could go and find out.
Well, looks as though I'd walked in on cue, just in time to offer my blessing and to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
It seems that little trouble in Europe we talked about has come to a head. The Admiralty has ordered mobilization of the fleet. I'm sailing on the Queen Mary at midnight.
Go sailing? In an hour? Is it war?
Lord only knows. Anyway, I'm off. I've just time to drink to your happiness, pack my bags, and make the boat. It's plain water, so I'll make it a plain toast. Here's to Shakespeare, 1938 version. Romeo gets girl. Goodbye, Alice. Luck, Jerry. God bless.
Dick!
Gee, what a swell fellow.
He gets his orders and goes.
Sure.
No sea and submarines.
With a man like that on your side, you can't lose.
England can't. But we can, Jerry. We may never see him again.
Well, what can we do?
Well, I know what we ought to do.
So do I.
Jerry. Jerry, I've got to go after him.
Bye, Alice.
Goodbye. And, Jerry, I think you're swell.
I like you, too. Toasting Miss Brown of Worcester.
Throw my luggage in the back, driver.
Pier 90, driver.
Okay, ma'am.
Alice. What are you doing here? Where's Jerry?
On the bandstand at the Astoria Hotel, I think.
No, but I thought... Oh, you're coming to see me off.
Darling, a girl doesn't take bag and baggage to wave goodbye from a pier. You stupid thing, I'm coming with you.
You can't.
Why not?
Well, it's Jerry.
He sent me.
Oh, forgive me, I don't get this.
Darling, don't make me propose to you.
You mean...
Yes.
Alice.
Oh, my dearest.
How about a little radio music with that, sir?
Why not?
Well, here it is.
Driver, do you know this is the first time I've ever been kissed in a taxi at 50th Street and 10th Avenue?
Oh, this ain't the first time it's happened in my cab, ma'am.
Listen, darling.
My heart does not stand still, just hearing me.
That's the song he sang to you, our first night in America.
Yes. Only now he's singing it to us.
See here, Miss Brown.
Huh?
What about your accommodations on the boat? I got the last stateroom.
Oh, no, you didn't, darling. We got the last stateroom. Mr. and Mrs. Devon.
In just a moment, Loretta Young, Freddie Astaire, and Bart Marshall return as themselves. But while they are stepping out of character, here's that stout fella, John Conte.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say just a few words on behalf of all of us here in the studio. As you all know, the amount paid by the Gulf people for talent on this program is being placed in a special fund. A fund to build a home to care for the aged and indigent people from all branches of the film industry. We're all of us proud to be associated with such a worthwhile project and with this new kind of radio entertainment. We hope you'll enjoy it and that you'll tune in every Sunday at this same time for the Gulf Screen Guild Show, brought to you with the best wishes of your neighborhood good Gulf dealers.
I'll say goodnight, George.
Loretta, before I say goodnight, I want to tell you what a swell job you did.
Oh, thanks.
And I don't have to tell you how swell I think you are personally.
No, you don't have to, but I like it. Good night, George, and thanks again.
Good night, Loretta. And by the way, extra congratulations to you, Bart.
Why is that, George?
Well, because tonight you got the girl and Freddie didn't.
Well, in that case, so long as she's mine, I'll take her home. Good night, George.
Good night, Bart.
Good night, MC.
Just a moment there, F.A. We missed something here tonight. You didn't dance.
Well, neither did you.
Well, I don't dance much, Fred.
Why, George, you're just a terpsichorean meanie.
Them's bodacious words, Astaire, bodacious.
Oh, I couldn't dance today anyway. My foot's asleep. It's been that way all through the program.
Oh, well, I know how to fix that. It's simple. All you have to do is stamp it. Look.
Like this?
That's it.
Are the feet awake yet, Fred? So long, Fred. Thanks for coming. Good night, Freddie and Peggy.
Good night, George.
Good night, Freddie. That was a pretty fair gavotte. That was a pretty fair gavotte for two sleepy feet. I'd like to thank Franklin Pangborn and Gino Corrado for being with us tonight for a swell performance. Well, folks, that winds up another Screen Guild show. We hope that you enjoyed it. We'll tune in again next week to hear Betty Davis, Robert Montgomery, Basil Rathbun, and Louise Beavers in an original drama, Can We Forget, directed by Frank Capra and written by Mary McCall. Tonight's Screen Guild show was directed by Ernst Lubitsch, written by Dwight Taylor and Arthur Sheikman. This is George Murphy saying thank you for the motion picture industry, and good night.
Next week, same time, same station, the good Gulf dealer in your neighborhood joins the Gulf companies in welcoming you to another Screen Guild show with Oscar Bradley's orchestra and your master of ceremonies, George Murphy. This is John Conte speaking. When You're in My Arms is from Fred Astaire's new RKO picture, the story of Vernon and Irene Castle. We are indebted to 20th Century Fox for Loretta Young, who can soon be seen in the picture Wife, Husband, and Friend. Heard on tonight's show were Make Believe and Why Do I Love You from Showboat. Yesterday from Roberta, Thanks for Everything from the show of the same name, and This Can't Be Love from the boys from Syracuse. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com. You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door.
Lux presents Hollywood. This is a drama of Broadway, of the tears and joys, the struggles and romance, of a group of girls battling for recognition behind the footlights. Starring are Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Menjou, and Rosalind Russell, and with Eve Arden. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers, and between the acts, you'll hear one of Broadway's famous characters, George Pierce, stage doorman of the Empire Theater. Before introducing our producer, a word about the product bringing you this hour of entertainment. Out here in Hollywood, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. They use it regularly, in their studio dressing rooms and at home, too. When a screen star whose complexion is priceless uses an inexpensive soap like Lux toilet soap, you can be sure there's a reason, and here it is. Lux toilet soap is skillfully made of the finest possible ingredients. More important, Lux toilet soap has active lather that offers you protection against careless cleansing. Let Hollywood's beauty soap be your beauty soap and help you protect the priceless loveliness of your complexion. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's about 25 years ago that a church worker making a sick call on a young actress living in the theatrical district of New York City noticed a pistol on the dresser. When the girl told her the neighborhood was so tough that she needed the weapon for protection, her visitor determined to do something about it. From that determination came a theatrical club, 2 brownstone buildings in the West 50s, the real-life background of our play, the home of hopeful young actresses who find New York a hard and lonely city. Here Edna Ferber got her inspiration and, collaborating with George S. Kaufman, gave Broadway the resounding hit Stage Door. When RKO brought Stage Door to the screen, it rediscovered one of its own stars, Ginger Rogers. Her nimble feet and appealing voice had carried her to fame in musical romances. Then came the part of Jean Maitland, which established her as one of our best dramatic actresses, and which she repeats tonight. She co-stars on the screen shortly with Fred Astaire in The Story of Vernon and Irene Castle. Also from the original film cast comes that master of sophisticated charm, Mr. Adolphe Menjou, in the part of the theatrical producer, Anthony Powell. Mr. Menjou starred soon in the United Artists release, King of the Turf. Making her first appearance at our microphone is Miss Rosalind Russell, a Connecticut girl who came to Hollywood by way of stock companies and Broadway. Following her success in The Citadel, her new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture is Fast and Loose, co-starring Robert Montgomery. And she's heard tonight in the part of Terry Randall. Eve Arden plays Linda Shaw. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou in Stage Door. Broadway is a mighty stream, sparkling, swift, and unfathomable, rushing on mercilessly, swollen with an overflow of talent from all the other little Broadways, the main streets of America. But along the course of every roaring torrent, there are backwaters, pools, and eddies where the driftwood collects. Such a backwater is the Footlights Club, a girls' theatrical boarding house just off Broadway, just around the corner from Fame. In the old-fashioned living room of the club, the girls are gathered just before dinner. The air's thick with talk, shop talk, and women's talk. On the overstuffed sofa sits Jean Maitland. Jean is a dancer when she works, but she's been at liberty for the last 6 months. She polishes her nails calmly, ignoring the conversation that flies about her.
Lamb stew for dinner. I'll bet it's awful.
Well, it couldn't be any worse than it was last night.
Yeah, no better than tomorrow night.
Can anybody lend me a lipstick?
How was the matinee, Susan?
Well, very intimate. We had 100 people on the stage and 50 in the audience.
Well, at least you had them outnumbered.
5 weeks rehearsal and 2 weeks pay.
What's the matter? The show closing?
I'm like a tired clam.
Oh, that's awful. Jean, did you hear that? Susan's show is folding.
Yeah, and if any more fold, we can all move right into the storehouse with this scenery.
Good evening, Hay.
Oh, there you are, Miss Shaw.
Were you speaking to me, Miss Maitland? I'm just on my way out.
Come on, take them off.
What?
You heard what I said. Take off my stockings.
What stockings?
If you don't take them off, I will, and I'll take some of the hide right off with them.
Well,
from now on, you can wear your own stockings or go bare-legged.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, that's so, stretching my size 8 over your big clodhopper 12.
Girls, what's the trouble?
This hoyden accused me of stealing my own stockings.
She swiped her last pair of stockings from me.
Jean, Linda, how do you expect me to run a respectable boarding house?
You're doing the best you can with the people you've got.
Jean?
Oh, Linda, Mr. Powell's car is here.
Oh, well, tell the chauffeur I'll be right there.
Well, Mr. Powell's car is here. Mr. Powell, the great producer, isn't here, just his car.
Well, if you were more considerate of your elders, maybe Mr. Powell would send his car for you someday.
I can hardly wait.
Of course, he'd probably take one look at you and send you right back again, but then you have to expect that.
Well, you should know.
Well, good night, everyone. While you're sitting here digesting your lamb stew, you might be thinking of me dining on pheasant bordelaise.
Bordelaise, no less. Woo, girls, listen, bordelaise.
Well, maybe it's casserole. I'm not quite certain.
Well, be sure not to eat the bones and give yourself away.
I'd say that bout was a draw, Jean.
Break it up, girls. That's the end of round one.
Girls, what's that knocking?
It might be mice.
Why, it's someone at the side door.
Say, how do you get in here? If you really want to get in, you might blast.
Oh, don't, Jean. It looks like a customer. Go around to the other door, please.
What's the matter with her? Can't she read? The mice are still with us.
This way. Come right in.
Thanks. Good evening.
Greetings.
How many doors are there to this place?
Well, there's the trap door, the humidor, and the cuspidor. How many doors would you like?
I only asked a civil question. I'd like to see someone about accommodations, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Miss Orcott's the keeper on duty.
Yes, I'm the one you see. You mustn't mind Jean.
Evidently, Jean's a very amusing person.
Boo! If you young ladies will pardon me, I shall take the wolfhounds for a stroll through the park.
This is a theatrical boarding house, isn't it?
It's considered one of the finest. Now, let me see what I have available.
I'd like a room with a private bath. Well, is there anything so strange in that request?
Oh, you mustn't mind the girls. They're just full of fun. We're just a great, big, happy family.
Oh, yeah. How expensive are your rooms?
$13 if you share a room in advance. That includes breakfast and dinner, but not luncheon.
You mean meals are included for that money?
Yes, indeed. And I must say we have a very fine kitchen. Girl?
What shall I do about my baggage? I'm expecting a few trunks.
Well, I'll have them taken care of, Miss...
Randall. Terry Randall.
Miss Randall. Now, let me see. I have only one vacancy. You'll have to share a room with Jean.
Jean? You mean the girl who made all those...
I'm sure you'll like the room. It's very bright. Come this way, Miss Randall. This way.
One trunk, two trunks, three trunks. When does your baggage get here, Miss Randall?
I'm expecting the bulk of it in the morning.
We could leave the trunks here and sleep in the hall. There's no use crowding the trunks.
Yes. I don't know what we're going to do when the wolfhounds arrive. I hope you don't mind animals.
No, not at all. I've roomed with a great many of them before.
Yes, I can see that.
Do you mind if I ask a personal question?
Another one?
Are these trunks full of bodies?
Just those two. But I don't intend to unpack them.
I was just thinking if the room got too crowded, we could live in the trunks.
Now, that's a good idea. You don't mind helping me unpack, do you? Oh, I beg your pardon, you're not the maid, are you?
Oh, it's quite all right.
And may I put this picture here?
Why not? May help scare the moths away. An old friend of the family?
It happens to be my grandfather.
Grandfather? Well, there is quite a resemblance, especially around the whiskers.
Now, that's a fairly intelligent observation for you.
Judging from your wardrobe, I'd say he was a fairly generous old guy, as grandfathers go.
He always treated me very well.
I suppose if you'd had your choice, you'd have picked a much younger grandfather.
I see that in addition to your other charms, you have the insolence generated by an inferior upbringing.
Oh, fancy clothes, fancy language, and everything. Do you mind if I hang your dress here, on the floor? Temporarily, of course. I must take my bath.
That should help.
And remember, half the wardrobe is yours, and if anything of mine should get in the way, why, just toss it out the window. Hey, who's in the bath?
It's me, honey, Mary Lou.
Well, hurry up. It's still a community tub, you know.
I'll hurry.
Hello, Kay. Kay.
Oh.
Hey, what's the matter, Kay? Don't you say hello to me anymore?
Hello, Jean. I didn't see you. I just got in. I'm tired.
Well, you certainly must have heard me.
Oh, don't pay any attention to me. My mind's been wandering lately.
What's the matter, Kay?
Oh, it's just one of those days. Let's sit down and have a good cry.
All right. Cry on my shoulder. I'm going to take a bath anyhow. What's wrong?
No casting today. If you'll leave your name and number, we'll get in touch with you.
Mr. Powell is not seeing anyone until the end of the week. Last week, the week before, and the week before that. Somewhere, somehow, I had the idea that I was a pretty good actress.
Come on, shake out of it. Who got all those rave notices a year ago?
That was a year ago.
Ooh, you do sound gloomy.
I don't know why I'm hanging on. There's nothing else I can do, and nobody I can go back to. Except somebody I'll never go back to.
Listen, you don't have to go back to anybody. Well, you're the only good actress in this club. Something's bound to come your way.
I hope so.
Oh, now, look, Kay. I don't want to butt into your private affairs, but if it's a matter of a few bucks...
Oh, Jean, I've got to get that part in Enchanted April. It's me. It's my life. No one else can play that part. It belongs to me. I've got to get it. It just can't be otherwise. I've got to. I've just got
Honey,
to.
all right. Now, come on, snap out of it. Honey, there's somebody coming. Now, go on into your room, and I'll see you later. Go on, baby.
Jean! Hey, Jean!
What do you want?
Jean, do you want a date?
Some more of those lumbermen of yours?
Well, yeah, but...
last couple we went stepping with were made of lumber, especially their feet.
All right, don't. But it's not too late for dinner, and they haven't had theirs yet.
Hey, wait a minute. Did you say dinner?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so before you spoke? Hey, Mary Lou, get out of that tub. What do you think you are, a trained seal?
Oh, 9 o'clock and all's quiet.
Too darn quiet for me.
Hey, where's Jean? Out with the lumbering lumberman.
Oh, Miss Randall.
Yes?
I thought we ought to get acquainted. I'm one of the girls here, too.
Oh.
Anne Luther is my name. Are you of the theater?
Not yet, but I hope to be.
With the proper coaching, you need not despair. In fact, if I don't find a play worthy of my talents, I may do a little coaching myself.
Really?
I can't tell you how interesting I found your discussion of Twelfth Night at the dinner table.
Thank you. I don't think the rest of the inmates shared your enthusiasm.
Hang on to your chairs, girls. We're in for more Shakespeare.
Is it against the rules of the Footlights Club to discuss the classics? The trouble with you girls is you're all comics. Don't you ever take anything seriously?
After you've sat around for a year trying to get a job, you won't take anything seriously either.
You just have to sit around and do nothing about it? You think you're facing difficulties. Why, what do you think of the men who crossed the Rockies? Did any of them crash a manager's office? No, but if they wanted to, I'm sure they could have done it. And I'll bet I can, too.
Maybe she can get through the door with vanishing cream.
Maybe I can.
Did you say you'd bet, Miss Randall?
I meant it figuratively.
I'd rather have a lunch.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll take a lunch. You'll crash a manager's office? How long?
Give her a week. A week is enough. Name your manager.
Anthony Powell.
Powell? The Anthony Powell?
Why not?
All right. Why not? Hello.
Hello. How are all your folks?
What happened to you? You're limping.
Am I? Did you ever dance with one of those lumberman Romeos?
Maybe. I don't remember.
Well, if you did, you'd remember it all right.
Well, why do you go out with them?
Oh, Bite, why do I? They not only step all over you, but they bore you to death. Why am I telling you all this?
Why not? We're going to share the same room. Why not share our troubles?
We started off on the wrong foot. Let's stay that way.
Oh, don't you ever stop quarreling.
What's the matter? Can't you take it?
I can take it if you want it that way.
Sure, why not? Oh, well, I hope you like your bed. It's the worst of the two.
Thanks. May I ask a humble question?
If you ask it in English.
You're probably wondering why I'm living here.
Maybe I am. Why don't you sell some of those fancy clothes you've got and live in a decent place?
Isn't this a decent place? Besides, I've always wanted to be in an atmosphere like this.
Sister, you haven't seen atmosphere. Wait until about 6 in the morning when those garbage trucks start around. Say, am I getting good or you getting weak?
It struck me funny.
What did?
The idea of having a garbage truck for an alarm clock.
Oh, it's not funny to me. If I had your wardrobe, I'd scram out of here plenty fast and leave you here with your atmosphere.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. You bark a lot, but you don't bite. You wouldn't sell out for a wardrobe.
It's all right for you to talk. You've got yours, and Linda isn't doing so bad either.
Linda? Oh, she's the other girl you fight with, eh?
One of them. Well, you two probably have the right idea. I don't know.
What idea is that?
Stop kidding.
Oh, you mean having a grandfather, eh?
I'll call him anything you like.
If I had it to do all over again, I assure you I wouldn't have had a grandfather. Perhaps if I came in here today with a hungry look in my eyes and a straw suitcase, you'd think I was all right, huh? But a wardrobe won't help you to act. And 3 meals a day, of course, well, it's just a bad habit. However, that's hardly a reason for the girls to dislike me. Jean? Jean, are you listening?
Write it down on a piece of paper. I'll read it in the morning.
In a few moments, the curtain will rise on the second act of Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Menjou. And now, during our intermission, let us listen in on Bill and Betty. They're going to be married in June, and now...
Good night, Bill. You really must go now.
Oh, gosh, Betty, not just yet. Oh, it's wonderful to hold you close. You're awful nice to look at, you know.
Oh, but, Bill, you must go.
All right, I suppose I must. But, gee, darling, I could look at you like this forever.
Betty's one of those clever girls who uses Lux toilet soap regularly and has skin that passes the love test. When a man's in love, his eyes look close and searchingly. Only skin that's soft and smooth can pass the test. If you have won romance and want to hold it, take the Screen Star's advice. They tell you it's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarged pores. Use cosmetics all you like. Lux toilet soap's active lather removes stale cosmetics thoroughly, guards against choked pores. We use this nice white soap regularly. Have you discovered what this soap 9 out of 10 Screen Stars can do for your skin? Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Menjou, and Rosalind Russell. Almost a week has gone by. Terry Randall, unable to make friends with the girls at the Footlights Club, pursues the uncertain path to fame alone. Jean Maitland, still out of a job, practices daily at Alex Karofsky's dancing school. With her partner Anne, she's working out a routine in a corner of the room, when through the door comes the famous producer, Linda's friend, Anthony Powell.
Well, Mr. Powell. How are you, Mr. Powell?
I'm fine, Alex. How's the new school?
Oh, fine. You thinking of putting on a musical?
No, I very likely won't produce anything this year, unless I can find an angel. Say, who's the little blonde over there?
Oh, just one of the kids. You want to meet her?
Never mind. I'll introduce myself.
Hey, Jean, look who's giving us the once-over.
Who is it?
Nobody but Anthony Powell.
So that's Linda's soulmate. Who's he staring at?
I don't know, but I hope it's me.
Now, you can have him.
Morning. Are you girls rehearsing for the musical?
No, we're just getting over the DTs.
That's a nice routine you kids have got there.
I hear yours isn't so bad either. See you in the dressing room, Anne.
What's the matter with your girlfriend?
Oh, she's just nervous. Meeting such a great man, you know.
Do you two girls expect to go on the stage?
Oh, well, we're just hoofing around, waiting for someone to discover us.
Well, you're discovered.
I didn't mean it that way. You see, we thought maybe, we might get into a nightclub like the Grotto.
The Grotto?
Yeah, someplace like that. Well, excuse me, I guess you're getting me nervous, too. Excuse me, goodbye.
Nice little routine those kids have, Mr. Powell.
Yes. Say, Alex. Call up Gordon at the Club Grotto. Tell him I said to give the kids a job.
The Grotto? Swell.
Jean. That wasn't so bad.
Oh, it wasn't so good either. Did you see who was sitting out there?
Sure.
Our friend, Miss Linda Shaw, and her friend, Mr. Powell.
Well, what of it? I heard tonight that Powell owns half interest in this club.
Oh, you know, it did strike me kind of funny, our getting a job here all of a sudden.
Nah, don't be a dope. Say, if he ever smiled at me the way he did at you tonight, I'd do a 3-point collapse.
Hello. May I come in?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Powell?
I thought you girls were very good tonight.
Thank you. We thought so, too.
Don't pay any attention to her, Mr. Powell. She's slightly balmy. Well, excuse me, Mr. Powell.
You don't like me, do you?
How could I help liking a man who takes his mother out to a nightclub? That was your mother you were sitting with.
No. No, that was my girlfriend's mother. Now, my ideal mother is young, blonde, slim, and generally intriguing.
I'll see if I can get you one on Mother's Day. What size?
Your size.
Well, that wouldn't be so easy. You see, I'm not the stock size.
Couldn't we talk the whole thing over at dinner some night?
I'm very fond of dinner. Could you send your car around for me?
Where could I send it?
I'm living at the Footlights Club, but the traffic around there is a little heavy.
I see.
So maybe you'd better send it around here first.
Perhaps that would be better. Shall we say tomorrow night, after the show?
Mama will have a lamp in the window.
Good night.
Hey, girls, who's got a fur cape they're not using tonight?
You're a little early, Jean.
I know, but I want to get a lean on it this morning. I got a date for dinner.
Terry Randall's got one.
I know. Where is she?
Out to lunch. Free, too. A fellow just called for her.
Oh, Grandpa?
Well, I'd say it was a little young for Grandpa, but I liked his car.
Will there be anything else, monsieur?
No, that's all.
Very good, monsieur.
So your decision is final, is it, Terry?
Yes, Dad. It's final.
I'm sorry, my dear. I thought by now that you would have satisfied this silly whim of yours. You're ready to come back home.
If I thought I couldn't achieve something by myself without the aid of the family millions, I'd feel like a pretty sorry specimen.
But why must it be the stage, Terry? There are other things to achieve in life.
I don't know, Dad. It just happens to appeal to me.
You've got the family name to consider.
Oh, don't worry about the family name. So far as New York is concerned, Terry Randall is just another stage-struck girl from the Middle West. They don't know me from Eve, but they're going to if I have anything to say about it.
And if you were to fail, then what?
If I'm a failure, I'll be the first to admit it.
Then you would come home if you failed?
Would you have me?
Well, you're pretty stubborn, but you're still my favorite daughter. Let's leave it at that.
Oh, what time is it?
It's almost 3.
Oh, Dad, I've got to run. I've got a bet with the girls that I couldn't crash a manager's office.
Something tells me you won't lose.
Oh, darling Dad.
Mr. Anthony Powell's office. Mr. Powell isn't in. Have you an appointment? Sorry, he can't see you. Hello? Hello? No casting.
Miss Winters, I'm Kay Hamilton. May I see Mr. Powell, please?
Just a moment. Hello?
Hiya, Kay. Oh, hello, Judy.
What was it, Miss Hamilton?
I want to see Mr. Powell, please.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Powell isn't seeing anyone today.
But I have an appointment. I was supposed to read that part for him in Enchanted April.
I'm sorry.
But if I could only see him for 5 minutes.
Not today, Miss Hamilton.
But I've got to see him today. I've just got to.
Miss Hamilton! Oh, catch her, someone.
I'll take care of it.
Kay, are you all right? Somebody get some water. Rub her hands. We'll bring her around.
Hey, here's the water.
Thanks.
Judy, what happened?
Oh, Terry, it's Kay. She fainted. Yeah, Powell broke an appointment with her, and when Miss Winters told her, she passed out.
She'll be all right. She's coming around now.
Kay, are you all right? I feel better now.
Just who does this Anthony Powell think he is, refusing to see people with appointments? Let me through, please.
Here, you can't go in there.
No, just watch me.
Come back here.
I beg your pardon.
So you're Anthony Powell.
Well, and who might you be?
My name is Terry Randall, but that's not important.
Why, what right do you break into my office without
What right have you to barricade yourself behind closed doors and refuse to see people?
That happens to be none of your business.
Do you know that a girl just fainted in your outer office because you broke an appointment with her?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
And as long as you keep that door closed, you'll never know. You're a producer, and it's your business to see actors. Why, the greatest actress in the world might be sitting out there, and you'd never give her a chance.
Are you the greatest actress in the world?
Never mind me. I don't need you, but those other girls do. They work and starve and go without decent food and clothes in the hope that someday someone like you will come out of his office and notice them.
Really? Now listen, my militant friend. I judge by your attitude that you hold me personally responsible for any possible tragedy in the lives of the girls who come up here. Is that right?
No, it isn't. But I do think you owe it to all these people to at least see them. Maybe they've got something.
Well, maybe they have. But do you realize that if I tried to see all the young girls who want to be actresses, that I wouldn't have time to do anything else? There are about 50 girls for every job that's open.
But how do you know you get the right ones? You don't even have the courtesy to come out of your office and say no to them. That at least would be some contact with the theater.
Well, you're one that can't complain. I've seen you, and you're not the type.
You're very smug, Mr. Powell. Very smug.
Well, whether or not you're satisfied that I'm not entirely responsible for the woes of the theatrical world, I'd suggest that you run along and leave me here with my conscience.
I doubt very much that you have a conscience. Good day, Mr. Powell.
How is Kay tonight?
Oh, she's all right.
What'd the doctor say was wrong?
Malnutrition, he called it. That's Latin for not eating.
Mrs. Orcutt, what did the doctor say?
She's going to be all right. It was very sweet of you to send in the doctor, Terry.
I asked you not to say anything about it.
Well, of course, dear.
It's not that I'm sentimental. It's just that the whole thing seems unnecessary to me.
Certainly, dear. And now that you've paid her rent, there's no reason why she shouldn't stay.
May I come in, Miss Maitland?
Certainly, Miss Shaw. I guess you'll be safe. The exterminators won't be here till tomorrow.
How did they miss you on their last visit?
I was out in society that day with an old boyfriend of yours.
Oh, yes. Speaking of funerals, these flowers just arrived for you.
And my little flower girl brought them up to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I could find my purse, I'd give you a big 5-cent tip.
Well, I really came along to give you a tip. Oh, and don't bother to read the note. I can tell you what it says. 11 roses, and the 12th is you. Signed, Anthony Powell.
You're doing very well up to now. Tell me more.
Oh, the routine's the same for all the girls. Quiet little supper in the Powell penthouse with champagne and all the fixings. Oh, and then there's Harcourt. Now, Harcourt's a gem.
That's not Harcourt you're wearing, is it?
No, my sweet. Harcourt's the butler. A very discreet butler, if you get what I mean, and conveniently deaf. Now, let me see. Tony usually starts off with the tired little boy routine. Oh, but I don't want to spoil it for you. I'll let it all come as a big surprise.
Thanks for calling. And if you ever need a good pallbearer, remember, I'm at your service.
Good night, dear. Oh, hello, Randall.
Hello.
Have a nice time, Jean.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help overhearing. You're not really running around with this man Powell, are you?
Why not?
Why should you play with fire just to spite Linda?
I can take care of myself.
Personally, I think you need a governess.
Besides, if I don't go out with him, I'll probably lose my job, and so will Anne. We'll be right back where we were.
Now, that's a lame excuse. You got along somehow before, didn't you?
I'm sick of getting along somehow. Besides, it's none of your business.
Sorry. Oh, by the way, that's a beautiful ermine cape you're wearing. Remarkably similar to one of mine.
Oh, it is yours. I just wanted to see how I'd feel in one of these things.
You feel any different?
I'll say.
Why don't you wear it?
Do you mean it?
Why not? You may as well go to perdition in ermine. You're sure to come back in rags.
Oh, you know, you're funny. In some ways, you're not such a bad egg.
Oh, as eggs go, I probably have my points.
Gee. Thanks. Good night.
Night.
Jean.
Oh, Bill. Hello, Bill.
I've been waiting out here for you.
Yeah? Well, when did you get back, Bill?
This morning. The show was one of the quicker flops of the year, in spite of my swell publicity campaign. Have a cigarette, Jean?
No, thanks. I gave them up when I was 7.
Bright girl. You busy tonight?
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't give you much of my time tonight anyhow. But how about dinner tomorrow night?
I don't see how I can very well.
Why not?
Well, since we got this job, I haven't had much time for anything.
Well, you haven't given up eating, have you?
Well, it isn't that, Bill. Maybe we hadn't better see each other for a while.
Why?
I just think it's better.
Oh?
Why do you say oh like that?
How would you say it?
Well, you make it sound like it meant something else.
Well, that ermine speaks for itself.
Whatever I do is my own business.
Okay, sure.
I'm sorry, Bill, but I gotta live my own life from now on. Well, you understand, don't you, Bill?
I guess I do.
So long, Jean.
So long, Bill.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've completed the second act of Stage Door. Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Manjou bring us Act 3 following this brief intermission, which features our special guest of the evening. And now a word about Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap with active lather the screen stars use. It's because Lux Toilet Soap has active lather that it makes such a wonderful bath soap, too. Carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves skin smooth and delicately fragrant. Screen stars say, men fall for skin that's sweet. A Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath makes you sure. Use this gentle, rich lathered soap for your daily beauty bath. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
For our special guest tonight, we asked the Empire Theater, New York City, to lend us their stage doorman, because his particular stage door is the most glamorous of all. Through it have passed so many great stars, from Sarah Bernhardt to Catherine Cornell. So much a part of the Empire has its doorman become that the theater's his middle name. From New York City, we now present the stage doorman of the Empire Theater, Mr. George Empire Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I suppose some of you are wondering just what a stage doorman does. Well, I'm a combination policeman, secretary, cook, father, confessor, and banker. It depends, of course, on who's playing the theater. Take English actors, for instance. They like their tea on matinee afternoons. Brian O'Hearn is a great tea drinker. When he was with Catherine Cornell at the Empire in the barracks of Wimpole Street, I made tea between acts every matinee day. Miss Cornell herself likes to eat dinner in her dressing room between matinee and evening performances. Incidentally, when we have a play opening on the theater in which she does not appear, she sends a wire with best wishes for my opening. With Burgess Meredith in the theater, you've got to be a banker because Burgess doesn't carry any money in his pocket. He'll come rushing into the theater, toss his hat into a fire bucket, and have his coat and tie off by the time he gets to the dressing room door. Then he'll stop quick and come back to where I'm sitting. George, he'll say, I owe you 60 cents. And then he pays me. After the show, he can never find his hat. He grabs the first one he can see whether it fits or not. And it generally doesn't. Now, of course, the man whose hat Burgess takes picks up somebody else's, and that goes on and on and on. Nobody has the right hat. Personally, I always consider it an honor when Burgess grabs my hat off my head as he goes rushing out. Every day in real life, I see a part of the story you're hearing in Stage Door tonight, and I know how tough it is. I remember one girl who kept coming back to the theater whenever a new play was casting. She was never good enough to get a job, but that didn't discourage her. One day she fainted while reading a part. It was the old story, not enough to eat. Well, we took up a collection, sent her back home, someplace in Iowa. I never saw her again, but I'm willing to bet that she'll be back someday. And they won't give up the fight, and that makes an old stage doorman's life worth living. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and good luck to the Lux Radio Theater.
We exit from your stage door in New York, Mr. Pierce, and return to our own stage door in Hollywood, where Ginger Rogers, Adolphe Manjou, and Rosalind Russell are ready for Act 3. Later the same evening, in Anthony Powell's penthouse high above Broadway, Jean stands by the window, gazing down at the twinkling lights of the great city. The producer stands close to her, smiling indulgently at her wonderment.
It's a beautiful view, isn't it? Hmm?
What? Oh, the view. Oh, yes, it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
Tell me, did you enjoy the supper?
I didn't dare to.
Why not?
Make it too hard to go back to lamb stew.
You don't have to go back to that lamb stew if you don't want to.
Do you have suppers like this all the time?
Practically all the time. Why?
I just wondered. I wish I'd been born lucky instead of beautiful and hungry.
Will you have a little more champagne?
No, thanks. I'm afraid to walk now. Woo!
Well, perhaps a little coffee.
No, thanks. I just want to look at the view. Oh, it's a wonderful view, don't you think?
Yes. It's a beautiful city. Like a fairyland. It's full of color, illusion, glamour, romance.
Hey, what happened?
What's the matter?
I thought something blew out.
Oh, I turned down the light. It does improve the view, doesn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful now. But think of how much more beautiful it will be with your name flashing across the horizon. Jean Maitland, in letters 4 feet high.
8 feet.
All right, 8 feet. I'll be the sculptor and you the clay. I'll mold you into the greatest dancer Broadway has ever known. I'll be Pygmalion and you'll be Galatea.
Oh, it sounds like a fairy story.
Well, isn't life just a fairy story? After all, aren't grown-up people just little boys and girls at heart? Oh, I know. At the office, I'm the gruff Anthony Powell, theatrical producer. That's a pose. But here, with you, I'm just a tired little boy with a dream.
Who were you going to be?
You were going to be somebody, and I was going to be somebody.
Oh, yes. Pygmalion and Galatea.
Which one am I?
Oh, you're Galatea.
I'm Galatea. Who are they?
Pygmalion was a sculptor who carved the statue of a woman out of marble.
Oh.
The statue was so beautiful that he fell in love with her, and his love was so deep and tender and true that it warmed the statue into life, and they lived happily ever after.
Oh, did they get married?
I don't think so. I don't believe people got married in those days.
I think that's terrible.
What's terrible?
They didn't get married.
But she was just a statue.
Well, that's what's so terrible about it.
You mustn't cry over a statue. The whole thing's a fairy story.
But after he'd gone to all that trouble and everything.
But he didn't go to any trouble. Now you're just getting hysterical.
I'm not hysterical.
Besides, he couldn't marry her if he wanted to.
He should have thought of that in the first place. She was probably minding her own business.
Come on, you're getting yourself all excited over nothing. Harcourt.
Well, it may be nothing to you, but it was something to her. Well, he can't do that to her.
You bet he can't. Harcourt.
Well, why don't you do something instead of standing there like that?
I'm going to do something about it. The very first thing in the morning.
That's
Harcourt.
shame.
Ladies' wraps, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Harcourt.
It's awful. It's terrible.
Now, here's your wrap. You run along home now. Get some sleep and don't worry about anything. I'll see my lawyer. We'll get the whole thing straightened out.
What thing?
Now, look, my darling, whatever there is to be straightened out. Harcourt, open the door.
Yes.
There's good old Harcourt. He'll see you to the car. That's a good girl.
Ah, you're wonderful. Did anybody ever tell you you're wonderful?
You're wonderful, too. And Harcourt's wonderful, and I'm wonderful. And the whole thing's wonderful.
You're wonderful, wonderful.
Good night. Good night.
Mr. Anthony Powell's office. I'm sorry, Mr. Powell's in conference, Mr. Burke, and he cannot be disturbed.
Now, let me get this straight, Mr. Carmichael. You have a client. A client who's interested in putting a little money into my show, Enchanted April, right?
Exactly. But he wants to remain, shall I say, incognito.
Of course. Now, just how much does your client wish to put up?
As much as you need, Mr. Powell, with one stipulation.
Well?
He wishes to be allowed the choice of the feminine lead.
Oh, I see.
I don't think you do. His purpose is not merely to make his daughter a present of a leading role, Mr. Powell. He wants to find out, and quickly, if she has any real talent.
I see.
Are you willing under those terms?
Well, fresh money is always welcome. By the way, who's the girl?
The name she uses now is Terry Randall.
Randall. Oh, yes, Terry Randall. I expect this to be the greatest play I've ever produced, Miss Randall. Every actress on Broadway has begged to play the part of Jeanette. It's one of the greatest parts ever written. Shall I turn down the lights a little, Miss Randall? It improves the view, makes it more restful.
On the contrary, it makes me feel slightly uncomfortable. Are you sure you brought me up here to discuss this play?
Why do you ask?
I'm a suspicious person.
You want to be a star, don't you?
Yes, under the proper circumstances.
How would you like to see your name blazing across the horizon in letters 4 feet high?
4 feet. Yes, it's got to be a good-sized sign. I'm used to that. So's Jean Maitland.
What's she got to do with it?
Are you in love with her?
No.
I thought so.
What's Jean Maitland got to do with this discussion? Do you want to play this part or don't you?
I'm really tremendously flattered, but how do you know I can act? You've never seen me on the stage.
How do you know that?
Because I've never been on the stage.
Oh. Well, I saw you perform in my office.
I wasn't performing that day.
Well, whether you were or not, I know an actress when I see one. You showed fire and emotion, and that's what I need in this part.
I'm not an emotional person.
You will be when I get through. I'll mold you into one.
I don't want to be molded. I believe in acting with my brain.
Well, I'll mold you one of those also. Would you like some champagne?
No, thank you.
Do you mind if I have some, do you?
Go right ahead.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you expecting someone?
No, get some champagne. I'll answer it. Do you mind if I answer the door?
Not at all.
Thanks.
Well, it's about time.
Jean, how did you get up here?
Have you got a woman in this apartment?
Who wants to know?
I do.
Now, listen, I'm in a bad humor.
Where is she?
Hello, Jean. Come on in.
Oh, so it's you.
Hello.
Say, what is this?
That's what I'm asking.
Mr. Powell's just been telling me the plot of a play.
So that's how you happen to be sitting on the floor.
Come on, get up, Miss Randall. That isn't where I left you. What is this, a frame-up?
Tony, darling, control yourself.
Now, don't Tony darling me. Come on, get up out of there. Jean, you go home. Go on.
I'll go when you hear what I've got to say.
Say it and get it over with. She came up here to sign a contract to do a play.
What's she going to sign it with? Champagne?
Harcourt, call the manager.
Oh, you needn't call any manager. I thought I was in love with you, but I see my mistake now. I only went out with you in the first place to spite Linda. And as for you, Miss Terry Randall, you'd better hide your face, you double-dealing, double-dyed.
Darling, I didn't know what I was doing.
My own roommate, and you preach ideals. You and your grandfather.
Now, look, I've had enough of this nonsense.
She preaches ideals so she can chisel when my back is turned. Well, you can take your old Red Fox cape. I'll never borrow another thing from you as long as I live. Don't you try to borrow anything from me either. I hope you two will be very happy together, you two-faced snakes.
Good Lord. Well, what's so funny?
Everything.
Well, it's not funny at all. What do you suppose she thinks?
Exactly what I wanted to think.
What? But why?
Well, for several reasons. In the first place, I like her.
Oh, I see. You're something of a Girl Scout, aren't you?
First class. And now suppose we get back to the play.
All right. Take your places on stage, please. We're going to play the scene over again, from the father's line. Go ahead, Walters.
Right. Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, poor child.
Mother, cross center there.
Poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first. You'd better let me talk to her first.
Well, come on, Miss Randall. That's your cue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Powell. I didn't realize we were rehearsing it again.
In the theater, Miss Randall. You come in on cue. Now try it again.
But my opening speech still doesn't seem right to me.
If you'd read it correctly, that would help. Remember, your husband has just left you and you're broken-hearted. Broken-hearted. Can you understand that? Start over again, Walters.
Yes, sir. Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, the poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first.
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable to any occasion. I carried them on my wedding day, and now I place them here in memory of something that has died.
That's terrible.
Well, if you think I'm so terrible, Mr. Powell, why did you hire me for the part?
That's what I'd like to know. Probably temporary insanity. Try it again.
Jean, do you think this dress is fancy enough for an opening night?
Randall's opening, you ought to wear black.
Oh, hush. She was nice enough to give us free tickets.
Yeah, she wanted to be sure there was somebody in the audience.
You sound as if you wanted to be a flop.
Not exactly, but as long as there's going to be a flop, I want to be there and see it. The
calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable for every occasion. The calla lilies are in bloom again.
Rehearsing again? I thought I told you to rest.
I can't remember a line, Luther. Not a line.
Of course you can't. No one can an hour before curtain time on an opening night. When you step out on the stage, they'll all come back to you.
But what if they don't?
They will. They always do.
Kay.
The doctor told you to stay in bed.
How could you expect me to stay in bed with all this excitement going on?
But you mustn't disobey orders, dear. I was going to come up and see you before I left.
Keep her cheerful, Kay. She's got first-night nerves. You've had them, you know. I'll run along now and get my things. We are due at the theater now.
Kay, it's that opening speech. If I could only get through that, I think maybe I'd be all right. Kay, watch me, will you? The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower, suitable for any occasion.
May I make a suggestion?
I wish you would.
The way you hold the flowers. I always felt that Jeanette would hold them as she would a child. You see, they never had a child.
Oh, I see. Do you suppose that was what the author intended?
I'm sure of it. And when she says, in memory of something that has died.
Kay, do you know this play?
Not a play. It really happened. It happened to someone I know. It happened to me.
Okay, darling, don't do that.
This isn't just your night. It's my night, too. Oh, Terry, you've got to be a success tonight. You've got to give a great performance. No matter what happens.
Is something the matter?
No. No, I'm just excited, that's all.
Terry, aren't you ready yet?
1 minute, just a minute. Kay, you're ill.
No, I'm not. It's just excitement. Terry, I want you to have this ring. A girl gave it to me last year, and it brought me luck on my opening night. Maybe it will bring luck to you.
Oh, darling, you're sweet. I wish you could be there later in the theater.
I will be there, Terry. In spirit.
Kay.
Come now, Terry.
Luther, there's something wrong with Kay.
Nonsense, my dear.
There is. Didn't you see her face, her eyes? She frightens me.
Now, Terry, please. You're all nerves. You've got to calm yourself.
Luther!
What? What was it?
Something's happened. Kay! Jean.
There's no use calling her now.
Jean, what is it?
She can't hear you now. She's lying downstairs, all huddled up on the pavement.
No!
She jumped out of the window.
Little Kay. She's dead. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Jean, why did you tell her? Terry isn't responsible.
She is responsible. It was Kay's part. It was Kay's life. Now it's too late.
Please.
Kay is dead. Kay who never harmed anyone. And all because she hasn't a heart. Because she's made of ice.
Terry, don't listen to her. Jean, get out of this room, do you hear?
I'm leaving. I'm going to the theater. And I'm going to sit out front because Kay asked me to be there.
No.
And every line she reads, I'm going to say that should be Kay's line. And every move she makes, I'm going to say that should be Kay. Kay, who's lying there in the street, all broken and alone. Now, I dare you to go on tonight. I dare you.
Terry, dear.
Kay. Little Kay. Oh, my God.
Curtain going up. Curtain going up. Curtain.
Jean, she couldn't help it. Terry couldn't help it.
Mother, here's Jeanette now, coming up the garden path.
Oh, the poor child. She's probably broken-hearted. You'd better let me talk to her first. Jeanette, dear.
The calla lilies are in bloom again. Such a strange flower. Suitable to any occasion. I carried them on my wedding day. And now I place them here in memory of something that has died.
You poor child.
Have you gathered here to mourn or bring me comfort?
I've learned something about love that I never knew before. You speak of love when it's too late. Why are we always so helpful to each other when it's too late? He's coming to say goodbye today. And one must always listen closely when people say goodbye. Because sometimes they're really saying farewell. Oh, my darling, you can't stay here.
Jean?
We'll take you away
Jean,
somewhere.
she's good. Terry's
this
good.
is my home. This is where I
Jean,
belong.
don't stare like that. Jean!
I suppose I should thank you on behalf of the company. And I know that I'm grateful for your applause. But I must tell you that I don't deserve it. I'm not responsible for what happened on this stage tonight. The person you should all be applauding died a few hours ago. A young and brilliant actress who could no longer find a place in the theater. It was for her, more than for anyone else, that I was able to go on. I hope that wherever she is, she knows and understands and forgives.
My dear, you'll never know how good you were tonight. You were simply wonderful.
That wasn't me out there tonight, Luther. It was someone else.
It's only after we've suffered that we can make the audience feel for us.
Does someone have to die to create an actress? Is that what the theater demands? Oh, Jean. Oh, Jean.
Terry, please forgive me. You were wonderful, Terry.
No, not I. It was Kay, Jean.
Wherever she is, I know she understands. Will you take me to her?
Please, Jean.
Yeah, here. Here's your coat.
Is it true Terry Randall's the Wheat King's daughter, Mr. Powell? Give us a break, will you?
Please, gentlemen, please. I'll give you the whole story.
Well, okay. All right.
Yes, it's true that Miss Randall is the daughter of Henry Sims, the Wheat King.
How'd you discover her, Mr. Powell?
Ah, well, that's another story. See me tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be there.
Evening, Anthony.
Oh, hello, Ellsworth. Do we get a good review from you tomorrow?
Well, Terry Randall will. She has a very strange quality. Reminds me very much of that girl you brought out last year.
Oh, yes?
What was her name?
Oh, Hamilton.
Yes, Kay Hamilton. Whatever happened to her?
She's still around.
Strange quality. Beautiful.
Yes, I'll have to look her up. I think I've got just the part for her.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Hello? Yes, this is the Footlights Club. Oh, well, I'll see Bill. We're having a little excitement around here this afternoon. Judy North is leaving. Getting married. Wait a minute.
Well, bye, everybody. I gotta catch a 7 o'clock train. Thanks for everything. If any of you hams ever come to Seattle, the House of Millbanks is always open to you.
Well, if we do come up to see you, I hope you'll promise to give us woodchuck pie.
It's better than lamb stew. Well, bye, everybody. Gee, now that I'm actually going, I feel like having a good cry.
Oh, you should weep. It's the first job you've had in a year.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, that's that. Poor kid. Why she hated to leave a dump like this is a mystery.
Oh, I know how she feels. To me, it would be like leaving the house where I was born.
Well, at least she'll probably have a couple of kids to keep her company in her old age. And what'll we have? Some broken down memories or an old mangy scrapbook that nobody'll look at.
Well, we probably are a different race of people.
Maybe. Just now, I feel like sitting in the moonlight having somebody hold my hand.
Hey, Jean, Bill's on the phone.
Bill? Oh, give it to me. Hello.
Don't
Bill.
be sentimental. Remember, you're a ham at
shut
heart.
up, Terry, shut up. No, Bill, that was a friend of mine. Hey, Bill, how would you like to take an old broken-down hag to dinner and maybe for a ride out toward Bronx Park or someplace? 8 o'clock at the Greasy Spoon? All right, Pigeon Pie.
we bring you backstage for an interview with our stars, Ginger Rogers, Rosalind Russell, and Adolphe Monjou.
Before the play began, Mr. DeMille, you spoke of a theatrical boarding house in New York, and during the play, we talked about a group called the Footlights Club. And right here in Hollywood, we've a counterpart of both.
Yes. What those places are to the stage, the Hollywood Studio Club is to the movies.
It's one of the finest things that ever hit this town. During the past 23 years, it has provided a home and companionship for about 3,000 girls with great ambitions and slender finances.
But unfortunately, living at the Studio Club is no more a guarantee of success than living at the Footlights Club solved the problem of stage door. Of the 3,000 girls Ginger mentioned, I'm told that only 100 reached any degree of fame. Knowing what odds are against her, I think any girl who still wants to act deserves all the help and encouragement we can give her.
Well, Ross, I'm never more embarrassed than when I'm asked for advice, because advice is what I can use plenty of myself. But when I am asked, I always put a lot of emphasis on good appearance.
Pointing out perhaps such models as that sartorial success story, that paragon of the Pique lapel, Adolphe Monjou.
Now, I've been kidded about my wardrobe so much that I'm ready to swap everything for one fairly substantial rain barrel. Where were you, Ginger?
About to remark that the little article putting on this great big show can be very helpful in the matter of good appearance. I mean Lux soap. A smooth, fresh complexion is a tremendous asset to every girl.
Since I happen to use it too, Ginger, I'm delighted to add an enthusiastic ditto.
And don't forget the job its program is doing in keeping everyone entertained on Monday nights. Good night, sir.
Good night. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Our stage door is open to you any time. Good night.
Listen to Mr. DeMille's announcement in just a moment of the play and stars awaiting you here next week. Eve Arden's next film is Warner Brothers' Women in the Wind. Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Wife, Husband, and Friend. And be sure to hear the new Lux radio show, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the adventures of a young woman doctor struggling against odds to support her 2 children. You can hear it on most of these stations in the United States every day, Monday through Friday. In the Eastern Time Zone at 2:15, in the Central Time Zone at 1:15, in the Mountain Time Zone at 3:15, and on the Pacific Coast at 2:15. This daylight show comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in our cast tonight were Miss Florence Lake as Anne, Lorene Tuttle as Kay Hamilton, Leona Roberts as Mrs. Orcutt, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Ann Luther, Gerald Cornell as Carmichael, Tyler McVeigh as Bill, Frank Nelson as Ellsworth, Inez Seabury as Eve, Jeanette McLay as Mary Lou, Margaret Brayton as Judy, Colleen Ward as Susan, Sarah Selby as operator, Martha Wentworth as mother, Lou Merrill as Korowski, Edward Marr as usher, James Eagles as Harcourt, David Kerman as reporter, and Crawford Kent as Henry Sims. Mr. DeMille.
Man's conquest of the air has provided the screen with some of its finest and most exciting melodrama. Celebrated among such pictures is the romantic play awaiting you here next Monday night, Ceiling Zero, a vigorous, roaring commentary on transport aviation and the men who pioneered with wings. You'll hear Ceiling Zero with the same 2 stars who flew with it to new heights of popularity, James Cagney and Stewart Irwin. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney and Stewart Irwin in Ceiling Zero with Boots Mallory and Gene Cagney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Musical selections heard tonight included Manhattan Serenade by Louis Alders, Thanks for Everything from Thanks for Everything, and Are You in the Mood for Mischief from Tailspin. Your announcer has been Melville Rowe. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Alka-Seltzer for headaches. Alka-Seltzer for acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer for colds.
Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer.
the whole family. Well, here we are, folks, same as every Saturday night, with the Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance Hour sent to you from the old WLS Hayloft in Chicago by the Miles Laboratories of Elkhart, Indiana, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Say, I wish you could all see the happy, smiling people crowding into this old red barn tonight. Boy, I tell you, this beautiful September weather we've been having here in these parts lately has made everyone feel extra gay and happy. Hang your hats and coats on those harness pegs over yonder, folks, and hurry, because the party is ready to commence. Did I say ready? Yes, you can't keep this gang down. They've started already with a bright September serenade.
In sweet September, how I remember when skies are twinkling and twinkling and filled with light. She came from heaven, from up in heaven, her sparkling beauty just brightened up the night. That burning mountain, that golden fountain, that stood above her, that lover, that golden night. To us a fire, a lovely time. How I remember in sweet September. Every night she would teach me how to play the mandolin. Every night she would sing a little song, and I'd begin to hold her and hold her with mischief in my eyes. But when we had to part, it just broke my say goodbye in sweet September. How I remember a maiden smiling, beguiling all through the day. Her eyes on fire, her love desire. How I remember in sweet September.
Well, that was some serenading, girls and boys. Oh, by the way, folks, do you know what day this is? Well, sir, according to my Dr. Miles weather calendar hanging on the kitchen wall back home, it's the last day of summer. My tempest certainly does fugit, as the saying goes. And tomorrow, we'll find autumn right on our doorstep. So tonight, we're sort of saying goodbye to good old summer. And as the leaves begin to turn to golden autumn colors, we'll turn to the songs that the season suggests. Yes, sir, our hayloft girls and boys have splashed around in their old musical paint buckets and mixed up a batch of their brightest fall colors and songs. First of all, though, let's take that little zip of autumn out of the night air by warming up this old hayloft with a rip-roaring old-time square dance. Get your partners, everybody, and swing 'em high, wide, and handsome to the tune of Golden Slippers. Archie, you call her off. Here we go. Hey, that candle, let's join your hand and circle, let's swing the liney, farm line, lady, and lady, Jen behind. Well, say, you can't beat a good old square dance when there's a tang of autumn in the air and frost on the moon.
Hey, Joe, there's a young lady here who wants to see you.
Young lady? Yeah. Well, we mustn't keep a lady waiting. Show her right in. Oh, by the way, who is she, Archie?
I don't know, Joe. All she said was that she wanted to see Mr. Alka-Seltzer about getting on the radio. Oh, she wants to get on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, tell her that I'm too busy to talk to her. Now, ask her to see me in a couple of weeks. You know, stall her off. Huh? Okay, I'll do my best. Yeah, fine. All right, thanks, Archie. Well, I better get something started around here. Come on, hot shots, help me out. Folks, it's full steam ahead with those four merry musical madcaps. The Hoosier Hot Shots taking the helm. Count on it, boys. Count on it.
Well, wind that thing up heavy and off we go. Folks, you can put your bumper shoots down again now. That little sprinkle turned out to be nothing but a sun shower. Here. Say, what's going on back there?
It's Handy, Joe, pushing everybody around.
Yeah,
that boy's acting sort of wild. Says he's looking for somebody.
Well, we'll see about that.
Hey, where'd he go? Hey, hold my coat. Hey, which way to go? Hey, lead me to him, boy, and I'll mow him down.
Now, wait a minute here. Whoa, now, Hezzy, calm yourself. You're pumping like a peanut roaster. There now. Where's who, and just who is it that you're going to mow down? Come on now, speak right up. Don't hold out on me.
Well, there's a certain young fella around here, and I ain't mentioning no names, Joe, but, boy, I'm telling you one thing. When I see him, out of my way, boy, out of my way.
Well, if that isn't something, a fine way to interrupt our party. Oh, well, there's never a dull moment in the old hayloft. And right now, folks, it's time to bring on that wizard of the strings, that prince of personality and king of the banjo, Eddie Peabody.
Yes, sir, folks, that was little Eddie and his banjo playing After You're Gone to Mr. Summertime. Toodaloo, old top, we'll see you next season, I hope. And now we can look forward to a beautiful harvest moon. So shine on, harvest moon. And, Bob, you might as well do a little shining, too, because here we go.
Okay. Strumming, Eddie Peabody, and say that old harvest moon never seemed brighter. And now, friends, for the magic touch of memory we have learned to expect each Saturday night here in the old hayloft. From out of the past, a beautiful song steals out of the dust to you. And here's the Dean of Ballad Singers to bring it closer, our own Henry Burr.
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lorene Tuttle and I have been having a little argument as to the relative merits of...
Having a little discussion regarding two different schools of literary thought. I've been maintaining to Mr. Price...
You may call me Vincent.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vincent. I've been maintaining that our whole lives are enriched by the warmth and beauty of romanticism.
Romanticism, my dear Lorene, is for those weak, lily-livered individuals who haven't the courage to face the realities of life. Realism is life. Now, I'll take Eugene O'Neill any day in preference to Winnie the Pooh.
And I'll take Cinderella any day rather than Hedda Gabler.
Cinderella. Now, she's exactly what I mean. A smudge-faced juvenile delinquent, if you ask me.
It's only one of the most beautiful fairy tales ever told. I defy any realist to tell such a moving story.
Oh, you would, eh? Well, very well. To prove my point, I'll tell the real story of Cinderella.
Very well, but ladies first.
Please.
To prove my point, I'll tell the romantic story of Cinderella.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Ed Verdier and Don Clark's dramatic excursion into the realm of realism versus romance, as the workshop presents Speaking of Cinderella, or If the Shoe Fits, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle. Special music composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander.
Vincent, are you listening? Once upon a time in a faraway country, there lived a lovely young girl named Cinderella. Unfortunately, she had a cruel stepmother and two stepsisters who were hard-hearted and ill-tempered. Poor Cinderella worked like a slave during the day, and in the evening she would sit alone in the chimney corner among the ashes. Now, it happened that the king of the land was giving a ball, and all the people of rank and fashion were invited. Among these were Cinderella's two stepsisters.
I'm really very well pleased that my two daughters have been invited to attend the king's ball.
Oh, so are we, Mama.
It has been rumored that the king's eldest son, the prince, is to choose his bride from among the young ladies who will be present.
Oh, the prince is so tall and handsome.
So gallant and rich. And don't forget, one day his bride will become queen of the kingdom and will rule over all the subjects in the domain.
Dear stepmother.
What? Oh, it's you, Cinderella. What do you want?
Dear stepmother, could I, too, go to the ball?
What? You? Have you taken leave of your senses, girl? You have no clothes. Only those tattered old rags you're wearing. There are ashes in your hair. Your shoes are broken and scuffed.
With very little trouble, I believe I could make myself quite presentable.
You, a scullery maid, presentable. Well, I've never heard of such conceit.
I beg of you, stepmother, a simple little dress. I could wear a flower in my hair.
That will be all from you, you impertinent ragamuffin. Back to the kitchen. Do you hear me? Back to the kitchen this instant.
And so poor Cinderella went back to the chimney corner and wept bitter tears. She knew...
Wait a minute. Now, there's as fine an example of flapdoodle as I've been exposed to in my whole life.
What do you mean, flapdoodle?
This Cinderella character. Why, the way you romanticists picture her, the poor girl needs an analyst. What on earth is she doing, groveling around in the fireplace, getting ashes in her hair? Nobody could ever be like that. Now, do you want to know what really happened?
Well, I don't think so.
It would do you good, Lorene. Facing reality, you understand. Well, this gal, Cindy, wasn't getting much of a break, but she didn't take it sitting down. She knew she had to play it smart. So when a rich man in town sent out bids for a big wingding he was throwing, Cindy was all ears.
I'm certainly glad you girls have been invited to Mr. King's party. It should be real nervous.
Yeah, when he throws one, it's really a rocket. And you can say that again. The last one we went to, I was hungover for 3 days.
I read in somebody's column, Winchell's, I think, that the old man has given his son the word to get married and settle down. Get the possibility?
I understand the guy's quite a wolf.
So what?
And don't forget that someday he'll be a vice president of King, Bettencourt, Bagby, and Wince, one of the biggest advertising agencies in the world.
Well, no wonder they call him the prince.
So, if one of you girls latch on to him, you'll have it made, but good.
Hey, how about me crashing this brawl?
You, Cinderella? You must be blowing your stack.
Now I've heard everything. Go up on the roof and feed your pigeons.
Knock it off, you two, or I'll belt you one in the teeth. Don't pull any of your lady wrestler stuff on my gals.
I would have been a champ by this time if you hadn't made me throw those last 2 matches. I had gorgeous glorious shoulders pinned to the canvas when you...
What are you beefing about? You got your cut.
Yeah, then you took me for the whole bundle shooting craps. Look, do I make this party or don't I?
You don't. Besides, you haven't got a thing to wear.
You're loaded. You might part with a little grab. I could pick up a nifty little number at Orbox for a few bucks.
That's enough out of you, Cinderella. Get back to the kitchen and wash the dishes. And get the dried egg yolk off the plates for a change. Don't give me that lift, that load, tote that bail routine. I got other plans. Cinderella, where are you going?
Down to Billy Joe's barn.
outrageous. Vincent, you should be ashamed of yourself. Distorting that lovely story and making Cinderella such a horrible character.
Well, at least she has spirit. She isn't the namby-pamby little goop you'd want the public to accept.
My Cinderella is a charming child, unspoiled, sweet, and naive.
Oh, she's naive, all right. She's so naive, she's simple in the head. She ought to be in an institution.
That isn't true.
She has all the personality of an oyster. Why doesn't she stand up for her rights?
Because she's a dear, obedient child.
Well, a good psychiatrist might help her, but I doubt it. Your Cinderella was trying to escape reality by indulging in daydreams about a fairy godmother. Fairy godmother.
It wasn't that way at all. You see, there really was a fairy godmother.
You don't say.
Yes. So, when her two stepsisters had left for the ball, dressed in their beautiful gowns, Cinderella went sorrowfully to the kitchen, sat down in the chimney corner, and broke into sobs of unhappiness. At this moment, a beautiful fairy appeared. No. Stop your crying, my child. I am your fairy godmother, Cinderella. If you wish to go to the king's ball, you shall. But you must do everything I say.
Yes. Oh, yes, of course.
First, bring that pumpkin out into the garden. Where shall I put it? Right there. Yeah, that's right. Now, I'll touch it with my magic wand like this. And there.
Oh, my. A splendid coat, all gold and silver.
Now, bring me those 6 mice in yonder trap.
Yes. All right. What shall I do with them?
Just put them there, in front of the carriage.
That's it.
So, a touch of my wand and...
6 white horses with golden harness and red and blue ribbons in their manes. Fairy godmother, it's wonderful.
Oh, well, my dear, is this not a fit equipage to take you to the king's ball?
Indeed. Indeed it is, but I have no suitable gown. All I have are these tattered rags.
Oh, yes. We'll soon take care of that.
A white satin gown, covered with pearls and diamonds, and tiny slippers of glass, spun as fine as gossamer. How can I ever thank you, dear, dear fairy godmother?
By being happy. But hear me. There is one condition. You must not remain at the ball after the clock strikes 12. If you do, your coach and horses will all return to their natural forms, and your fine gown will again turn to rags.
Oh, I promise I'll leave the ball at the very first stroke of 12.
Then off with you, my darling, and have a merry time.
You've been so good to me. So very, very good.
And so, in all her finery, Cinderella started off for the king's ball, looking more like a princess than anyone would be there. Cinderella was very happy.
Oh, what stuff and nonsense. Really, in all my born days, I have
Wasn't that
never...
enchanting, my dear?
Enchanting? It was appalling.
Appalling?
Moreover, it doesn't make any sense. Cinderella's stepmother obviously has money. She thinks nothing of getting Dior and Adrian gowns for her daughters. But still, her place is overrun with mice and rats. Why, if the Board of Health...
You are getting more odious by the minute.
Odious, schmodious. Let's get back to reality. And the way the story really happened. Now, this Cinderella kid wants to go to the ball, all right. But instead of falling back on her schizophrenic escape pattern, why doesn't she do something constructive? Now, actually, she does.
Such as what?
Such as this. When Cinderella left her mother's house, she was pretty steamed up about the treatment she'd got. So, as she said, she went to Dirty Joe's down on the waterfront, where she could get a short beer and think things out.
Hi, Dirty Joe.
Hiya, Cindy. How you pigeons?
Joe, you know Crummy.
Crummy?
Yeah.
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Crummy who?
You know, Crummy McGrutter.
Oh, him.
He comes in here all the time, doesn't he?
Yep.
See him tonight?
Yep.
You mean he's been in?
Sure.
When did he come in?
About an hour ago.
Did he say where he was going when he left?
Nope.
How long ago did he leave?
He didn't.
Huh? You mean he's still here?
Yeah, over there, in the last booth.
Oh, thanks. I mean, thanks. Hi, Crummy.
Hiya, bright girl. How's the pigeons?
Mind if I sit down?
What's to stop you?
That sawed-off shotgun.
Oh. I'll move it over here.
Why the artillery?
Things are tough on the water for right now, bright girl. The boss wants us band boys to play soft, sad music as a warning to the dock wallopers who ain't kicking in.
Yeah. Who's the target for tonight?
Guy by the name of Gus Gugelheimer plays a glockenspiel. He run out on us. And what's on your mind, bright girl?
Oh, look, Crummy, I'm going to put it right on the line with you. I need some dough.
Oh, sure. Who don't?
I need a slick drape and
I'm sorry, bright girl. You can't put the bite on me for nothing like that.
I don't need much, Crummy. Just a couple of C notes.
Hey, what do you think I am? Your fairy godmother or something? You need some scratch. Get it from your old lady.
She wouldn't give me a dime.
That's too bad. Now, the way I hear it, she keeps plenty of ice around the place.
Hey, the wall safe. Crummy, you've got something there. You know how to crack a safe.
You ain't just beating your gums, baby. I got 10 years in Alcatraz to prove it.
All right, then. Now, here's what we'll do. Listen. You getting it, Crummy?
Will you shut up and leave me listen?
One thing I've got to remember.
Yeah, what's that?
Except for the bracelet I'm going to give you for this caper. I've got to put back all the rest of the jewels before midnight. There's a time lock on this safe, and it's set for 12 o'clock.
I got it open. Hey, there's plenty of loot in here.
Wait a minute. Get your cotton-picking hands off that stuff. Oh, no. Here's a bracelet. Must be worth $1,000 at least. Give me 2 C notes and it's yours. Then you'd better add an extra sawbuck for cab fare.
Well, here's a 200, but not another cent. I made a sucker deal, if you ask me.
All right. Don't give me the extra 10. I'll just have to heist a car to get to the party. That's all.
Code 3-768-W43798-HF22. Be on the lookout for a pumpkin yellow Cadillac convertible just stolen from the corner of 4th and Spruce Street. Repeating, code 3-768-W43798-HF22.
You see what I mean? My Cinderella is a realist. She has spirit.
Oh, really, Vincent? You know this whole thing is impossible.
I don't quite agree with you. Your version of the Cinderella story is impossible. Mine is possible. But continue, my dear.
And I'm not sure that I want to, but I suppose I must if any semblance of dignity and decorum is to remain in this lovely story. Well, when Cinderella arrived at the king's palace, she was surrounded by courtiers who led her into the ballroom. All eyes were directed toward her, for everyone was struck by her grace and beauty. No one knew who she was. Even her cruel stepsisters did not recognize her. So rich and splendid was her dress. All the king's courtiers, one after another, asked Cinderella to dance, and they were all highly pleased with her grace and elegance, as well as enchanted by the wit and brilliance of her conversation. The prince himself arrived quite late. Seeing Cinderella, he so admired her appearance and manners, he immediately offered her his hand to the dance.
What a charming creature you are. Tell me your name, I pray.
That I cannot do, sir. And please do not press me to tell it.
I am sure you must be a princess from a distant kingdom.
Prithee, what makes you say such a thing as that?
No one but a princess could wear as magnificent a gown as yours, encrusted with precious gems and jewels. And no one but a princess could be so beautiful and so beguiling.
You will turn my head with the sweetness of your words, my prince. And indeed... What is that?
It is the tolling of the curfew bell.
What o'clock is it? Tell me quickly.
It is midnight.
I must go. I must leave at once.
I beg you to stay yet a while, for you dance with the likeness of a butterfly on the soft summer breeze.
I cannot stay. I cannot.
My heart prompts me to tell you that I love you, for I have never seen a maid so fair.
No, please let me go. Good night, my prince. My Prince Charming. Good night.
In her haste to leave, my beautiful princess has left her slipper behind. A slipper of glass spun as fine as gossamer.
I vow I shall find my lovely princess if I must search all the kingdoms of the world, for I would make her my wife.
Now, there's a real basis for a successful marriage. The prince has one dance with Cinderella. One dance, mind you, and he wants to marry her.
Why not?
I wonder what a marriage counselor would say about that.
Must you be so literal?
And she is such a bird brain, she runs off leaving one of her shoes behind.
It was a slipper of glass, spun as fine as gossamer.
And those two stepsisters of Cinderella's, they can't be very bright. They're right there at the ball, and they don't recognize her just because she's wearing a new dress. Now, I ask you, what sort of an IQ would those two have? Now, you take my Cinderella.
You take her, and you can have her.
My Cinderella has moxie. She goes after what she wants. No fairy godmother nonsense about her. When she arrived at Mr. King's party, the place was really jumping. The minute she wiggle-walked into the joint, all the cats began to yowl.
What a load of a babe. Wow. Hey, it's a doll. A real living, breathing doll. Hey, looky. Hiya, Cookie.
Get away from me, short, fat, and repulsive.
Come on, sweet mama. How about pinning on a J? Let's live it up for real.
Stop dead, cornball.
What's with you, beautiful? You mad in this mad world?
Mister, I'm just not playing the field, that's all. What I'm looking for is the favorite. Where's the prince?
In the rumpus room, lapping up some corn squeezes, I suppose.
Thanks, chum. See you around the bowling alley sometime.
Man, dig that crazy walk. Real cool, man, cool.
Well, hiya, babe.
Are you the character they call the prince?
That's right. My old man is J. Walter King, of King, Betancourt, Bagby, and Winch.
Sure, I know. You're in the advertising racket. Big deal.
You know something? You're okay.
Sounds as if this advertising dodge pays off in blue chips. You mind if I park the bustle? My dogs are killing me.
Yeah, sit right here next to me, doll. That's it. Would you like a slug gun?
Yeah, I don't mind if I do. Double bourbon on the rocks with a twist of lemon to you.
There you are. I like you, sweetie. You're a real dish of stuff.
It's the spot. Fill her up again, Buster. You and your old man, it's run quite a bash tonight.
Entertaining the sponsors is what they call an occupational headache.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. Met a couple of the jokers when I came in. Well, here's mud in your eye, Prince.
Cheers. It's a real sharp bunch of threads you're filling.
It's just a little something I picked up.
And diamonds and pearls.
Yeah, I picked them up, too. So you're the original man in the gray flannel suit, huh, kiddo?
Oh, I suppose one of these days I'll make vice president.
How come you haven't pressured your old man before this?
He's just made me an account executive for Bimbo's no-bunion shoes, but I think he's throwing me a curve. The radio and TV ratings are doing a nosedive.
What you need is a gimmick, Princey.
You can say that again. Come on, they're playing a rock and roll, and that's for me, sugar.
Okay, honey. A gimmick. Let me think. No giveaway, no panel.
These kind of notes really send me.
Gimmick oh, doggone it.
What's the matter, baby?
I'm losing my slipper. Hey, wait a minute, Princey. Wait a minute. I think I got your gimmick.
What's with you? You flipping your lid or something?
Now, listen. I leave my slipper behind when I leave here tonight. Nobody knows who I am, so you put big ads in the newspapers and buy spots on radio and television. A coast-to-coast campaign, a big build-up in Ballyhoo to find the Bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. You got it, Princey?
Hey, I really think you got something there.
Jumping catfish, is that 12 o'clock?
Sure is.
The time lock on the wall safe. This stuff's got to be back there before midnight. I got to scram out of here.
What are you yakking about?
If I don't get going right now, I'm a dead pigeon. Here's my slipper. You take it from there. So long, Princey.
Do you see how competent and constructive my realistic Cinderella has turned out to be?
She's scheming and conniving Actually dishonest.
Oh.
She stole her stepmother's jewelry.
Oh, nonsense. She only borrowed it for a little while. She's hurrying home right now to put it back in the wall safe.
How about the bracelet she gave to Connie?
Don't you worry about my girl. She's ingenious. She'll find some way of getting around that.
She's an uncouth, unprincipled creature.
Well, at least she isn't inane and innocuous like your girl. But please, go on with your story.
Thank you. The prince searched everywhere for Cinderella, but alas, he could not find her. And when his search had quite failed, he grew ill with disappointment and vexation. Then the king, who dearly loved his son, called a privy council and asked his ministers what was to be done. They decided to send out heralds throughout the kingdom, proclaiming that the prince would marry the lady who could wear the tiny slippers spun of glass, as fine as gossamer.
The slipper does not fit you, my lady.
Dear, I'm so disappointed, Prince. Let me try, sister.
I'm sorry. It does not fit you either.
I was so certain it would.
Let the modest little girl who is standing back there come forward. Why, it is you, my princess. Despite your modest garments, you cannot conceal your identity from me. For I see you through the eyes of love. Now, we'll try on the slipper.
Yes, my prince.
It fits. The slipper fits. Come to my arms, my darling, my own true princess.
My prince. My Prince Charming.
And so they were married and lived happily ever afterwards. Now, wasn't that a sweet and lovely story?
To be perfectly frank with you, Lorene, I found it rather dull and pedestrian.
Oh, Vincent.
Well, in my version, there is action and excitement. My Cinderella is real and colorful.
And I suppose your story has a sordid ending like so many realistic stories. She probably went to the penitentiary and the advertising man was sent to the Chicago office.
No, Lorene, not at all, not at all. Listen.
This is your newscaster, Thomas Lowe. The search for the bimbo no-bunion shoe girl continues. She has been reported seen in St. Louis, Altoona, and Tibet.
Cinderella, turn off that radio.
There are rumors that...
I'm sick to death of hearing about that bimbo no-bunion shoe girl. That's all you read about in the newspapers, all you hear on the radio, all you see on the television.
And that singing commercial. Where is the bimbo girl and who is she with the no-bunion shoe? Bunion shoe. Driving me nuts.
Keep your hair on, kids. It'll be all over tomorrow.
It's been the greatest search since Bridie Murphy.
And, Dad, the rating's a neat 43.
The bimbo shoe sales are up 72.9.
A terrific campaign. This makes you a vice president, my boy.
I owe it all to you, Cinderella.
That's okay, Princey. But when do we get hitched?
Whenever you say, baby.
We better see how soon we can line up the network so we can get full coverage. We want this wedding to be a real doozy.
Bimbo's No Bunion Shoes will sponsor the whole works. I better let the press and photographers in. They're getting impatient.
You're smooth, Cinderella. Real frantic smooth.
Oh, and Princey, you're the most.
Well, Vincent, at least you had a happy ending.
Of course. You see, Lorene, there are all sorts of Cinderella stories. They happen every day, but they all end in exactly the same way. Even today, the beautiful girl can marry the handsome prince. And, of course, they'll live happily ever after.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Speaking of Cinderella, starring Vincent Price and Lorene Tuttle, and directed by Don Clark. Original script by Ed Verdier and Don Clark. The cast included Virginia Gregg, Jeanette Nolan, Louise Arthur, Jean Bates, Vic Perrin, Irene Tedrow, Harry Bartell, Sam Edwards, Peter Leeds, Jack Crucian, and Byron Kane. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jeff Alexander. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. And we are proud to welcome as our narrator the distinguished author, Mr. Isherwood, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard playing the Brahms Piano Concerto No. 1 in D minor, with Guido Cantelli conducting and Rudolf Tirpushny as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.